All right, skunks, what's up? Welcome to Stream, everybody. Welcome to Stream. It is I, your glorious leader, Jovan Bradley, here on Thursday, May 14th, 5 something p.m. I don't know, guys. We are currently 172 days till midterms, and I have a guest with me today. Joining to stream is
Hello.
Naima. Oh, there we go. We got a hello. Naima, welcome to the show.
Hello.
We are going to be taking all callers of all shapes and sizes. So do me a favor. do me a favor, chat, while we get through all of our pre-show housekeeping. First and foremost, I want to say congratulations to Starfighter Chad, Rents, and Granu for being the first people in Twitch chat today. So shout out to you guys for being first. Also, Rents, thank you for resubscribing with Prime over on Twitch. And Silent J, thank you for subscribing for 3 months at Tier 1. Also, let's give a big shout out. Let's give a big shout out to Jimmy Blue, who became a Tier 2 member over on YouTube today. Guys, if you are watching live, that means you're here. If you're on Twitch, thank you. I love you. If you're on YouTube, well, get ready for the fucking crazy shit. Get ready for the crazy, crazy shit. We have 6 topics today. So if you want to debate us, 219-327-8005. That's the number to call. That number again is 219-327-8005. We do have call screeners standing by. Winnie is screening today. Whenever she gets back into the screening room, let me just make sure that she's coming back. Topics today. Topic number 1, trans men and women are men and women. Topic number 2, gender affirming care for minors. Topic number 3, systemic racism and white privilege are real. Topic number 4, abortion all 9 months. Topic number 5, MAGA is uneducated or evil. You know how that goes. And topic number 6, patriarchy hurts men. So if you want to debate any of those topics, come on in. Coca-Cola, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. I do have some of you guys' super chats are sent already, so those are queued up. We'll go over those in between calls. And then I just want to show you, before we get started, I just want to show you guys one updated thing. As you know, I've been putting a lot of work into the source document. I did add the reading list. So the reading list is starting to take shape. Here it is here, as you guys can see. Every book on here so far I either own or have read. They're all basically, I just went back to my shelf and input them all in here. So the reading list is coming together. So you guys will go find that here. A lot of books on abolition, a lot of books on black radical thought, things like that. That should be all the housekeeping. So give us a call, 219-327-8005. Okay, housekeeping done.
Oh wait, I have one housekeeping. Sorry.
We
My
also have to get your
can't
Twitch
see
set up.
me.
Yeah, we have to do that. Let me start this now and see if this works. Let me know if this works. I've not, oh, nope, already got an error.
Ruh-roh.
Okay, hold on. It's because I gotta get the RTMP for your Twitch.
Can I get something for you? Is that a thing I need to do?
No, because Twitch doesn't tell us. Twitch ingest recommendations. Let's try this one. And see if this works. Boom, copy. Boom, paste. Oh, why are you not pasting? Come on, Twitch. Don't be a little whatever you are being today. Just straight up not gonna paste? What the fuck? It's just getting the stream URL, which is giving me issues. Twitch.
Do you want me to send you the number again?
No. I have your stream key. That's no problem. It's the URL RTMP stream key, and then I should just have to post your stream key. Start. Did it work that time? Failure. Let me connect to stream user. Check the internet connection or stream URL. And try. Is the stream URL wrong? Wait. What if I? Oh no! What if I do it this way? Hold on, chat. We're doing technical things.
This actually is a great opportunity for me to order food.
Yeah, order that food now.
Ooh. Should I be basic and get a matcha? I think I'm gonna get a matcha.
Yeah, I'd say definitely be basic. Make sure you guys are liking the YouTube live, by the way. 280 of you are already in here. Only 14 likes. You are, I'm sorry, 47. Wait, what? How many likes do we have? I don't know. I'm not looking at the right thing. 93 likes. You know we're not going to get people in here to argue with us without them likes, guys. Hit them likes. Now, I can't seem to find Twitch's RTMP. Why can't I seem to find Twitch's RTMP? That seems weird. 1 second, guys. 1 second. This is what Twitch is telling me the RTMP is. And then that's your stream key. So I should not have an issue right now. Why am I having an issue right now? Chat, this is the usually with Twitch, you just log into the Twitch, but like I'm not trying to log into your Twitch. I want to just use the stream key.
That's so strange.
1 second. Let's try this one. Hello? Yeah, we're trying here. I mean, you can just stream the Zoom call if you want, but it won't be as good a quality.
Yeah, I was just nervous about making my computer crash because my computer has a tendency to she gets overwhelmed.
Oh, well, yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, she's kind of a baby.
Where we go? The default. Okay, well, let's try this. This is saying this is the default URL. So let's try that one. Maybe this one will work. Copy, paste, start. Oh, I think that worked. Let me know if it's live on your account.
Oh, let me see.
It went to
I
somewhere.
don't see myself
It's currently
as being-
streaming to
Oh,
something.
I am. Oh, I am live.
We did it. We did. Ah, what is that?
I have no idea what that is.
Just someone's random. Stop, Twitch.
Ah!
Jesus. Okay, we got it. We did it.
Yay!
We did it. We did it. We did it. Yeah. No easy emo. We did it.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right. Call in, guys. 219-327-8005. Any of the 6 topics, call in to do that. It wouldn't be stream without tech issues. That's so fucked up. King Norm,
Right.
thank you for becoming a tier 2 member for your 2nd month. Jovan and Naima collab is about to feed generations.
Oh, shit. Thank you for the sub, Coca-Cola. Oh, my God. W.
Let's do some super chats real quick. We got some super chats up here. Daniel Kusinos. That was from yesterday. W Blitz's wife. Yeah, no, true. Still true about that. Still true.
Thank you,
Oh, no. Hold on. Where it is? Super chats. Here we go. That's why it was messing up. Okay, let me fix that now. There we go. Jovan the man said, Jovan, I send you good vibes and a coffee on me. I don't drink hot liquids or coffee, but I will buy an orange iced tea. No, I raw dog life, fam.
Wow, good for you. That's incredible.
Wiener X Baddie want to live in a solar punk future. What?
Yes. Oh, this is me and my friend Zena. We're really into solar punk.
Okay.
Well, yes. Why wouldn't I want technology to work in the best interest of the environment and also the humans that live here, right?
Oh shit.
Who wouldn't?
Are you going to do a shared stream chat? We could go do that. You can do a collab thing on Twitch and basically share chat.
Yes.
So your chat and my chat
before.
would be together.
I've done that before, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to.
It's if you do the stream together thing. I don't know how it works either. I've only done it like once.
Honestly, every time I've done stream together, it's been super glitchy.
Okay,
it's very annoying.
We won't. We'll just assume which chat is better, and you guys will have to suffer through which chat is better. Guys, hit that call-in button. Where the MAGAs at? Where the anti-feminists at? Where the racists at? Wait, let me pull this up on the.
Oh wait, okay. One of my chatters just said I have a base T-shirt, and so
Roderick Rules.
So I need everyone to see it. It's got him on it too. This is my favorite shirt that I own.
That's a bit after my time. Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I'm an old man, so that's a bit.
I turned 24 in 2 weeks. I'm about to be the birthday girl, May 30th.
I feel so old. Ugh.
It's okay. I'm starting to. People have been calling me Unk. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they keep trying to call me Unk, but Unk is not just an age thing. Unk is a style thing. You're not just Unk because you hit a certain age. Like a nerdy black man is not Unk.
Thank you. That's what I, well, and it's also an age thing because I'm 24. Like, I'm not Unk. Like, there's nothing about me that is Unk.
Sharon Freeman said, where can we read the list of your recommendations? And this collab is needed for the ages. If you're looking for my recommended reading list, that's going to be in my source document on my link tree. The only sections that are basically complete in that source document are the gender affirming care section and the reading list. Everything else is under construction. But feel free to go look at those two sections while I continue to build out the source document. But thank you for the super chat, Sharon Freeman. Let's see if we can't get Unk means uncool. Unk does not mean uncool. What are you talking? What?
That first of all, black people came up with it, so it can't mean uncool. That's
True.
Incapable of being uncool.
Unk could be kind of corny, but like growing up, I never called someone Unk to be like, you an uncool old man. No, it was more just like, yo, this person's Unk.
It was a symbol of respect. It's like, it's like sir, kind of, I guess. Does that make sense?
I am starting to realize how much black slang is like, I know what it means, but I couldn't tell you how to define it. Like if somebody's like, what does Unk mean? I mean, I know what Unk means. Like I know who is or is not a Unk, but I can't tell you the definition of Unk.
I can't either. Like, it's just, you just know it. But see, white people are using it now and they don't know the definition. And I feel like I can't appropriately define it. So now they've just taken this word. Like, but I know they're using it wrong. Like, they're wrong, but I can't tell them exactly why.
New topic. White people never know how to use black slang.
You know what? Honest at it.
Guys, let's get some calls in here. Billy Sipes. Billy Sites, thank you for becoming a tier 4 member again. We love you, Billy. Let's go through some topic stuff. Listen, guys. First and foremost, I love abortions. I think everybody should have an abortion at least once in their life. You know?
I still haven't had my first. I'm a virgin.
Oh, you don't have your punch card's not punched?
I know. And it's funny because people keep calling me baby killer all the time. And I'm like, guys, first of all, it's not killing babies. But even if it was, I haven't even done it yet. No.
People tell me all the time, oh, wait, we got a birthday party. Hold on, chat. We got a birthday redeem. Let's pull up the birthday. Whose birthday was it? Maddie Chu. Maddie Chu, happy birthday. Here's your birthday song.
You could be a birthday baddie too. A very happy baddie birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Maddie Chu.
Happy birthday, Maddie.
Baby killer LARPer? No, wait. So real. So
wow.
Real. Babies are overrated.
Also pregnancy is overrated, I have to say. I
cringe a little when I hear Edgars call each other "cuh." Did you use Edgars as a word for white people? Because
I thought that Edgar cut, I thought that was Hispanic people. Am I wrong?
Is it? I have no clue.
I'm not
on the any of this. I'm not on any of that. Ohio Heathen, thank you for the super chat. Let's just pop it real quick. Said Jimmy is Unk. Jimmy is white. He can't be Unk. Please get out of my face. 219-327-8005. Who's gonna remember? You guys can also call with office hours questions. If you had like questions for us, you can call with those. It's totally fine. Who out here calling Jimmy Unk? Your chat said they can't see that you're live. Did you do something? It shows me that you're live. Or was that earlier?
Oh,
that was earlier. Never mind.
Now. Yeah, they're good.
Okay.
No, they're all talking to me.
Okay, heard. Another super chat. Let's pull it up real quick while we're waiting for calls. You mentioned a haunted house experiment recently, but I can't find it. Do you remember the name of it? Want to show a friend? No, it was like an old YouTube video I watched. I couldn't tell you worth a damn. But if you can't find it, that tells me I need to recreate this experiment. So I think I'm going to recreate it, and then we'll run from there. But yeah, no, I don't remember the name of it. But essentially, for anybody that's confused, there was an old YouTube video I watched years and years ago. Like I'm talking early internet, like 15 years ago, where they brought in people into a haunted house they were testing like the human mind and suggestion. And they told like 3 different groups, 3 different ways people died in this room, in this, I think it was an asylum, this room in this like medical facility or whatever. And all 3 of the groups, people talked about how they could experience, like they were feeling the way that the people in those rooms died. They were all made up. None of it was real. So
Isn't that a Black Mirror episode? The one where they play that, the one where the guy gets plugged into that game and it's like, it feels like he's really dying and then he actually does die because it like,
I don't know which
overloads
Black
his
Mirror
brain.
episode was that.
It's the one where it's that like guy who's like traveling and he needs money to get home. So he like beta tests this intense ass horror game and it like brings to life like all his worst fears and like he
Man,
dies
I'm
a bunch of
realizing
times
how
in the game.
much I jump around on Black Mirror. I don't think I've seen that one.
I do too. I do too. But I love that. It's a good episode. I'll figure out what it's called. You should watch it. It's a really good one, especially if you like gaming. It's great.
Is it as good as San Junipero? Because
San Junipero was the one with social media where they like have,
no,
like,
no,
the
that's the
rating
one where
system.
that's the one with the lesbians in the virtual world where they fall in love.
No, I don't think I've seen that one.
San Junipero is
thing about an
the
anthology
best
show.
episode.
I like the one with the bees, with the like automated bees, and they like get hacked and then they
What
start
is that
attacking
one?
everyone.
How
The
much Black
bees!
Mirror have I been? The bees. What had to tell me anything?
Wait, I gotta figure out what this is called.
What's the one where they're hunting the kid? I don't want to give too much away because like that episode
Oh.
is literally
I know
the,
that
the twist in
episode.
that episode is one of the greatest twists of all time.
And I love that actor too. He's on this show, The End of the Fucking World. Did you ever watch that show? It was on Netflix a long time ago.
I think I watched like one episode and was like, that's the one that also had the girl from It in it, right? The redheaded girl.
I actually never saw it, to be fair.
Oh damn, missing out. I just read something in your chat that made me go, huh?
In my chat? Oh, are you looking at Yam's Gaming's? Just okay, what did he say?
Yo.
Hot take, nobody should say the N-word. This is a Black person. In school, I only learned the history about youths being whipped and all that. But now that I'm taking my own initiative to learn my history, I don't think anyone should say a word that holds all of that despicable history. You know,
you can take my N-word and pry it from my cold dead hands.
If you don't want to say it, I think that's definitely fair reasoning. But I think everyone has a different way of coping with the racism and the hatred that we've experienced. And so for me, it's kind of like a way to reclaim some of that and put it in like a positive light and connect with my community. But if it just like makes you uncomfortable to say, don't say it. I have some Black friends who don't say it.
I'm always say it. We got an office hours call, so let's take our first call of the day. Coming up to stream, we have Sharon. I don't know how to pronounce that, but you'll tell us. Calling from Virginia with an office hours question. Hello, Sharon. How do you pronounce your name, friend?
Hey, Jovan. It's Sharon, longtime listener. Me and you debated, I want to say a couple months, about sinners and vampires, if you remember.
I think I do, actually. Sharon, if you do me a favor, just take a step back from your mic. You're peaking a little bit, and I don't want I don't want you to hurt the people's ears.
Oh yeah, my apologies.
No worry, friend. Could you also give me your pronouns, please?
Yes, he, him.
Okay, great. What was your question, Sharon?
Oh yeah, my question was, I know you are doing your reading list and reading recommendations. I wanted to know what books might you recommend for radicalization and books that go against the that talk about systemic racism.
Systemic racism.
And
here, I got you, dog.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just grab all of them from my shelf.
Have you read Angela Davis, Race, Class, and Gender?
No, that's what I'm honestly calling because I want reading recommendations, so I can my knowledge can be on the up and up.
Angela Davis, Race, Class, and Gender, I think is a great one. That's probably like the book that radicalized me. Oh, here he comes.
I got a couple. So start with this one. I always recommend starting with this one. This is Stamped from the Beginning by Ibram X. Kendi, which is the definitive. All of these are on my reading list. All these are on my reading list, so people will be able to find them. This is the definitive history of racist ideas in America. This also has a documentary that goes along with it. So you can even just watch the documentary, and that's going to cover a lot of what's in the book. That's where I always recommend to start.
Okay.
Black Fatigue. I know white people stole the phrase, but this book is incredible. This is Mary Frances Winters. Read Black Fatigue. Okay. If you want to be fucking disgusted with the caucus race, the Black Holocaust for Beginners, which is a kind of a graphic book, like it has artwork and stuff on every page. But this goes into all the shit that they don't tell you about slavery in school, like all the actually fucked up shit that slave owners did, right? That they don't like to mention that we were used as stuffing for furniture or as like breeding cattle. They don't like to mention that. This book does. Again, all this is in my reading list. Under the there's the section. It's called. Let me just pull it up for you. This is under Race, Colonialism, and Liberation. That section. How Europe Underdeveloped Africa is phenomenal, and it's just a good history of why when people go, but they're still living in huts in Africa. Yeah, it's Europe. Europe did it. So.
Could you repeat that title one more time, please?
Yep, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa.
Did you ever read, Jovan, I'm sure you read it, but did you read Guns, Germs, and Steel?
Yes.
That one's not very radical. Like, I wouldn't call it.
But it's got a lot of good information in it.
Yeah, but I do think in terms of just like geographically how Europe became a colonial power and how those countries had like geographic advantages, that's a really good for just like some of that context. But it doesn't really take like a super staunch like position in any direction.
I would also recommend Color of Law. This is one of the few books on racism that was written by a white person that I will always recommend.
That is
this
a good
is
book.
Richard Rothstein, and I would say he has more information on redlining than anybody else. So check out that one. And then finally, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. This, if you like the book of books, this is probably one of my favorite books ever. This is Joy DeGroy wrote this. And she talks about how like Black trauma can almost like most of Black trauma can be linked back to stuff from slavery. One of the big ones that I'll give chat just a little hint on, and then I see we've got some debate calls coming up, so we'll move to those. She links how what we can typically see in Black families is like Black mothers who underappreciate their child's like work. Like the example she gives is like a white mother and a Black mother like hanging out, and the white mother's like, yeah, my son is an A student, they're on honor rolls or all this, and the Black mothers will respond with, my son is great, but he's a handful, he struggles, there's all this. And she expertly links that back to how slave mothers would undervalue their child so that children didn't get sold off from them. So this is a really good book if you want to inherit and look at some of that like Black radical Black theory. So that's just a bunch of books. Again, they're all in my link tree in my reading list. Check them out. There's just a bunch for you.
John, before we start chatting, sorry. Before we start chatting with Chuds, where can I find your reading list? I want to check it out, and I want to give it to my chat too.
If you go to my link tree in my bio, it's in my debate resource document. It's right under the glossary. So there's a glossary with a bunch of definitions of terms, and then there's my reading list.
Perfect. Thank you.
So yeah,
all right,
Chiron, I hope you enjoy
thank you guys so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for calling.
All right, have a good one.
You too. All right. Somebody said on my Twitch, they said, can Naima open a pickle jar for me? Andrew is over here having some trouble. Bro, when I tell you that video gave me so much joy. It just like did everything I've ever needed a video to do.
It was so funny. And it's funny, my cat's name is Mr. Pickles, and I really feel like he was with me in that moment. He said, you will not embarrass my mother.
My two favorite Andrew Wilson moments are that, and then when I think it was Charlie he
Enemy
was
Charlie.
debating.
My
who was-
girl, I love Charlie.
who just triggered the fuck out of him. It was amazing.
Oh yeah, he is really easy to rage bait. I have to say that is the one thing about debating Andrew is it's super easy to rage bait him.
Chat, Modern Day
He's
Debates
so insecure.
emailed me today asking me to debate Andrew Wilson on systemic racism. I'm not going to say yes because I have more self-respect for myself. But if I did say yes, I would rage bait him the whole time. I would not take that seriously at all.
No, it's not worth taking seriously. When I first debated him, I didn't know who the fuck he was. And I was like, oh God, this is awful.
He's
Wait.
the most annoying person. All right, we
Yeah,
got our
he really
first
is.
debate call. So let's get to our first debate call. Coming up, we have Tyler. Tyler is calling from Florida. Tyler is calling to talk about trans men and women being men and women. Tyler, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm 31. I'm a he.
All right. Now, you have a bit of a background noise, Tyler, so if you have like a TV on, I would just turn that off so that the background noise doesn't
here I'll
come
go
through.
outside. I'm at the gym.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Okay, Gaines.
GTL. Gym Tan Laundry.
You go outside.
Tyler, really quick, just so I can give you the basics. We believe trans men and women are men and women because there is no single biological trait that is both necessary and exceptionless for defining those terms. Therefore, gender must be some type of social or psychological classification. Do you disagree with this stance? And if so, why?
Of course. Can a trans man impregnate a woman?
Can every man impregnate women?
No. Can a trans man impregnate a woman?
No, just like not
That's
every
what I'm
cis
asking,
man
can
can.
they?
No, just like not every cis man can impregnate a woman.
So the term man is solely associated with male. Male and man is
You
the
think
same
so?
thing.
Well, I guess
That's how
my
God
question to that is,
That's how God
it seems
designed
like,
it.
Well,
That's how he designed it.
we can't ask God directly at the moment. I think he's probably busy right now, but I feel like your definition is based on like whether or not you're able to give birth or impregnate someone is how we define
that's-
someone's sex, right?
No,
Is
sex
that
and
kind of what
gender
you're
are the
saying?
same thing. Sex and
So,
gender
but your
are the same thing.
definition
Just
of
like male. Go ahead.
No, so what I'm asking is like, is your definition of sex or gender either one based on whether or not you can procreate and how you procreate, how you make a baby?
And my definition is based on how it started and who created this place. He created man and woman, which is male and female. It's not possible to.
Let me. What do you
An
call?
effeminate man is still.
I gotta
a man,
ask you a question.
not
I gotta ask
trans-
you a question. You keep saying
Yeah.
he when referring to God, but God's not male.
Yeah.
So why do you keep calling him
Yes, he is. That's
God's
he refers
male?
to himself as he.
Wait, God has
Yes, he
a
refers to
penis.
himself as he. He's not in a human body
So then how can
He's
he
a
be a
he.
then how can he be a man if he's not in a human body and he's not male?
because the Bible says he.
Because the Bible
But-
says he.
Procreation.
But the
is
Bible
procreation.
wasn't written by God. The Bible was written by
Yes.
another
Dude.
person.
No,
And in
the
the
Bi-
Bible,
the-
the Bible wasn't written
This
by
is where
God,
you
like
don't
not
un-
directly.
No, the Bible was written by men who had
Yes.
God in them, because God can
Ayo.
live within people.
Hey, yo.
But
was
they are not
inspired
God.
by
God,
so the
written by
fact
men.
but the fact that men wrote the Bible, they are not God. So the fact that men who wrote the Bible chose to refer to God using he, him pronouns does not make God a man, right?
Yes, it does. He refers to himself as he. Everybody who wrote the Bible, who had God in them, says he is a he. Who started first? Man. Woman came into the picture after God decided man needed a partner. Men were
Well, I mean,
created
we're getting
first.
a little bit
Women came in
off
after.
topic.
Let me-
We're getting a
let me
little
go
off
back
topic, but
to
I
the
guess like
transgender thing.
there's because I don't want to. Can we have this debate in a secular context? Because I don't want to like disrespect your religious
secular?
beliefs.
You
Secular
can't
meaning
disrespect me.
not
Don't worry about
about
it.
secular meaning not about God. Like, can
Don't
you
worry.
define why trans men and women aren't men and women without using God as your evidence?
Well, because being a man is reserved to male, and you can't change your sex. Man is the same as male.
Okay, let me
woman is the same as female.
There are some category errors happening here, so I want to just get those underway. When you are saying trans women can't be women, what you're claiming is that woman is a exclusionary category, that there are people that can and cannot be these things. So that means there must be some trait or some necessary condition that all women have to possess in order to be women that keeps trans women out.
Femininity. Femininity.
There's plenty of feminine men, man.
But that doesn't make you a woman.
Well,
what
you
about
just said it
like
did
butch
actually.
queens?
Make you a woman.
You just said
you
it
just
did
said
actually.
it was femininity, yeah.
Yeah, but being feminine doesn't make you into a woman.
So
You're
what
just
is
a
femininity?
feminine man with traits of a female.
Okay, so
That's why
what
it's called
happened? What
femininity.
happened here is you just kicked the can down the road instead of answering the question I asked you. So I asked you what traits would be necessary. You said femininity, and then I said, "What's femininity?" And you said, "Well, traits." So then I'm just going to ask you again,
No,
what would those
saying-
traits? What is the trait someone has to have in order for them to be a woman?
You have to be a female.
Okay, kick the can down the road again. So let's now go to this. What does somebody have to possess in order to be female?
You have to be born female.
But what are the we get that, but what are the traits of a female? Like here, I'll give you an example, right? Like if I were you, maybe I would say like the traits of a female are having a vagina. Like having a vagina is a trait, you know? Like talking during the movies is a trait. Like anything to describe, like how would you describe the
There's
traits
specific
that
things
make
I'm not
someone
going to say
a
because
You
female?
just given a necessary condition to be black, Naima.
like if
What?
I say
I know. I was wondering if anyone would catch that. Sorry,
look,
yes,
if
Tyler.
I say being a woman, like a trait of being a woman is to get impregnated, you guys are going to say, but some women can't get pregnant. Therefore,
Yes.
therefore, yada, yada, yada.
Tyler, the reason
That's
why we would
annoying.
say
I
that,
know how y'all think.
Tyler, just listen. The reason we would say that is because in order for a category to be exclusionary, there has to be a necessary condition with zero exceptions. To give you an example of this, in order to be
That's
a
what
square,
you believe.
No, Tyler, are there any
But this is
three-sided
just a fact.
squares? Are there any three-sided squares at all?
No.
No, because
course
in order
not.
to be a
Triangle.
square, one of the necessary conditions to be a square is having four sides. You cannot be a square without this condition because it's an exclusionary category. So if you're telling me
Exactly.
that
You
woman
can't
is
be a woman without being a female.
okay, so then
So
what must
what
you have to be
is-
female?
Yes, exactly.
You have to be born, as in God created you born.
I was born.
a female to become.
Wait,
But you
that's
weren't
a
born
you're
female.
giving a circular answer, Tyler. You're saying in order to be female, you have to be female. Okay, but what
Look,
makes you female? What makes someone female?
Well, we all know the obvious question. You're just going to keep dancing around, coming up with a different
We're not
reason to
dancing around
justify your
We
anything.
belief.
literally just want to hear what you like, what makes someone female, just for you. So then we can kick the actual debate off. Because right now we just want to understand what a female is to you.
It's really female is somebody who is born as a female. That's what it is. You are born female. You cannot change
Homie,
and say
homie.
I'm now a woman.
If I go
cannot-
if I go into biology and I start to classify things and go, to be this, you just must be born this, they're gonna look at me like I've got three heads. Because you're not answering the question, which is what do you
But
have
you're
to
the
have
one
to
who's
be
in
a female?
confusion.
No,
Can we try
I'm not
something? Can we try
confused.
something? Wait, Tyler, let's try something. Let's pretend you have a friend who's blind and they ask you, what is a dog, right? And they've never seen a dog, right? So now you have to describe the traits that make a dog, right? Well, dogs tend to have long coats of fur. Dogs have tails. Dogs have ears. They have four legs, right? That's what we're asking you to describe. What is a woman? What makes somebody female by your definition? And let's see if we can agree, right? That's where we're going with this. So what makes someone female?
It's very simple. You are born a female, which is a woman.
Oh my God.
It is very simple.
Tyler,
but you're confused.
I really want to continue this conversation, but I'm just going to give you some insight on myself. I have a scale. And when that scale hits a certain point, I just start insulting people's intelligence. And you're getting real close to that point, Tyler. I don't want to hit that point, Tyler. But you're getting real close to that point, Tyler.
I feel bad. I feel like I'm talking to a kid. I don't want to hurt his feelings.
No, I'm trying to explain to you. You guys are confused. You've been deceived by the devil. And people
Tyler, I read biology textbooks, and they disagree with you. So you're telling me that you have this magical information that all of biology is in disagreement with. That's interesting.
So let me ask you this. You're saying a trans man is a man, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So you saying they're a man, so they're no longer trans men, right?
Trans is an adjective, my friend.
Men. Yes.
Okay, then how? No. Your title right here. It says trans men.
Do you see the space bar? Do you see the space after trans and before men? That's because trans is an adjective to the word man. Just like if I said I was a black man, that doesn't make me not a man. It's just the type of man that I am.
Let's talk about a different one, because obviously we're not going to agree on this.
Well, Tyler, we're not going to agree because you can't define what makes someone or a man or a woman. We're not changing reality. You don't understand reality.
Tyler, Tyler, real quick. Are all females women?
Are all females women? Yes, of course, because the term woman is assigned to females.
So let me just ask you a question. Like, I'm going to describe a woman, and you tell me if you're interested in her. Okay. She has floppy, fuzzy ears. She has a cute, wet button nose. She has a waggly tail. You said all females are women, Tyler.
We're talking about human, not animal.
I didn't ask you if human females were women, Tyler.
Yes.
You also got female bunnies. You got male bunnies. What about it?
Yes. So exactly. That's the point. You just said all females are women when that's not true.
Let me ask you this.
So you just agreed to something that is completely untrue, and then you called yourself on it.
Let me ask you this. Is a male
please
is a male a trans woman?
Is a male?
Can a male be a trans woman?
Some trans women are males. Some trans women are females.
Okay. So how does that make sense when you're just using words to say? Look, you guys are confused, and I'm trying to make it as simple as possible, but
Tyler,
you guys are distorting reality.
I hate to break it to you.
God.
I hate to break it to you. I'm so much more studied on this than you ever will be. Like, I hate to be that guy.
Study doesn't mean you know things.
Actually, that's like the definition of knowing things.
Let me ask you this. Why do transgenders kill themselves at a high rate?
Because people like you are people like you bully them and don't take them seriously.
Ask about the suicide rate?
You guys are changing what God designed.
Tyler, I hate to break it to you. Again, because I've studied on this, every study we have, every peer-reviewed academic source, the causation of suicide in the trans community is societal and familial stigmatization. So
confusion.
Tyler, do you have an academic source that proves that it's confusion?
I could study lies too and say I know stuff. I mean,
you did study lies. You're a Christian. Obviously, you study lies. Most of your life is a lie.
No.
What do you mean? You believe the Earth is 6,000 years old, don't you?
That's what the Bible says. Genealogy.
Exactly.
Well,
you believe there was a global flood that killed everybody except for except for 8 people. And then you believe that 6 of those 8 people repopulated the entire Earth. Your life was built on a lie.
We're all incest babies.
Okay, well, we're
the
at
only
50,
incest baby I'm
clearly we believe
is
different stuff.
But...
You're not no more right than me when I believe.
You're not no more right.
Believe what you believe.
Well, Tyler, it's not.
So it's
but there are things called facts, though. Like we can have a difference of opinions,
I got a question.
You can because an opinion could be. Hold on, pause. No, I'm going to talk. So an opinion could be like, I don't like trans people, right? Like that's your opinion, and our opinions can be different, and there's no way to verify whose opinion is true or not, right? Because that's what an opinion is. But a fact, like all women are females, like every female is a woman, that can be proven or disproven, right? That is a statement that is addressing objective reality, right? When you are trying to make an statement about objective reality, we can prove it right or wrong, which we've just done like 20 times.
No, you use manipulative wordplay to confuse people.
What word? What
you
word
do.
specifically did we use that
I
was
think it's just
manipulative?
big words.
Can you give the
Let me ask you
word
this.
specifically?
Let me ask you this.
Is it more than 2 syllables?
If a trans woman lays with a man, is it still homosexuality? Yes or no?
If a trans woman lays with
a cisgender man?
A man. Yes.
I'd say probably not,
man.
no.
No, I'd say that's a straight relationship, yeah.
No, but no. Homosexuality means two males having sex with each other.
So Tyler,
Yes.
if there was a trans
know that.
man, there's a trans man who looked exactly like me but had a vagina, and you fucked them, you'd say you're straight?
Yeah, that's still a female.
Buddy.
Oh,
I mean, again, it's 50-50. You're believing the lie.
You
I'm
better
not.
watch some DMs. He might be after you.
Hey, yo.
I mean, you're
Tyler.
It's like you. What do you want? I mean, you're not going to believe what I believe, and I'm not going to believe what
Tyler,
you
you're
believe.
not telling us what you believe. Like, you're quite
You
literally.
don't want to believe because you want to believe the lie.
Tyler, I would love to believe, but you just keep saying a female is a female. You're not telling us anything. Tyler, if I talk to some... Tyler, wait, experiment. Here, Tyler, let's do an experiment. Pretend I'm an alien. My name is Zeepzorp from the planet Malurka, okay? So I'm Zeepzorp.
Yeah.
This is my first day on Earth. I don't know what a female is, so can you tell me?
No, because that's a stupid argument. Aliens don't exist.
Well, but let's not get into aliens. But Tyler, that's the point. That's the point. That's why I did the example of the blind person and how you explain, like, that is the point. If you can't define what a female is and what traits make someone a female, then how can you say that trans people aren't men and women? If you can't even define what a female is. Like, it's a biological word. Do you know the traits that make someone female?
It's that simple. It's
Brother.
someone born female.
But that's
car. Did you know a car is something that was made a car?
Exactly.
A tree
there
is
you go.
something
a car is made a car.
Homie.
A woman is born a female. A female is born a woman.
Imagine if you open a dictionary and you say, I want to learn the dictionary definition of tree. And when you go to the dictionary definition of tree, it says a tree is a tree. There's no information from that. You can't picture what a tree is from that definition. You don't know what a tree is, but it's not obvious.
Tyler got all your information from Luther Vandross. You said a chair is still a chair.
Yeah, because I see it's a chair. I know what a chair is. Just
Brother,
like
okay, Tyler.
Wait,
Tyler. How do you know? Tyler, how do you know what a chair is?
Because I live in reality.
Tyler, how do you know what a chair is?
Because I live in reality. I look at a chair and I see what a chair is.
How do you know that when you look at something, it's a chair?
Because
what qualities make something a chair? I know. You know. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He literally is. He's on Elmo mode. Like, he can't get past a toddler's level of thinking.
You're overcomplicating it.
We're not overcomplicating it. I think you do.
Yes, you are.
Tyler, look at this.
The transgender.
This is how. Hold on. Pause. Because we're getting confused. This is how reality works. Confused. And no, you are deeply confused. So when you look at a thing, when you're Tyler, listen to me, because I don't think you understand this. The way that you know something is a chair, this is the process that's happening in your mind. You're looking at this thing. It goes through your retinas into your brain. And then your brain is like, boop, 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 calculating, right? And now it's like, so I know that chairs are things that I can sit on. I know that they are usually made of wood or these types of materials. I know that they look this kind of way. What are the traits that make something a chair? And because I know those traits, I can say, this is chair, right? That's how someone learns a language. This is the
psychological phenomenon called schema.
Yes, this is existing and consciousness and how we experience and interact with the world around us. This is what babies learn. This is like something you started doing the minute you popped out. So what we're asking you is, based on all of your life experience, based on all of the people that you've observed, all the texts you've read, what traits make someone a female?
I could give you the obvious answer, but you deny it.
No, just
What?
what traits.
Yes.
When you look at a person,
Yes.
when you look at a person and your brain decides this person is a female, what did you look at? What about them made you decide that?
The Adam's apple. The Adam's apple makes him a man.
Homie,
You can't
Okay,
remove
so
I
that
that's
and
don't
a
become a
know.
trait.
woman.
That's
Wait,
one.
I don't know if you know this, Tyler. Every female
Uh-huh.
has an Adam's apple. They just sometimes are
No, it
less
doesn't.
visible.
No.
Yes, I
No.
have
Tyler,
an Adam's apple. It's just
hold on,
smaller.
Tyler. How much money would you like to place on this bet right now? I will bet you $20 of
betting,
my own
dude.
money. Then you're not confident, bud.
Okay, well, how about this? A uterus makes you a woman. How about that one?
What about women born without uteruses? What are they?
They're still women.
Oh, so you don't need a
They're
uterus to be a
still
woman.
Females. I mean,
So you don't
the
need a
male and the
uterus to be
fem-
female.
The male and the female have different brains, dude.
Tyler, is every
The brains are
human
different.
female a woman?
Is every human female a woman? Yes.
Okay,
obviously.
so like a 3-year-old human female is a woman?
Well, that's a little girl. That's you're using word.
So not every
justify.
human female is a woman, Tyler.
Well, because we don't use the word woman for a little girl.
Because not every
obviously.
human female is a woman, right, Tyler?
That has nothing to do with a man changing everything.
It
to
does though,
pretend
because
to be
you
a
just
woman.
said
That's
that.
different. No,
Well,
it
it has
doesn't.
everything to do with the fact
Okay.
that you're wrong, though. Like you just said a
You're-
statement
no,
that was
you-
wrong,
no,
and then
you're
Jovan proved you
wrong.
wrong. But you were just wrong.
No,
oh my
you're
god.
wrong. You're using manipulative
Oh my
words
God.
to
No,
justify
you.
you do.
What
You're
manipulation?
wrong.
He said
Manipulation.
he said woman. He said human. He said female. Which one of those words is manipulative? In what
Again,
how?
you're
How?
using words in a manipulative
We're
way.
using words?
to
Oh
justify.
shit. I didn't
Yes.
know we were speaking.
Yes, you're doing.
My bad, I'll do it in sign
manipulation to
language.
Justify it.
I'll do it in hieroglyphics.
Tyler, what are we doing right now? What are we doing right now? We're
Let me ask
debating.
you this. Did you
right?
make this play-
is a debate. Did you think we were going to be like what? What did you think
Let me
we were
ask
doing
you
right
this.
now?
Did you create this place, or were you born here?
I created it. I'm God.
You God?
Oh shit.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Prove that I'm
you're
not.
God. Okay, cool.
Prove that I'm
I'm
not.
cool
So
with it.
since you're God, you're allowed to change everything, right?
I'm God in human form. Like with Jesus, he wasn't able to do his God stuff
Yeah.
when he was Jesus. So I'm God in human form.
So
I'm not able to do
are
all
we
my
like
God
changing everything now? Like, are we
Yeah,
justifying
prove that I'm not
sexual
God.
immorality?
stuff. Prove that I'm not God.
Well, I just call you a liar.
Ready?
There's
I'm about to
proof.
perform a miracle for you live on camera. I'm about to perform a
Yeah.
miracle. Hold on. Get ready for it. Get
Yeah,
ready
come
for
on.
it. Ready?
Well, I'm not watching. I'm in the call.
Oh,
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 shit! He
I
just
just
did
did a miracle.
huge
Oh my God, live on camera.
Oh fuck!
Prove it
fuck.
wasn't.
Yo, Jovan just cured my depression. Oh my god.
Let's go to.
I'm a faith healer.
let's
Wait,
go to
I'm a faith healer. I'm
systematic
actually
racism.
a paraplegic. Ready? I'm gonna faith heal myself. Faith heal. Oh my God! And then I stood up.
Let's
Holy
go to
shit!
systematic racism. Let's talk
You
about
don't even know
racism.
what you don't even know what the word is.
What's racism? Define it.
No, you don't know what the word
bitch.
systemic is, bud.
By the way,
But
my camera might
yeah,
die.
it stands.
low-key.
Yeah.
She's getting
Define
low.
it. I don't
Can
know
I charge
anything.
it? Hold on.
Do you not have a what kind of camera do you have?
Oh, I have a Sony FX30. It's plugged into my thing. Let's see if I can charge it while I'm streaming.
You need a dummy battery, fam.
I know. I lost my dummy battery. I don't know where it went. I went on vacation. It was gone.
Anyways, can I say something about the trans stuff, and then we'll go to a different topic?
I mean, you've been saying stuff about the trans stuff this whole time. You just haven't said anything of substance.
Well, look. Long story short, there's evil spirits and the devil here confusing everybody, and it's confusing everybody. That's what.
God,
all
do
it
I need
is.
to
So
add?
let's
Do I
talk
need
about
to
the
re-add
racism.
the Christian God being evil to the list? Do I need to re-add that topic right now?
I
The
mean, he
devil
only
isn't
wants
God.
to.
I
His
mean,
only
like-
evidence is God. So maybe. I mean, fuck.
Your
My
only evidence is
God
making
an
up
evil
things.
God. My God is an evil God. He
Let's talk
killed
about the
so
racism.
many babies. He killed. Let's talk about what?
The systematic racism and white privilege.
If you can say the right word, maybe.
Systematic
Nope.
racism.
Try again.
You still nope.
Systemic.
Yeah,
Oh, systemic. Yeah.
There
I
you go.
misread it.
Woo! Reading's tough.
Systemic. Yeah,
Reading's tough. I know. What about it?
that's good.
Since you're
Define racism.
conceding.
What's racism to you?
Racism would be a system in which one racial group oppresses another racial group for political, social, or economic gain.
Okay. So why do I have black friends that have a higher social status than me. How have they been oppressed?
Because you're
Why
a
do you
fucking
have-
loser.
Why do you have black? Yeah, because you didn't use your white privilege correctly. That's why.
But how do I have white privilege when there's people that are higher than me in the social, whatever you guys call it, the social status thing?
Because you don't
How
know
are
what
they
white
being
privilege
oppressed?
means.
But now how am I lower in the social economics or
Homie,
whatever?
you don't even know what
Yeah,
white
because
privilege
people don't
means.
like you, Tyler. That's why. You ain't got no friends, homie.
Gang,
Go.
gang.
You haven't defined it and gave me
Name
facts.
3
I
black
mean,
people.
What? Name
Exactly.
3 black people.
Exactly. Tyler, white privilege does not
Lamonte,
mean
Devin.
right. Tyler, white privilege does not mean that your life as a white person is going to be easier than a black person's life. It means that you will not face the same systemic barriers that they face based on race. You don't have
What
those
barriers?
systemic barriers.
What are the barriers?
We can look
What
at
are
the
they?
fact that black people are arrested like 20 times more than white people.
They commit crime.
Actually, they're
Yes.
arrested more.
Yes.
Conviction rates
Because
are
they
a lot
commit
different
a
than you
crime.
think. No, because
They
they're
commit a crime.
Tyler,
Yes.
what's the difference between an arrest and a conviction?
Well, an
Let's see if you
arrest
know.
is when you get arrested for possibly committing a crime.
Are people innocent in this country until proven guilty, or are they guilty until proven innocent?
They're innocent until proven guilty.
So when someone's arrested, they are legally what? Innocent or guilty?
They're innocent.
So
But you
when
don't
you
get arrested
Tyler,
just
stop.
out of
Tyler,
blue.
stop.
Yeah.
Stop. So you're telling me that so when I tell you black people are arrested more, they're not committing the crimes more, they're arrested more. Do you know which race has the most false arrests out of all the races?
Let me ask you this. Why?
Oh, you're not going to answer that question, Tyler?
I didn't listen to it.
I know you didn't. Listening is tough for you. I know.
So
I know.
why
We're
are
very
there other
confused.
black people that don't?
The only
I'm
way
confused how you guys are
the only
confused.
way Tyler can listen is if we dangle keys in front of him. Sorry, I don't have keys to dangle right now.
Let me ask you this: if other black men and women disagree with you, how are they not right, but you're the right one?
Because those
They're
are
black
because
too.
those. Go ahead, Naima.
Can we go back to the difference between an opinion and a fact, right? So, because
So
I
when
think
they don't
I
agree
think
with
that's
you, it's an opinion.
well, no. Here's the thing. So, disagreeing is a difference of opinion, right? But systemic racism is something that can be observed and proven to be a fact. So, it doesn't necessarily matter that they don't agree, like, oh, systemic racism doesn't impact me as much, whatever. It still exists, right? Like, okay, let's take here. Like, look, think about as hot, steamy shit, right? There's some freakos out there who are gonna be like, yo, a hot, steamy shit smells great. And there's some other people who are gonna be like, yo, I hate shits. Shit smells bad. I don't like it. Regardless of how you feel about shit, it still exists and it can still be observed, right? Right? So that's what we're saying.
Yeah, but
Even
what does
if
that
there
have
are
to do with
black
that?
people, oh my God, man
All right, well,
cannot.
Tyler, here's the beauty. Tyler, let's say it's raining outside and I need to go walk outside and I don't want my shoes to get wet. What should I put on my feet?
You should put rain boots on.
Got it. Thank you. Tyler, get the fuck out of here. Shout out to, who was that from? Steven or Stefan, I might have said that wrong, for the pay to boot, Tyler. See you, Tyler. Enjoy the Shadow Realm.
That's hilarious. Okay, before you bring your next caller on, I'm charging my camera and I hope this doesn't disconnect it. I just plugged it in HDMI and then I'm going to plug it.
I'm going to play Tyler's favorite song for 1 second. Oh, we just lost Naima completely.
Ah, shit.
Did that turn your camera off?
It did. No. Oh, wait. Hold on.
If you have an
Is it gonna
FX30, you should be able to use it as a webcam through your USB cord.
Well, so that's what I was doing, but
That
then
doesn't
am I back?
charge it as well?
I thought it did too.
On
But it's
Zoom,
just
like
dying.
click your camera on and off on Zoom.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, it says Zoom is unable to detect camera. It won't even. All right, fine. Why won't you let me connect through my HDMI
Oh,
cord?
shit.
Ugh, you
Oh,
bitch
shit.
ass. You bitch ass hoe. All right, fine. I'll just plug it back in and hope it doesn't die. Okay, here we go. Give me 1 second.
Homie, if you don't go
Oh, can
buy
you
a
guys
dummy
still hear
battery
me?
on Amazon right now. Yeah, we can still
I
hear you just
know.
fine.
I'm about to buy one. Okay. Here we go.
Here, I'm
Wait.
gonna play Tyler's favorite song, chat.
We are
That's his favorite song.
Okay, I'm back.
You're back.
Well, fuck it. We'll see. Actually, I should buy a dummy battery literally right now.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah,
Buy
I
the
might
dummy
buy one
battery.
literally in this second. In this exact second. I'm excited for the next. I thought they would be smarter. Are they all that stupid? That was
Yeah.
shocking. That's actually honestly harder than debating a smart person.
I'll be honest, most people will answer the question and give a condition. Tyler just said a female is a female and stuck to that. Like,
Well, he also just like didn't know the difference between like a fact and an opinion. Like it was that.
oh, I mean,
Florida
that's
like,
usual.
Like that's what I'm saying. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No wonder this country's so fucked. I didn't realize people were this dumb. That's something that like becoming a streamer and a influencer, I did not understand like really truly the extent of stupidity in this country. I was biased because I'm surrounded myself. I'm so grateful to be around such smart people. I didn't think people came this stupid. So that's always new.
It gets worse.
I'm shocked. That was like brain dead.
Let's bring up the next person who wants to debate an off-topic topic. So I don't mind moving to something that's not on the board today. Coming up next is another Tyler. We got Tyler calling from Arizona. Tyler, if you can hear me, please provide your age and pronouns.
It's another Tyler.
I'm 20 and what?
What's your pronouns, Tyler? That'd be fucking crazy.
I'm 20 and I don't want to fight about it, so you can just put he, him.
I can just put it. Tyler, if you don't want to be called he, him, I'll call you whatever you want.
She, her.
She, her,
no,
they, them.
I normally don't give pronouns, but I don't want to fight about it, so.
Well, do you have pronouns that what do people usually refer to you by? Do they, when your stuff is somewhere, do they say, oh, his stuff is over there?
He, him.
Okay, so your pronouns are
there
he.
You go.
Cool.
Sure.
Just in case you were wondering.
Whatever you want. I don't really care.
Well, okay, then would you like she, her? Because we can call you she, her.
I literally don't care. You can call me whatever you want.
Okay, she, her.
Tyler,
I mean, shit.
Tyler, what topic?
I quite literally could not care less.
You care a little bit. Tyler, what topic on the board did you want to talk about?
It's not on the board today, but I was going to talk about like immigration and Islam.
Oh.
What about it?
Islam is a fun debate. We can discuss Sahih al-Bukhari.
Why would we?
What's your stance?
Because it shows why Islam is completely incompatible with a civilized society.
So is Christianity. What's your point?
I'm not a Christian.
I don't
care about Christianity.
I didn't say you were.
But Christianity is better than Islam.
No, it's not.
Well, I guess that's so. Why? I guess why the focus on Islam specifically?
Because it's a culture of pedophilia.
So is Christianity. Next.
So is Christianity. Did you hear about the Catholic priests that
Christianity
were raping altar boys?
You want to
Did you hear about the Catholic priests that were raping the altar boys in the Catholic Church that was like openly covering it up, and instead of actually like condemning those priests, they just moved them to a different parish? You hear about that?
Yes, that is because the institution is corrupt. It's not because the institution in itself is bad. It has just been corrupted.
Why did God command Moses? Why did in Numbers? Wait, Tyler.
In its nature is bad.
Tyler, how come in Numbers God commanded Moses to take a bunch of child sex slaves?
I don't care.
Oh, but you care that wait. You care that Islam does it, but you don't care that Christianity does it. So it's a double standard.
Yes.
So you're racist.
So it's just because they're brown and they do it, it's bad, but when white people do it, it's okay?
Not all Muslims are brown.
So then why do you care
What are you talking about?
So
Most
then
mu-
why
most
do
mu-
you care?
racist
most
to me
most Muslims
to
are brown. If
assume
you
that
think it's
everybody
racist,
of a
if you think it's
certain
racist,
religion is a
Tyler, if
certain
you
The
think
race.
country
Tyler,
of
Tyler,
origin, where
yeah, if you think it's
like,
racist
that's
to say
just-
that people from predominantly brown countries believe in a faith from those brown countries, then you might be dumber than the last Tyler. I hate to break it to you.
I know the battle of the Tylers. Which one is dumber? Let's see. After this, we should take a vote.
We'll do a poll.
Okay, should we allow Islamic people into a civilized country?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Sahih al-Bukhari 5134 says that Muhammad married
Numbers
Aisha when
31
he was
says
6,
that God
and
commanded Moses to take a bunch of child sex slaves.
okay,
You allow Christians into the country, and their book says the same thing. So if you don't want Muslims in here, you have to be consistent and not want Christians in here either.
And honestly, if you want a completely
currently
secular
practice it?
country, I'd be into that. Like well, yes, Christians do currently practice it, like the Catholic priests I just talked
Literally.
about. They
Where?
are currently doing that in this country, in America, right now. This is like a
What?
documented history. Did you not hear about this? Do you want me to pull up a specific example? Because I can for you.
I can pull up a bunch of pastors and
Yeah,
priests who are
let's
fucking
do it.
kids. How many you
Here.
want?
What country
Don't
has
give
it
me
in
a
their
challenge.
laws? What Christian
In their
country has
laws?
it in their laws?
None of
Do
them.
you want
do, but
to
we're not
what
wait,
arguing
wait,
about a
wait, wait?
country.
Do you want to
allowed
talk? Do you want to
pedophilia?
talk about all the states that have child marriage on the books? Because we can.
I don't
Idaho,
support child marriage.
Ohio,
I know Utah just
Texas, Florida,
declined
Louisiana.
Seems to be happening a
Oh,
lot.
dear.
Tyler, can
I
you
mean,
stay?
Tyler-
Can you be logically consistent? Is that possible for you or no?
Yes.
We
Then
can
be
have
logically
this
consistent.
debate.
Okay, cool. So
but
we
yeah, you
shouldn't-
just have to
so we
condemn
shouldn't allow
Christianity in the
Christians
same
either.
way.
Cool. I'll
Yeah.
accept that. Can we talk about Islam
Okay.
now?
But why specifically Islam, though? Like, if the issue is pedophilia in religion, why is it only Islam that you care about?
Because in Islam, it is actually in their culture. It is
Is
the
it?
natural state of being of Islam.
And what is your evidence of this?
Sahih al-Bukhari 5134, Sahih
So
al-Bukhari
you said that already,
5130.
but that's in the book, sure. But in their culture, like how has pedophilia existed in Islamic culture? Can you give us an example of it?
Sure. There was a case in Pakistan recently where a man kidnapped a 13-year-old Christian girl and forced her to convert to Islam. The
That
family
happens here.
found her after about 6 months
Christians
and
do that
took
here.
the man to court. The court
Christians
sided
do
with
that
the
here.
kidnapper and made the 13-year-old girl go home with him to be repeatedly raped.
Christians do that here. So what's your point?
Basically, every minute a child is assaulted sexually in the U.S. Every minute.
Okay, I know. I was sexually assaulted when I was 16. So what?
So was
What
I.
are the law- what
but
are the
I'm
laws on the
saying is,
book,
though,
Tyler?
You're condemning a culture of pedophilia while you live in a culture of pedophilia, and you don't care about this one, but you care about theirs. Wouldn't it be more like, especially if
I
you're
care
someone
about
who's
both of them. I want to abolish all
But, okay,
pedophilia worldwide.
So then why not start with the pedophilia in the country that you live in? Like, why go to Islam? That's what's weird about it.
I'm starting with
Like,
everything.
I agree, pedophilia is, but you're not, though, because you don't
Is
want to talk
Iraq-
about
I am
Christianity.
starting with
Tyler,
America.
is
I wanna
Iraq,
kick out all the Muslims.
Is Iraq a predominantly Muslim country? Do they predominantly practice
Yes.
Islam?
Currently,
Why
yes.
is the age of consent in Iraq 18? I thought you said that they practiced what was in the book.
Maybe legally the age of consent is 18, but socially it's not.
Well, legally, the age of consent here is lower. It goes by state, and like legally, the age of consent in New Jersey, the state I'm from, is 16. Like a 40-year-old man could have
Yeah,
sex
it's
with a
16 in
16-year-old
Washington,
legally.
too.
So in Iraq, this Muslim country, this bad Islam country, the age of consent is 18. In America, in many states in America, the age of consent is 16.
That was me. That was
should
me.
change it.
The age of consent is 16, right? In America, in many states in America, the age of consent is 16. So how can you be mad
Oh, we
at
should
their
change it to
culture that
18.
is less? Okay, great. So then why not focus on America? Why not focus on the pedophilia that you have experienced, that I have experienced, that is affecting the children here? That's what's strange
I
about it,
am
is that you're like,
focusing on
oh, it's,
America. I want to kick out all of the Muslims from America.
but it's not only Muslims
And
though. It's
also,
Yeah, why
Christians
don't
as
why
well.
don't wait? Why don't you
America
want to
first.
kick out all of the Americans that are pedophiles? Why do you
Pedophiles.
only want to kick out the Muslim ones?
I don't want to kick out the pedophiles that are in America. I want to kill them.
Wow, you're
So
so,
you-
brave.
Preferably slowly and
so
painfully
brave.
and
You're so
publicly.
brave.
So then what?
You're so
Yeah,
brave.
I guess.
So brave.
I mean, I guess like everyone could agree, like, let's kick out all the pedophiles in the country. Let's kill them. I'm fine with that. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to defend them. But it's just this obsession with Islam that's freaking me out, man. It's kind of weird. It's just like, why? I don't like pedophiles,
Why
therefore
would
I
you
don't
be
like
freaked out by
Islam.
wanting to kill pedophiles?
No, it's not that. I literally just explained. It's not the killing pedophiles part. It's the idea that the only pedophiles are Islamic people. Like, if your issue is pedophilia, why are you so obsessed with Islam? What the fuck does, like, what?
Okay, are you familiar with the idea or concept of taqiyya?
Can you just answer that question though? Like, if your issue is with pedophilia, why are you focused on Muslims?
I just answered it. Are you familiar with the concept of taqiyya?
Will you explain it for me?
In Islamic culture, taqiyya, you are allowed to lie in front of your God if it advances the goals of Islam.
That's not what that is. That's not what taqiyya. That's not what taqiyya is. That's not what taqiyya is. You're lying right now. Taqiyya
Yes, it is.
no, it's not. Taqiyya quite literally means you're allowed to lie about your faith to others if telling them what your faith is would get you killed. Maybe do a quick Google search before you start using the word. It would be like
I
real
literally
simple.
did before I asked you the definition, because I knew that one was.
Like, you
Okay,
quite
what about the
literally don't know what you're
jizya?
talking about. How about you answer me this?
What about the jizya, Jovan?
Give me a passage of the Quran that explicitly states that God is okay, the God of the Quran is okay with sleeping with children. Like, he grants it as a rule of thumb. The answer is he doesn't.
guess
You're just gonna point to Muhammad slept with Aisha, which I agree is fucking wrong. But like, at that time, so were Christians doing the same shit. They were all fucking kids. So point to me
but
where the
Muslims
faith. Stop
today
talking. I don't know why. I don't know why you're talking. I don't know why you're talking right now.
Muhammad
I don't
is
know why
the
you're
most
speaking right
perfect
now.
man to
I don't know
ever
why you're
exist.
speaking right now. I don't know why you're speaking right now. That's crazy. I didn't tell you could speak. Christians believe that Moses was great and he was fucking child sex slaves. So again, I say to you, Tyler, with a T, point me to the verse in the Quran that explicitly states it's okay to sleep with a child.
Sahih al-Bukhari
I knew
5134.
it was
Doesn't say that.
I was waiting
Yes,
for her to
it
say that
does.
shit.
It
No,
says
it doesn't.
that Muhammad consummated his marriage with Aisha when she was 9.
That
Consummating a
doesn't.
marriage
First of
means
all,
they had sex.
hold on. Take a pause.
Therefore, he
First of all,
raped a
take a pause.
9-year-old.
Take a pause, Tyler. The Quran never states Aisha's age. Her age is only stated in, I don't remember what it's called, but it's not in the Quran. The Quran never states her age. It's stated in other Islamic texts, which are written from Aisha, where Aisha says that she was 6 when she got married and 9 when her marriage was consummated. Like, written historical text from Aisha. I asked you for in the Quran, in the Hadith, thank you, chat. I asked you for where in the Quran does God say it's okay to fuck kids? Because he does it in the Bible. He does it in Numbers. But he doesn't seem to be doing it in the Quran, where God explicitly says it's okay to do this. But in Numbers, in the Bible, he says it's okay to fuck child sex slaves. Where's he do it in the Quran?
Jovan, the hadiths are an extension of the Quran.
No, they aren't. They're usually used in tandem, but they're separate writings. That'd be like saying like fucking the writings of Josephus are connected to the Bible. They're not.
That'd be like saying Dante's Inferno is
used
part of
to
the Bible.
create
It's
law.
not. But they're not, though. You haven't proven that.
Literally, wait, name me a Muslim country in which the age of consent is lower than the lowest age of consent in America.
And here, I'll give you the lowest age
I
of
believe
consent in America.
Pakistan or Iran.
Iran, it's 18.
So the lowest age of consent
no, I'm sorry.
is
Iran
16 here.
Iran is,
Iran for
I think Iran
males is 15.
Yeah, I think Iran is 15.
Iran for males is 15. For females, it's for whenever they hit puberty.
Well,
So
Pakistan
that
is
could be
18.
as young as like 12.
So Pakistan is 18. So I'm glad you switched to Iran because you were wrong about Pakistan.
Iran, you are right about. There is the age of consent is around puberty loss. It's a puberty standard.
And in America, age of consent is 15.
Yes,
Lowest
there
age
are
of consent.
also verses in the Hadiths that say you are allowed to divorce a girl who hasn't hit puberty yet, meaning you must be allowed to marry her if you're allowed to divorce her.
The Hadith aren't laws. The Hadith are not rules given by God. The Hadith is narratives written by different people.
It's not part of the Quran.
The Hadith is not rules or regulations. You keep saying they're doing it based on their belief, but their book doesn't tell them they can do this. Now, listen, I believe religion should mostly be disbanded. I don't like any religion. It's not because they're out here fucking kids. I'd have to hold that standard for more than just religion, because pedophiles come in all shapes and sizes, not just religious ones. However, you're setting an unreasonable standard that doesn't hold logically to all things. You're just special pleading that these are the pedophiles we should fuck with. But not all the other ones, like, whatever, let them stay. They're not bad. But these ones who you can't even prove all of them are doing it, you're just trying to blanket Muslim ban, which is stupid.
I say all Muslims should die. Just
because you're a piece of
sorry, I misspoke.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant pedophiles. All pedophiles should die.
Sounds like the quiet part snuck out.
Higher rate of pedophilia.
Tyler, sounds like the quiet part snuck out.
That was a crazy Freudian slip. But Tyler, here's the issue, right?
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
So you're saying that you don't like Muslims because they're pedophiles, but you're not attacking any other version of pedophilia, of which there are thousands, including Christianity, including just secular pedophiles, right? Like Jeffrey Epstein, like one of the worst pedophiles in the country, is not Muslim, right? Well, I guess he's dead now, but was not Muslim. So the issue with your argument, ma'am,
there's conspiracy theory, but
he's not Muslim. No, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein is not Muslim.
I never said
but
he
anyway,
was Muslim.
Tyler, the issue is the fact that you only care about pedophilia in this culture and not in any other culture is kind of just feels like you hate Muslims and you need an excuse to hate them. Because if the real issue is pedophilia, you would give a fuck about pedophilia that has nothing to do with religion. You would give a fuck about the Catholic priests that are actively raping young boys and like the Catholic Church not doing anything about it, right? The issue, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And it's rooted in your hatred
Naima,
of Muslim people.
Naima,
yes.
Why do women wear the hijab?
Why? Because it's a religious practice. The same way that a Jewish man wears a yarmulke. The same way as Jewish men cover their hair. It's to cover their hair out of respect for God. That is a law in Judaism as well.
It just takes a different form. For God. It's to prevent the Muslim men around them from being sexually aroused and having sexual thoughts.
What can you cite in the Quran where it says wear the hijab?
By Muslims.
That's not true. But where in the Quran?
It has been explained to me by Muslims.
Well, did that Muslim write the Quran?
No, the writer of the Quran,
where in the Quran,
at least in their culture, was Allah.
Okay, but he didn't write it though. That's God. Again, just like God didn't write the Bible, it was written by men. So where in the Quran does it say the purpose of the hijab?
Transcribed by men.
Okay, so where in the Quran, again, does it say that the purpose of a hijab is to prevent yourself from being raped by men and not out of respect for God? Just what,
I don't remember the exact verse. I know it's in there somewhere.
Yeah, because it's not though.
I just don't have that verse written down.
That's not the purpose of a hijab. It is to be respectful to your God.
I will say, I did look it up. Surah Al-Asab says, "O Prophet, tell your wives and your daughters and the women of the believers to bring down over themselves part of their outer garments that is more suitable that they will be known and not abused." Doesn't necessarily say they're going to be like assaulted or anything. But I will just say, like, the Bible has these same types of things. For 1 Corinthians says, for if a woman does not cover her head, she might as well have her hair cut off. Paul also says, but every woman who prays or prophesizes with her head uncovered dishonors her head. Like,
Jovan,
all
now
of
you're
these same
arguing his
things.
argument better than him.
Like, it's just embarrassing.
Okay, Jovan.
I don't like the way you
If
say my
the
name, Tyler.
purpose of a hijab is to prevent women from getting assaulted, why are children wearing the hijab?
Children get assaulted too. Children
Also,
get assaulted
I
here.
don't think.
What does that have to do with anything?
If Muslim men aren't attracted to children at a higher rate, why do they make children wear the hijab?
This is an error that you have. You
Also-
think assault is about attraction. Assault is primarily about power dynamics. It almost rarely is about attraction.
Okay, and your point?
Ain't no fucking shot. Ain't no shot, bro. I got to be getting punked after that one.
The point is, even if you wear a hijab, you can still get fucking raped. That's the point.
Okay, obviously.
Yes.
Well, we knew that already. What are we talking
Because
about here?
the purpose of the hijab is not exclusively rape and pedophilia prevention. It is out of respect for God. If the only goal was rape and pedophilia prevention, because it doesn't matter what a child is wearing. If somebody wants to rape a child, they're going to, regardless of what they're wearing, right? So that's not the exclusive purpose of a hijab. You're trying to use the hijab to connect like their cultural practice with pedophilia, and it doesn't make sense because a child can get raped no matter what they're wearing.
Okay, sure. Okay. No, you're right.
Thank you. Wow, I appreciate
How
that.
about IQ rates and inbreeding?
Ain't no fucking shot, bro. Just brought up IQ rates. Ain't no shot.
So, dude, you just hate Muslims. You just hate Muslims.
IQ
Like,
in
come on.
Somalia is literally mentally retarded in the United States.
Okay.
Honestly,
First and
Tyler, I
foremost,
think this-
first, hold on.
retarded.
Tyler, if you use the R slur again, you are going to be removed from the stream. Just FYI.
I'm using it as a medical term.
Dude, that
No,
doesn't
it's
exist
not
as
a
a medical
medical
term
term.
anymore. That's not a term
Yes.
anymore. You just like to use the word. Like, let's just keep it $1.50.
Okay, stupid. Does that work?
Honestly, Tyler,
Is-
well,
is
that's
that
not a medical term
acceptable, or
either.
does that hurt your
No,
feelings?
stupid is
Tyler,
not a medical term
what
either.
source do you have that Somalia's IQ is low? Provide
let me
one.
find it in my list here, because
You ain't
yes,
got
I
this.
do have a list.
No, you don't.
While
I
you're
have a
while
list
you're looking in your very
Every
long
Muslim
list,
country, a bunch of stats from all of
I
them.
bet you're
While
gonna
you're
use. I
looking
bet
at
you're
your
gonna use.
very-
I bet you're gonna use Richard Lynn, aren't you? I bet you're gonna use Richard Lynn, and I bet you don't know that Richard Lynn's study on this is widely criticized because he used very underrepresented sample size, and he used
No,
his methodology
I just
is
put
terrible.
it in Chat GPT and copy and pasted it into a notes
You're
document.
a fucking moron.
oh, you know ChatGPT be lying.
I'll just debate ChatGPT. Like, we
AI
could just debate
hallucinated.
ChatGPT then, I guess, and get the same
ChatGPT would be a
experience.
better debater than you. I actually think it would be a much better experience. I mean, this is like you're doing a disservice to ChatGPT. I feel bad.
We can look at all of this. So
Well, you didn't.
Saudi
You just took. Wait, I just want to point out, Tyler. Tyler, I just want to point out. You didn't look at this. You just had ChatGPT spit you out numbers without fact checking those numbers. You didn't look at shit.
Yeah, because there's like 50 Muslim countries in the world. I don't want to do all of that.
Well, you shouldn't hate
takes too
Muslim
long.
people if you're not willing to do real research on it. Also, can we just, so now that we've switched away from the pedophilia argument, I think this debate would go a lot quicker if you just admit that the issue is you hate Muslim people. Can we just put it that out there? Like, come on, you just hate them.
I hate the Muslim culture.
You don't know what the Muslim
you're
culture
I'll
is.
go with that.
You don't know what the Muslim
You hate the
culture is.
Muslim culture that you learned from ChatGPT.
Anyway, here's the best part. Here's what ChatGPT just told me. It said, someone paid $20, drop Tyler C, you fucking douchebag.
That was, wow. But they're
Fucking
dumb.
Christ.
So which one do you think is stupider?
That
now
one.
we got to vote.
That one's just racist. That one's racist.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's a tie. I think they were both pretty fucking stupid.
True.
It's
Shout
hilarious that
out
he wanted to talk about average IQ, though.
Literally. Shout out to Shifting Shade for the PayPal to get rid of Tyler. Remember, guys, if there's ever a call where we hit 20 minutes and you're like, I want this person gone, $20, and I get rid of them. Also, support the show. We've got super chats that we'll read a little bit later, but support the show. You remember, it does cost money to keep the call-in line open. Costs money to give to the call-in screeners. So if you want to make sure you help the show move, Cash App and Venmo are on the screen to help the show stay live. We've got some more people on the line that we're going to get to.
Okay, before we get to them, let me grab my food. That guy wow, that was really sad. The pedophilia argument, that pissed me the fuck off. It's like, dude, what?
I say we
that
kick
hurt
them
my
all
heart.
out. Get rid of all Tylers. And like,
you know what? Honestly, I think the Tyler culture is the real issue. You want to talk about fucking low-ass IQ culture?
Oh, Coda, I never read your Venmo. Hold on, let me read
Let me grab my food.
Let me read the Venmos and stuff that we got. Coda said, I hit the second stream. Wait. Let me see. Let me read this real quick. I hit the second stream. Now I'm going to hit the Venmo. Was going to super chat, but lame ass YouTube wouldn't let me do a 9/11 joke. Everyone says 9/11 jokes now. That's crazy. That was crazy, Coda. We're going to do all the super chats at the end, so keep those super chats coming. Bro, what a crazy day. What a crazy day. Low IQ Tyler culture. Well, if anybody brings up IQ to you, it's so stupid. Every major predominant IQ test is born from the same place, which is a nonsense. IQ doesn't test anything. IQ doesn't determine whether you're smart. IQ is mostly pattern recognition. Like, it determines like how good you are at pattern recognition. So just like ignore IQ is nonsense.
By the way, my IQ, I actually got the test when I was tested for ADHD. They just kind of do it at the same time. And they told me that my IQ couldn't be calculated. And I was like, well, why? Well, kind of. It was like off the charts in like verbal reasoning, and then just like super average in like I forget, it was some like mathematics skill-based processing. But because it wouldn't be a representative number of my actual intelligence, they were like, this just wouldn't be like, you have one number that's just skewing the shit out of it. And I was like, all right. Shit.
My IQ was perfect, and I have perfect IQ, 20/20 IQ. Actually, I left my Naima. You're gonna entertain chat. I actually have food that I put in the thing before we started, and it's been sitting in my toaster oven, so I'm gonna grab that.
Oh damn! I was about to nuke mine. Okay, we'll do a round robin. How are we doing, chat? I can't see your chat. I can't read them. It's just like little squiggles on the screen. It looks like when AI does writing. You know, when AI tries to write shit, it's just like it looks like that. My IQ test came back positive for spandex. I've lost brain cells. That's how I'm doing. That was a lost brain cells debate. You know, it's funny because I have only really debated master debaters. I've never debated just morons on the internet. This is a new one.
That's not true. You debated Andrew Wilson. That's not true.
Well, yes, but at least people who don't debate professionally. Because honestly, these guys make Andrew Wilson look smart. I was like, wow, I didn't realize.
I love debating.
Someone in my chat is asking me. I kind of like it too. It's really easy. It's like it's like taking candy from a baby. Like, it's just like, wow. Someone in my chat told me to ask you about Nate/Billy. I don't know what that is.
Nate Billy is a regular, although he hasn't called in a while. He said some of the dumbest shit.
Oh.
We have repeat callers.
Oh, that's great. This is fun. I think I'm going to start doing this. You got to tell me how you do this.
I can get you all set up.
That would actually be super helpful because this is hella fun.
Chat, on YouTube, there's 1,000 of you watching the stream, but only 400 likes. Hit that like button if you want more people up in this piece.
Wow.
219-327-8005 if you want to debate. We're going to bring up the next person. So, coming up next to stream is Brian. Brian is calling from Florida and wants to talk about trans men and women being men and women. Brian, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
39, and I'm a male.
Great. What are your
I'm a
male
man.
pronouns?
I'm a man. I'm a he, him.
There you go.
There you go.
Now,
Jinx.
Brian, Brian, you're calling about trans men and women being men and women. Let me just give you the preamble so you got it. Now, we believe trans men and women are men and women because there is no single biological trait that is both necessary and exceptionless for defining those terms. Therefore, gender is clearly a social or sociological classification. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I do disagree.
Shocking.
Why?
So you're saying, what's that?
Nothing. Just keep going.
I didn't hear what you said.
Not
No,
everything's
I just
about
said
you,
shocking.
Brian.
Yes. It's okay, Brian. Just do your thing, man. We got you.
Okay. So basically you're saying that human beings they don't fit perfectly into man and woman. Like,
Nope.
you're saying that,
Nope.
well, you're saying that human beings don't fit perfectly into, let's say, male, female.
Yes.
I'm saying there is no, I wouldn't even say that because I can define man and female in which all males fit in the male category and all females fit in the female category. I'm saying there is no singular trait biologically that is necessary and exceptionless to categorize these things in which trans men and women wouldn't be granted access into the category.
Although I would agree with his initial point because there's intersex people. So I don't think you can say that every single human on earth fits into the sex binary either.
Well, I don't consider sex I do sex on a bimodal distribution, so they would all fit in that range.
Cool. All right, so we're on the same page.
It's such like an essentialist thing that you're trying to say that, like, because
No,
there
this
are
is the opposite of
exceptions.
biological essentialism.
Right, but things are like a platypus lays eggs, but they're still mammals, right?
Yep, I wouldn't say that laying eggs. I wouldn't say that laying eggs is a necessary condition to be not a mammal, or even I wouldn't even say like giving birth. Obviously, because of platypuses, you couldn't say that birth, like through a birth canal, is the necessary condition to be mammals because platypuses prove that wrong.
Right, and in the same way, saying that you're the opposite gender is not sufficient to categorize someone as something other than what they are. In the same way,
that's not why I think they're that way.
And then the platypus is proof of that. And birds, you look at penguins, they can't fly, but birds fly. And just because one trait
I wouldn't say the necessary condition to be a bird is to be able to fly. No, but you're not listening. I would never say the necessary condition to be a bird is the ability to fly. That's not what it means to be a bird. When we're classifying things in science.
So why are you saying that the necessary thing is them saying that they're a man or a woman? Why are you
I didn't say that was the necessary condition to be trans. I didn't give a necessary condition. I'm asking you what yours is because you're claiming it's an exclusionary category.
You believe that if someone thinks they're a man or a woman, that they are a man or a woman. So
I believe that
you're using one trait.
No, Brian. Let me correct you here. Brian, let me correct you here. I believe that self-identification is the only way to know what someone's gender is, but your gender isn't just, I think I'm this, so I'm this. It's about a more complex working of a psychological brain function with the way your brain has identified social categories. Gender is a psychosocial concept. So just saying like, I think, therefore I am, is a good way for identity, but like there's more to it than that.
Yeah, I don't think there is. I think, people can fall into that ideology and fall out of that ideology. And I think most of it's a pervasive thing, but
I mean, I'm glad you think that. It's not
well,
true.
so do you believe that there's, so I guess Brian, do you believe that there's,
yes.
They all named Tyler. Do you believe that there's a difference between sex and gender? Like, do you believe that gender exists?
I believe that there's people trying to make it a thing. And I think in the same way that Christians and Muslims make religion a thing, it is a thing because people make it a thing. but that
Right.
doesn't
Okay.
make
So
reality.
gender exists as a social construct, just like money exists as a social construct, right? The value
Yeah,
of a
you
dollar is
can
because
play
we all
however you want to play.
universally, a dollar exists because we all universally agree on the value of money, right? It's a social construct. So what we're trying to say is someone someone is able to transition their gender because the value of gender is something that we decide socially for the most part, right? And it's based on
Right.
multiple factors.
And we don't agree socially in the same way that we agree what the value of a dollar is. That's why it doesn't have social weight.
But we kind of do agree socially to an extent, and we all do agree that gender exists, right? The construct of femininity and masculinity, we agree that these things exist, right?
But the problem is you're not addressing the issue here, Brian. I'm doing it too. You're not addressing the issue here, Brian, which is if you're claiming that being a woman is a exclusionary category, you have to have a necessary condition to fit into said category. What is that necessary condition?
It's not true, though. That you're creating a ridiculous standard that doesn't exist anywhere.
Whoa. Yes. Oh, you want to bet? You want to bet? You want to bet?
Mammals.
Wait, you want to bet? Because the necessary condition, condition to be mammal is not. Tyler, you're not listening. The necessary condition to be mammals.
Not Tyler.
You're sounding like a Tyler.
Yeah, you are sounding like
you're sounding like a Tyler.
Tyler again, I'm going to hang up.
Oh, boohoo.
Okay.
Brian, boohoo. Brian, womp
respectful.
womp. Brian, you're not being respectful, so why should I? Brian, the
How have I not
issue
been respectful?
because
How dare you?
you're bashing trans people. That's why. Brian, the issue
I'm not.
again,
I'm
the
saying
issue
they
again.
don't belong to the grouping of which they claim. That's not bashing.
Okay,
them.
but you're not giving what you need to have to be in the group. You can't say they can't be in the group, but not give the conditions required to be in the group.
You haven't
What do
asked
you
me
need?
the conditions required.
I've asked you multiple times what the necessary condition is, and you've not answered.
Are you high?
Brian,
I wish I was high.
Brian, please tell me you don't kiss your. Please tell me, Brian. Brian, please tell me you don't kiss your mother with this mouth because it's such full of shit that I don't know how to fucking stand it right now. Boo hoo! I miss. Boo hoo! I miss. Brian. Boo hoo! I misused your.
So don't tell me that I haven't told you. There's plenty of ways that you can.
You want to bet? Wait, you want to bet? I haven't asked you what the necessary condition is. You want to bet? I'll replay the tape, but you will owe me a. You will owe me a $20 waste my time tax.
You know, you're changing the necessary.
No. I asked you this at the start of the call. You will owe me a 20. When I replay this. Okay, then pay me $20.
You're losing badly, by the way.
Then pay me $20 because you've now lied that I didn't ask you this question.
Bet you $20.
All because you don't want to give me. All because you don't want to give me a necessary condition. You refuse to do that.
You haven't asked me a necessary. Like,
do you want to bet?
What does that mean, necessary?
Do you
condition?
want a bet?
We haven't even talked about it.
Tyler, oh, sorry, I did it again. Are you going to hang up?
Tyler, you jackass.
Are you going to hang up?
You're a moron. Yeah.
Are you going to hang up now?
Yeah, you're an idiot. You're a moron.
Oh, are you going to hang up?
Or something.
Are you going to hang up?
Are you
going to hang up now? Are you going to hang up? Are you such a baby that me? Are you such a baby that me misusing the name because I just talked to 2 Tylers in a row is going to make you crash out?
Idiot.
Or is that how much you're going to crash out today?
It's not nice.
How much are you going to crash out? How much? How hard are you going to crash out, Brian?
Condition?
Yeah, I'd love one. Like I've been asking you for since the start of the call.
I'll give you 5. How about that?
Which one is necessary? That's the only one I want.
I'll give you all of them. How about that?
So you're going to tell me that all of them are necessary at the same time?
Yes.
Great. What are they? Then I only want the one that is necessary. Then I only want the one that's necessary.
Biological groupings do not require 100% adherence. There is variation.
So how can you create an exclusionary category when you can't even provide a necessary condition, Brian? How do you like this is this is incoherent dribble. All right.
Do you want to listen to me? Uterus,
not necessarily.
Ovaries, fertility, menstruation, pregnancy.
Which one is necessary?
The organization.
Which one is necessary?
The organization of sperm.
Which one is necessary?
It's a conglomeration of those things, but one of those is not someone saying that they are that thing. I'd say, if I were to guess, I'd say 95%. As long as, or maybe give it 60%. Give it 60%. if they have XX chromosomes, a uterus, ovaries, and they can't reproduce, they can't menstruate, they don't have pregnancy capacity, they don't have high estrogen levels, that's fine. Maybe 60%. Like
so you don't need those things.
They've got to be close. But one thing
so you don't
is not
need
enough.
those things.
One thing doesn't create a category. One person
One
saying
thing
that
absolutely
they are
can
that
create
thing
a
does not
category.
create that category.
One thing absolutely can create the category.
Well, if you want it to be, if you make it a thing, but
Nope.
as long as we
absolutely,
agree that it's not
absolutely
real,
what it is.
and we're doing it, we're saying.
What do you
so they
mean
don't
not
kill
real?
themselves.
What does not real mean? What are you talking about?
It's
Do you
not-
think trans people
It's not
don't
grounded
exist?
in biological. It's not grounded in biological reality.
Untrue. It's grounded in neuroscience. It's grounded in specifically. It's grounded in sociology. All of those things are scientific fact. Neurology specifically is a biological. Neurology specifically. Neurology. It's not. Neurology is not pseudoscience. You fucking joke. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You think neurobiology is pseudoscience now?
Neurological sources.
Brian, do you think?
Give me your sources on neurology.
Oh, great. Yeah. Sure. 100%. Let's do that. Let's give you my source. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, I'm going to give you a. I'm going to no. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm going to give you a source.
Bring in the big
I'm
guns
going to
with
give
this
you.
girl. She knows
I'm
to
going
shut
to
up 'cause she
give
knows
you.
I'm right.
I'm going to give you. Naima's gone. Her camera turned off, so she's fixing it. So you just are happy a woman stopped talking when you're talking. Great.
No, she's the big guns, man. You brought in the big guns.
Whoop-de-doo.
I was
Ryan,
disappointed.
can you shut up while I bring you a source, or do you not want the source?
Go ahead, big boy. Let's hear it.
Great. Stop talking while I pull it up. Wow. See how easy that was? See how easy it is to stop talking while I pull up a source?
I guess platypuses aren't mammals, guys.
Brian, you don't understand your argument versus the argument I'm making. You don't understand an internal critique. No, you don't. Shut up. You don't understand what an internal critique is.
I'm accepting that.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking, or you're going on mute. Stop talking, or you're going on mute. Stop talking, or you're going on mute.
Shut up.
You don't understand what an internal critique is because you keep falling back. Like, I have made the claim platypuses aren't mammals because they lay eggs. I've never made that claim, and I've said repeatedly, laying eggs is not what makes you. I don't know why you're talking now. I don't know why you're talking again. Are directions hard for you? Are directions hard for you? They must be. I don't know why you're speaking again. Again, I'm going to say it for. I don't know why you're speaking again. You do it one more time, you are going on mute. I just hate to break it to you. You've been warned. So, again, I'm going to say for the millionth time that when it comes to mammals, I've never claimed the necessary condition to be a mammal is to give vaginal birth or to give birth through a birth canal. So I don't know why you keep going back to, well, platypuses are mammals for blah, 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 blah. It's stupid. Now, here comes a source directly out of I don't know why you're talking. I don't know why you're talking. Here comes I don't know why you're talking. It's not a straw man. You don't know what a fucking straw man is.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not
Define straw man. I never said it was your argument, you dumb fuck. I said it's not mine. No, I didn't, stupid.
That's what I said.
You did. Oh my God, right. Brian, you're a fucking idiot. You're on mute because you don't know how to stop talking. So you're on mute. Again, I'm going to provide a source. Here comes a source. This is from Neuroscience 2nd edition. It's a neuroscience textbook. This is going to talk about sex and it's going to talk about gender. Roughly speaking, sex can be considered in terms of 3 categories: genotypic sex, phenotypic sex, and gender. Genotypic sex refers specifically to an individual's 2 sex chromosomes. Phenotypic sex refers to an individual's sex as determined by their internal and external genitalia. Gender refers more broadly to an individual's subjective perception of their sex and their sexual orientation and is therefore harder to define than genotype and phenotype. Generally speaking, gender identity entails self-appraisal according to the traits most often associated with one sex or the other. So, Brian, this is a neuroscience textbook that is agreeing with me, not you, on what gender is, how gender is defined, how gender is defined within the self. So this is the source and everybody who's looking at the screen can see that I have it pulled up. This is a neuroscience textbook, Brian. So when I say neuroscience agrees with me, not you, I was correct. Do you have an academic... Here, I'm going to unmute you. The beep you're going to hear is an unmute. Do you have a counter source that proves your claim?
That's a horseshit source.
Do you have a counter source that proves your claim? Yes or no?
Yes.
What is
XX chromosomes.
That's not a counter source. That's not a source. I asked you for a counter source that proves your claim. Can you provide it?
Oh, I didn't bring.
You didn't? Oh, you didn't?
You don't even know.
You can't provide a counter source? You don't have a counter source? You don't have a counter source?
What's my claim?
That's interesting. I have a source. You don't have one? You don't have a source to counter my source? That's so interesting. You don't have a source?
I can tell you why.
You don't have an academic source.
I can tell you why your source.
Who wrote my source? Who wrote my source? Who wrote it?
It doesn't matter because
exactly. No, you can't. How do you know the conflict of interest if you don't know who wrote it? Dumbass.
Neuroscience depends on lifelong psychological patients.
No, that's not what neuroscience is, stupid. That's not what neuroscience is. Neuroscience is a study of neurology. It's not the study of psychology. That would be psychology. Idiot. Dumb fuck. Yeah. Neuroscience and psychology are two different things, stupid. You're muted again. Neuroscience and psychology are two different things, Brian. You absolute ignoramus. You absolute dumb fuck. I hate to break it to you, but they're different. You absolute stupid idiot. Naima's back. Hi, Naima. You're back up.
Oh my God. Yes, I'm fucking back. Okay. Jesus Christ.
So Brian is saying some stupid shit. He's still here. He's in timeout.
Jovan, just so you know, I've been here for the past 10 minutes, but for some reason Zoom wasn't working. So I've been in timeout too, listening to him say the dumbest shit. Okay, yeah. So catch me up. He was blah-blahing about not understanding basic taxonomy and the classification of animals.
Here's what's happened recently. I said neuroscience agrees with me. He said it didn't. I pulled up a source proving that neuroscience agrees with me, and now he's moved the goalpost to, well, this neuroscience isn't even about biology. Neuroscience is this. Neuroscience is that. He's shifted the goalpost because he doesn't have a counter source that proves his point.
God, I'm so glad people aren't doctors. Imagine believing that neuroscience isn't about biology. That is terrifying to me. Dude, it's the brain, which is in the body, which is still...
Brian didn't go to school, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm seeing that for him. Oh, Brian.
So, Brian, you're unmuted. The beep you heard was you being unmuted. Do you have a source that proves your point or no?
I can just simply refute your logic with a syllogism.
Great. What's the syllogism? I'd love to hear it. I'll write it down, even so I don't get it wrong. What's your syllogism?
Honestly, Brian, I'm proud you know what that word means. Let's hear it.
If a biological category stops being biological whenever it lacks one exceptionless trait, then many accepted biological categories would stop being biological. Mammals, birds, and humans. I'm going to stop you because
I'm going to stop you. Because your syllogism is already, because your syllogism is already a straw man. I've never said, no, your syllogism is a straw man. I have never once said that these things stop becoming biological just because they have necessary conditions with exceptions. I've said in order to make an exclusionary category, you need to have exceptions. Otherwise, you're not doing exclusionary categorization. You're doing cluster categorization or familial categorization. That's how it's defined in biology, by the way. Now, yes, the way we define in sex in humans, in biology, the way we define sex, Brian, not gender, the way we define sex is through familial categorization, which is why doctors and scientists will label some trans women as female because they have met the burden needed to match the biological sex traits, specifically the phenotypic ones, of females. So that's why some trans women, when they go to the doctors, when they go to the hospital, their medical arm bracelets, they say female on it. All their charts say female on it. But Brian, I'm sure you knew that. I'm sure you knew you were straw manning me, right?
For now, as long as it stays that way, we're good. But we can't muddle these lines and pretend that this is reality.
There's no lines being muddled. Gender and sex are different things. There's no lines being muddled. Well, you are conflating gender and sex.
Doctors are smart, Brian. Doctors are not you. They can figure this out. They'll be fine. Trust me.
And what do they
You're
say?
going to be fine.
Do they put male or female? Do they put male or female on there?
Again.
It depends on the specific person. Smart. It depends on the person. It depends on how far along they are in their transition. It depends on a lot of different characteristics, right? A doctor is not just going to be like, nah, seems like a man. That's not how it works.
If I lose my mind and I think that I'm a woman one day, and I go in and a doctor chops my genitals off when I'm in that state, I don't want to
This
go
is
to that
this
kind
is
of doctor.
nonsense. This is
But
nonsense.
that's
That has
not
nothing.
even
That's not even relevant. That's not even
not-
relevant to the argument. It's a
That's
nonsense
also
point.
not
As long as we agree
the
that
process
this
of
is invented.
transitioning. Like, do you understand how difficult it is to transition like your body physically? It's not just like, oh, hey, I'm feeling crazy today, and a doctor cuts your dick off. Like, that's not how this fucking works, dude. Like, it has to go through insurance. You go to therapy first for years, probably. It's very expensive. It's very difficult. It's like a long ass healing process. No one is just one day going to walk into a doctor's office and get castrated. That's not what transitioning your sex or your gender is.
You can figure this out, Bryler. I'm sure you can figure this out, Bryler.
Bryler. Dude, you should honestly just learn more about what it means to be transgender before you decide that they're not men and women. Like, you don't even understand the process of transitioning your gender.
How do you know that?
Because you just said it incorrectly. You were just wrong.
What
That's
did
how
I
I
say
know.
incorrectly?
Literally.
You said you would go crazy one day, walk into a doctor's office, and they would cut your balls off. That's wrong.
I said if I did. No, I'm saying there's.
Well, that would never happen because that's not how you transition your gender.
Some do.
Again, no one does. Again, so you're wrong on how transitioning works.
Do you have proof that
no one just walks into a doctor and gets their dick cut off, Brandon.
Yeah.
Come on, Brandon, let's go. Let's go, Brandon.
Broiler, Will Byler.
They're called detransitioners, guys.
What? Wait. What percentage of trans people are detransitioners? What percentage of trans people are detransitioned?
I do. Study that some asshole came up with that depends on the recurring thing of psychological patients.
Wait, this is what we've learned here today. You just don't trust academic sources. You think you are smarter than all of these academic researchers.
No.
Here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do.
I don't trust psychology.
I don't know what neuropsychology is. I know what neurology is. I know what psychology is. Neuroscience is not a psychology. I don't know why you keep saying that. So that just seems like something an idiot would say. I don't think you're an idiot. Maybe.
Doctors,
but that's something an idiot would say.
Know the difference
this is how you guys lost because you do these ad homs.
Actually, Bri, an ad hom would be if I'm insulting you while ignoring your argument. I'm addressing your argument and then insulting you.
You're calling me an idiot.
Yes, I'm insulting you 100%. Brian, don't get me wrong. Brian, don't get me wrong. I'm insulting you 100%. Wait, no, you're not listening, and that's how I know you're not listening. Take a breath before you speak. Actually think of the words that I'm saying and then respond. Because if you did that, you would understand what I'm saying. Who's triggered? Nobody gives a fuck about you, Brian. I am saying that I'm insulting you. I'm not ad homing you because I'm addressing your argument and then I'm insulting you.
That's what an ad hom is, you moron.
No, an ad hom is when you insult someone without addressing their argument. You do it instead of. Do I need to pull up the definition of ad hominem? Do I need to pull up a definition? I'm sorry. You don't think there's a difference between... Wait, hold on. Sorry, Naima. You think there's no difference? You think there's no... Muted because you fucking belong under me, you piece of garbage. You think there's no difference between insulting someone instead of addressing their argument and insulting someone and addressing their argument? You genuinely think there's no difference?
I'm gonna do it. All right, Brian, you're a dumb fuck, right? That's an ad hominem. Now I'll give you a different version. You're a dumb fuck and your argument's wrong. That is insulting you and addressing your argument, right? You see the difference? Those are two different statements. It's very simple. It's not that complicated.
Let's do a...
Everyone knows you lost.
I'm sure you heard the beep. Everyone knows I lost? Hey, Bryler. Hey, Bryler, do me a favor. Define... Let's just do a knowledge check for you. Can you give me a comprehensive definition... Bryler, let's do a knowledge check. Let's do a knowledge check. Can you provide me?
What kind of chromosomes
I can't believe I got to mute you again because you have no house training. It's kind of embarrassing. I would expect a 39-year-old man to have house training. Clearly you don't.
He's 39?
Yeah, this is the type of behavior somebody without a mom does. This is motherless. This is hardcore motherless behavior.
39?
I'm going to ask the question while you're on mute, Brian. I'm going to ask the question while you're on mute because clearly listening is not easy for you. Can you provide me a comprehensive definition of gender and a comprehensive definition of sex that define these terms and what these terms refer to? It doesn't have to be from the dictionary. It can be whatever one you want. I just want to know what your comprehensive definitions of those terms are. This beep, you heard the beep. That's you unmuted. I want to hear an answer to this question, Bryler.
Well, you're creating a distinction to support an ideology that men can be women and women can be men.
I can't believe you have to be muted again because that's not the question I asked you. Oh, yikes. I'll ask the question again. Maybe you didn't hear it. Maybe Bryler didn't hear it. I am good faith enough to say Bryler might not have heard the question. I would like, and if they're the same thing, just say they're the same thing, but I would like a comprehensive definition for you on the term gender and what that term refers to. And I would like a comprehensive definition of the term sex and what that term refers to. That's the question you need to answer. I'm going to unmute you again to see if it's possible that you do that. So you're going to hear a beep. That beep is you unmuted. My pronouns are he, him. What does that have to do with the question I asked you?
What's the other person here?
Remix.
What's their pronoun?
She, her.
Okay, so it seems that we're all cisgendered individuals, correct?
Damn, this is not answering the question I asked you.
He's still not answering the question.
No.
Are we pivoting? Are we pivoting now?
Moron.
Are we pivoting
We're
now?
having a conversation.
Is this a pivot?
So in the context of this conversation, he asked you a very specific question. You couldn't answer it. He muted you. Now he asked you the same question again. Just answer it. Since you're the expert on all things biology, neuroscience, psychology.
You did not answer the question.
I did.
What is gender? What is sex?
I'll ask the question again. Yeah. Let me ask the question again. I would like a comprehensive definition of the word gender and what that term relates to and refers to, and a comprehensive definition of the word sex and what that term refers to and relates to. That question has not been answered.
Your question implies that I believe that they're different things.
No, see, this again, you weren't listening. Again, you just proved you weren't listening, Brian. You just proved you weren't listening because I said multiple times, if the answer is the same, that's okay too. But I still want you to define those terms. Can you do it?
No, I must be an idiot.
True.
Yes.
Shit. Damn. Thank you.
Thank you.
God damn.
You guys are such clowns.
Shit.
Well, no,
thank you for admitting it.
What refers to
But like, that's the thing though. But like, Brian, that's the thing though.
The actual, and gender is a way that people describe how someone identifies and operates in the world as either a man or a woman. And it's a societal construct that we create to make people other than the three of us feel better and not kill themselves. It's psychological blackmail. And we're bending over for these people. They're corrupting our kids, and it shouldn't be happening.
Now, here's something interesting. You said
wait.
Have an adult conversation.
Here's what I find interesting.
Sick, and we want the best thing for them. But the best
I don't care about your emotional appeals. 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 Nobody cares about your emotional appeals.
Well, can I just ask a question? Why would the best thing for someone be to insult them? You've been insulted multiple times today, and you seemed really upset about it. So what? You just said that you want what's best for the trans community. So why would the best thing be to deny their existence and to insult them and to infantilize them and to pretend you understand them when you can barely define what sex is?
Because you're not understanding where I'm actually coming from.
But if you're claiming that you're coming from this good faith, I just want what's best for you, adult human being who for some reason can't, they can do it themselves. What's best for them is what's best for everyone, which is to leave them the fuck alone. But a schizophrenic person, right? If you wanted hold on, Brian, listen to me. No, pause. Hold on. We shouldn't. But listen to me. Even let's say I don't believe it's a mental health. I don't believe it's a mental health issue.
People keep going.
But hold on. No.
You can mute him, by the way, Naima. You have the ability.
I lost the thing. Can you mute him for me real quick?
Sure.
But here's the thing. If you want what's best for someone, if your goal is to get what's best for someone, even if you believe they are suffering from a mental health condition, why would this solution be to insult them? If someone is dealing with an unmedicated mental health issue, as you believe transgenderism is, why would you go, I fucking hate you, fuck you? That's not what's best for someone. That's horrific. If it was any other mental health issue, you wouldn't do that, right? If a schizophrenic person was struggling, you wouldn't just insult them. So it's just so disingenuous to me to claim that you want what's best for these people while you are actively tearing them down.
I have one final question for Bryler. And if you cannot answer it, just FYI. The only thing I want to hear is an answer to this question. If you cannot answer it, I am going to move on because it'll prove that you're disingenuous. You claim that helping them in the ways that we would say to help them, which would be through acceptance, through acknowledgement of their gender identity, through gender-affirming care, you say that these are bad and that they don't actually help them. I would like a peer-reviewed source with solid methodology and very little limitations, if you have it, that proves your point. So the question again, because I know you weren't listening, so I'll ask it again to make sure you are. I would like an academic or medical source that is preferably peer-reviewed with solid methodology that proves to us that the way you want to help these people is more effective than the way we do. You're unmuted. That beep is you unmuting. I want to hear your source.
Yeah, it's common sense, buddy.
Bye.
That's not a source.
Not a source. You didn't answer the question I asked. See ya. Goodbye. You won the fucko lottery.
You gotta get, like, is there, how do we, I don't understand how people don't know what a source is.
They've never once learned how to research. That's the problem.
But isn't that just like basic reading and writing to me? Like,
no.
Is he just illiterate? Damn,
Yes.
I guess I really just don't understand how stupid people are. I've learned so much today.
Shout out to Miss D for paying to get rid of Byler. Goodbye, Byler. Goodbye, Byler.
I swear, if we have another Tyler today, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna lose my mind.
That would be crazy.
That would be hilarious.
We have a lot of calls coming through. So a lot of calls. We're going to get to everybody in the screen. Obviously, we're going to prioritize debates over office hours calls. Keep those super chats coming. The super chats will be read at the end of stream. So keep those super chats coming. We are going to next take Nick. Nick's been waiting for a while. So we're going to bring up Nick. So coming up is Nick. Nick is calling from Los Angeles. Nick wants to talk about gender-affirming care for minors. Nick, before we begin, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Yes, I am 32 years old, and my pronouns are he, him.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nick. Nick, you do have a bit of background noise. If you're on speaker, if you could go off speaker.
It's my daughter. You guys are going to hear some kids' cartoons. I apologize.
That's fine. Just, I'll let you know if it gets too loud.
Yeah, for copyright and all that. I get it.
Copyright? No, I'll just let you know if it's too loud.
Your daughter's not.
Nick, before we begin, I'm just going to give you the position. The position is that we support gender-affirming care for minors because it's shown to help reduce distress and improve well-being when done under medical supervision. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Okay, so the only part I would disagree is, and I told the screener, is personally myself, let me tell you guys right now, I have no sources, no medical backing, no nothing like that. This is just me, my own personal thoughts. So me personally, with the generative, for the minors and all that, I don't think it's a good idea personally. I know some people, it's been on the news before, some people and some parents do the gender affirmation for the kids when they're really, really young. Oh, I'm so sorry about the baby. I apologize, guys.
Well, so I do want to just cut in on. There's one thing you said there that I do want to cut in and disagree with on.
Okay.
You had mentioned that they do these things from really a really young age. That's not entirely true. When it comes to treatments for gender affirming care, there was a study done in 2025 that analyzed all of the basically every insurance claim from 2018 to 2022, and found that of this, no child under the age of 12 was prescribed hormone prescriptions. So every child that received it was over the age of 12.
And to that point, with gender affirming care, there's also calling your child by their preferred pronouns is gender affirming care. There's so many different versions of non-invasive gender affirming care. Like letting your kid wear the clothes that they want to wear is gender affirming care. Very few people are going to advocate. And then, of course, when a child hits puberty, that's when people start to prescribe puberty blockers, which a lot of conservators will demonize and say is the same as fully transitioning your sex, but it's not.
Really loud background noise there.
I apologize.
If you do us a favor, Nick, it would be easy. Just if you could mute yourself until you're ready to speak.
Yeah,
and then that would be easiest.
Thank you, Nick. But anyway, the point that I'm making is the reason why kids who are trans go on puberty blockers is specifically so they're not changing their bodies, like the sex of their bodies, before they're 18 and can make the decision as an adult, right? So there's lots of different ways that you can treat a child who is transgender by affirming their gender without actually making any physical changes to their bodies. And that's what everyone is advocating for. Nobody is just like, let's give babies HRT, we would all believe that.
Of course. Yeah, no, okay, so I wasn't sure exactly where you guys stood and where you guys have your age limit at. Now I don't know where you guys stand on the age limit for your guys itself. Me personally, I believe the age limit should be before the kids even try. Is that the youngest maybe 16, and at 18, you're a full-fledged adult. You can order, you can vote and all that, and then you have
Nick, a few issues with that. So one, I follow the WPATH guidelines. So I follow the current guidelines for gender affirming care. Those aren't tied to age specifically. They're tied to developmental stage, specifically through puberty, like the Tanner stages. Typically, we see gender affirming pubertal suppressants done at Tanner stage 2. We see HRT done around Tanner stage 3. And then surgeries, top surgeries usually reserved for 15, 16 because you need to fully develop typically in the chest area.
Right.
And then bottom surgery is reserved for like 18 and up. Some cases of bottom surgery at 17, but...
I still haven't fully developed in the chest area. I'm 24 and I'm still waiting. Fingers crossed.
I don't mean to interrupt you guys, but I think it's my first time calling and actually first time watching the show. I just want to get your guys' names right so I don't mispronounce your guys' names as well.
Oh, you can call me Hair Soup if it's easier, but my name is Naima.
Naima and Jovan. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Or Gangstalicious, right. Whichever one comes easier.
Love it.
Gangsta's fine.
So yeah, now I do want to address one of the things you said, which is, about talking about consent. Kids don't consent to their own medical care for any type of medical care. Parents consent based on doctor recommendations. And what we know happens is when you're a parent, if your child comes to you with severe gender dysphoria.
I am a parent.
Yeah, so your child comes to you with severe gender dysphoria, your doctor goes through everything and says, hey, look, we think it would be beneficial if your child receives some type of medical affirming care. Typically, it starts at puberty blockers, moves to HRT, moves to whatever, depending on the child. You do a benefit risk analysis of the care. So you go, okay, there are obvious side effects to this, like there are to every type of thing, but do the benefits of this outweigh those side effects? And I would say almost 100% of the time, actually 97% of the time, because we know the detransition and the regret rates, 97% of the time, yes, people who receive this care.
Argument for that.
Yeah, the regret rates sit at 3% on the high end. Like, I have studies that analyze the regret rate that finds it to be even lower than that. Some as low as like 2%, some even reaching under 1%. But So if you have a child, and severe gender dysphoria can lead to suicidality, it can lead to depressive thoughts, anxiety, self-harm, and some kids do take their lives. If I'm a parent and my child is at severe risk for these things, I'm going to go with what the doctors recommend in gender affirming care 100% of the time. I would rather my child not be dead.
No, of course. I don't think anyone would disagree with you on that part at all. But
you'd be surprised. You would be very surprised.
Oh, no, as being a parent and all that, I realize how some parents are fucking assholes. Oh, I know, trust me.
True.
Oh, yeah. Real.
But no, I think, like I said earlier, guys, I don't have like any medical backing or sources or anything like that to prove anything. It's just my own personal belief and all that type of stuff. But honestly, maybe some of the kids, they do this stuff, they do it, or their parents make them do it, or make them do it and all that, or, hold on one second, guys, I'm so sorry.
Well, I mean, to his point, is forcing your child...
Sorry.
Well, actually, while he's doing that, I'll get my food. But isn't forcing your child to go through an unnecessary medical procedure against their will a crime?
I'm so sorry about that.
It depends.
Depending on the procedure, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like the doctors would have to prove some sort of neglect, and that's really hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, like I was saying, like But some cases it could be, not every case, but some cases, like I would guess, and I could be totally wrong, but some of the parents, that have young children, I could be totally wrong. This is just a theory of mine. But like some of the parents that maybe wanted to have the kids have gender dysphoria, that want to have them transition and all that type of stuff, whether they do or do not have gender dysphoria. I apologize for messing up the word.
So just to touch on that, we have the desistance rates, right? Desistance would be the amount of people who are no longer trans, like, right? They identify, this is different from detransitioning or regret rates. Desistance means like they identified as trans once and then they realized later in life, oh, I don't actually have this gender identity. Of the children, and we'll talk specifically about youth, when it comes to like re-identification with their sex, right?
And
only 4% of children desist, and of that, only 1% desist after they're given any sort of medical gender affirming care. Typically, children who desist are going to do so way before. And just so chat knows, this is from a study called Re-Identification with Birth Registered Sex in Western Australian Pediatric Gender Clinic Cohort, if people want to look that up later.
And there's also, I feel like what you were touching on is parents trying to transition their kids against their kids' consent. Was that kind of what you were talking about a little bit?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So to that point, I don't know that there's a lot of empirical evidence suggesting that there is a lot of parents who are doing this. I think that would constitute a form of child abuse to force your children to transition their gender or sex. And to the parents who have kids who are maybe, I really wanted a boy, those parents will probably just have another kid, right? Because to transition is very expensive.
That's a 50-50 chance.
But here's the thing, though. It's very expensive. It requires a doctor. It requires several doctors, a surgeon. Like, if you're doing, like, a physical transition, that's surgeons. Like, if these doctors are not medically recommending that these children transition their physical bodies, like, a parent is not going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to forcibly transition their child's sex. Instead, they're just going to try again. And we see this all the time with people who have 5 girls and they finally get a boy and they stop having kids, right? Like, that is something that we just observe. It just logistically doesn't make sense for people to be like, instead, my kid isn't the sex that I wanted them to be, so I'm just going to change their sex instead of just having another kid, which is already kind of a fucked up thing, to be like disappointed that your child is a boy or a girl, right? Like, just to be rational. Like, no one would go out of their way to like transition their child just because they're disappointed they didn't get a boy. Is he gone?
Oh, we lost him.
Oh, well. He was nice. The one nice one.
The one nice one we lost. If he calls back, we'll let him back in, but the one nice one we lost.
All right, I'm going to grab my food while the next guy is coming up.
Well, but wait. Do you still have Call in Studio open? Because I want you to look at the notes of the next call, because it is maybe not the next call. Look at the notes for call number 35. Because it's interesting notes. Very interesting notes.
Okay, here, wait, I'm pulling it up.
I want her just playing me.
Control H on my keyboard? Oh, Control H. Aha! Okay, let me pull this up. Here we go. Submit. Show. Okay.
Don't read them out loud.
I won't. Is it
35.
Shane?
It's 35.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, well now they know who you're talking. Now the caller knows who you're talking about.
Oh, because they're watching. Oh,
they can hear us on the call-in program.
Oh, I understand. Okay, I'm locked in. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm new to this.
Well, Shane wants to talk to you, so I guess we'll wait. We'll wait till you get back, and then we'll take Shane. So go do what you got to do, and I'll entertain.
Talk to me specifically.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, Shane. All right, here, let me go get my food. I'll be right back.
That was fucking funny. Chat, my pizza got so cold that it's hard as fuck. It's so hard now.
Okay, got my chicken nuggies. Hello.
All right. We're going to bring them up now. Let me chew, because the last thing I need to start a YouTube video is me stuffed mouth.
Real. Okay.
Someone unfollowed me on YouTube today. They were like, Jovan, every video I watch, you're stuffing your face. That's not true. But sorry, I eat.
I love that they unfollowed you and gave you. I like that they gave you notes. I love when they give me notes. Like someone one time was like, I really don't like this camera angle. I was like, motherfucker.
Straight up. First of all, I'm like, it's not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. Second of all, I hate when people, I low-key hate when you guys do this, when you comment like, you should debate like this or do this tactic or blah, blah, blah. Because I'm like, if you can do it better, do it.
Very that. It's free.
I have been developing these arguments for 4 years. If you can do it better, go do it, guys. Gang, gang. Let's bring up the next call. Coming up to stream is Shane. Shane is calling to talk about topic number 1, trans men and women are men and women. Shane's calling from Washington. Shane, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hi, I'm 56 and I'm male.
And what are your male pronouns?
Well, called he.
Well, I wouldn't know that until you told me, but.
Well, yeah, right on.
Now, Shane, before we begin, I'm just going to give you the argument real quick. So we believe that trans men and women are men and women because there is no single biological trait that is both necessary and exceptionless for defining those terms. Therefore, it's clear that gender is defined more socially or psychologically. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Disagree. I think, you know, may I just say I don't, I'm really calling in because I really was on your side of the fence on pretty much, I would imagine, listening to the both of you, you know, not much, but seeing you both a lot on different shorts and different people I watch. I would imagine I was on the fence all over the place with you guys until around 2016. So I'm calling in because I'm really interested in, you know, like all of this stuff that you're talking about. I get it. I get you're trying to defend people and you don't want people hurt, but all of this that you're talking about, it's brand new. It's like so brand new.
I would disagree. That's brand new. Trans people have a trans.
That's
wait,
okay.
Shane, really quickly.
No. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. No, I agree with that. I agree.
Okay, well then why would you say it's brand new then?
Shane, just to clarify, are you saying more so that like people giving a fuck about trans rights and like whether or not like trans people deserve rights is new?
Yeah. No, and yes, I kind of.
Well, because that I would agree with actually.
Yeah. Well, yes, and no, but there's reasons for that, and I don't want to get into that because I'm scared you guys are just going to cut me off. But like, what I was saying to answer your question, Jovan, is that correct? Is that
I didn't ask a question.
Am I pronouncing it? Well, you said okay. You asked what I meant, and what I meant by what I said
I'm
was
Naima.
in brand new.
He's Jovan. We don't all look the same.
Right. And okay, well, he had asked. I felt like something. It doesn't matter. I don't want to argue whether he asked me or not. But what I meant to say in that is the gender versus sex. That's all a brand new thing, and there's argument in the scientific community. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I would disagree with. I would disagree with both of those assertions.
Yeah,
I would disagree that it's brand new,
and that's fine.
And I would disagree that there's argument within the scientific community on it.
I think the thing is that people haven't really cared that much. Like it didn't become an issue. The fact that there was a difference between gender versus sex until Republicans realized that they needed new talking points and a group of people to scapegoat. Like the idea that, I mean, think about this call, you know, like the trans community is 1% of the entire US population, but almost every caller today has come up to talk about this 1% of the population. And the reason why it's so important to people all of
Is
a
that the
sudden.
topic?
Well, no, there's
I mean,
lots of different topics. You could debate us on one of 6 different things, but everyone is
oh
choosing
my
trans
goodness.
to
Well,
debate us about trans rights. I mean, if you
that's
want to do a
not
different
okay.
topic.
So just so you know where I'm coming from, I just stumbled upon this, and I thought that's what the topic was about. So that's why I said that's what I want to talk. I'll talk
no,
about it, and
there's
that's
lots
fine.
of different topics. Yeah.
Okay, well, but to just kind of clarify on that, I agree and disagree with you guys. So I'd really like to talk to you guys for a minute about it, like because the way I believe about certain things, I know it's going to make you guys mad, and the way you believe about certain things, I could let it make me mad, right? But I don't want to argue. So I do agree that transgenderism has been around for a long time, okay? And in my, parts of my earlier life, it was gayness. I'm old. It was shunned and blah blah blah, and people kind of kept it hidden and da 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 da. But it went on, and then it kind of came. I've saw a lot more, and then men could get married to women, and women could get married to men, and all this stuff happened, and I was all fine with it. Like, I wasn't gay, but I was like, I was fine with it. Now, when we get to the transgender being such a huge issue, is because there's some major issues, and if I even bring them up, it's going to start a huge argument between
Shane,
I give you the opportunity to tell me what those are.
Shane, hold on, just real quick.
Yeah,
this is a debate show, so the point of this show is to argue.
All right. Okay.
It's
so I'll
for
debate
you to give a position and us to give a counter position.
All right.
Yeah. So what's your issue with
the problem with transgender? My position then is the problem with transgenderism for me, and I would imagine for a lot of Americans that don't hate gay people or transgender people because they are, is because of the issues it creates for children and women especially. That's my argument. My argument is,
let's hold on. Let's analyze both of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is
and I don't have sources to pull up, so please don't make a parameter for me.
Shane, that's the only thing though. That's the only thing though. If you're going to say that the trans community is causing issues for cisgender women, right?
Well, I can pull up some sources
if
you give me a second. I can try and pull up. I'll be able to remember some stuff.
Well, I guess your argument still.
I could try and pull it up. Yeah.
Okay. Friend, so your argument still isn't very specific though, because it's like, what is the issue? So what is the issue that the trans community is causing for children?
For children, it's an issue. It's an issue because we don't let them do all kinds of other things before they're 18. They haven't fully mentally developed, and those. You disagree that the drugs can permanently harm them.
Which drug?
I think that they can.
Which drug is permanently?
Sterilize them. You know what we're talking about, right?
Okay, can we let's I just want to take each of these points you gave one by one and just let me go through them really quickly before you respond, okay? You talk about we don't let kids do a bunch of other things. We don't let kids do things for a litany of reasons. Most of the time, the age of 18 is arbitrary for a lot of things. Alcohol not being able to be consumed until you're 21 is arbitrary. Voting at 18 is arbitrary. Tattoos at 18, arbitrary, right? When we talk about whether or not a kid is able to make decisions about their gender, psychologically, they're able to do this at 7. The American Psychiatric Association has put out numerous reports about how gender develops in our brain. And by 7, human beings, just as a human, you tend to have a concrete gender identity solidified. Them being mentally developed
respond to that,
matter.
Or can I respond to that?
I want to let Naima go first.
Can I just ask you a question briefly? And this just one word answer, and then I'm ready to hear your response. Do you know what can you think back? I know it's been a minute, but can you think back to when you were a kid? When you were like 6, 7, were you
Oh yeah, I
aware
can
that
answer this
you
for you.
were a boy? Did you know
I
that you
can
were a
totally.
boy?
So that's a great question, Naomi, because it makes me. This is what makes me scared.
Just
for the
real
kids.
quick, her name is Naima, not Naomi.
I'm sorry. What else? I'm not trying to be rude.
It's
by
okay.
doing
we
that.
No,
didn't
it's
think
okay.
you were.
I get that one a lot. It's fine.
What is your other name that's not your name? So I won't
You can
miss
call
that
me
one. What was that?
you can call me Hair Soup or Soup if that's easier.
Hair
Yes.
Soup. I'll call you Hair Soup. I don't really.
Okay.
Okay, Hair Soup. So really good question. It's what makes me scared for the kids. Like I told you, I was a lot different back in the day. I never would say I was gay. Boy, I didn't like boy stuff.
For someone who's not gay,
I didn't like boy stuff.
He can't hear me right now. Don't address me.
And then
but
I got
somebody
into God,
who's not gay, he
I wanted to
really
look like
keeps talking
Robert
about how
Smith
much he's not gay.
and all this stuff. And boy, if my teachers and peers, or teachers and not peers, well, teachers and peers and the culture was telling me, hey man, if you feel that way, and you're probably a girl, and you can be a girl.
But we don't
might have
say
done
that
some
though,
very
Shane.
detrimental things to myself. That's all
Shane,
I'm
we
saying.
don't tell people you might be a girl because you feel different. We don't say that to people.
And that's part of why, but
you
that's
don't,
also
I'm
part
not
of
saying
why
that
we
you
are.
say that.
No, I'm saying like
But-
as a society, we don't do that.
Well,
but
maybe we did
that's
it. Maybe we did it in
going right
1903. But like as a society, I think what we are advocating for is allowing kids to figure themselves out and express themselves without telling them what they are, right? Like that's kind of the opposition to trans children is kind of the experience you have, you know, a child trying to express themselves differently or figure them out. And we say, no, you're a boy and you have to do boy things, which is play with trucks and blah, 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 blah. Right. And we're saying, no, we don't want
I didn't like any of that.
Exactly.
I didn't like it,
and you
so
should
I
have had
agree
the
with
freedom
some of
to
what you're-
express that without
So I agree with
adults telling you who you are, you know?
Can I ask you a very serious, Shane, can I ask you a very serious question?
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is completely genuine. Can you think back to your childhood? At any point, did you have questions about whether or not you were a boy or a girl?
That's what I'm saying. Yes, and it could have detrimentally affected me. And I'm
We got an egg, chat. We got an egg. We got an egg. We got an egg.
I didn't. Because I truly believe, I get you're saying people don't go. I don't think that there's good and bad people in the world. So there are some, but I wouldn't go out and say, all leftists are. I don't say things like that. Or all these people are. But
Shane,
wait, can I finish?
Okay, just if we could be a little
more
concise.
I take a
with
long
it.
time to talk. I'm sorry, but we're all human. So, yeah, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead and do your thing.
The only thing I want to say is...
I would have probably been transitioned in this time. I would have.
Shane,
the culture is...
Okay. You told me to go ahead and do my thing, and then you...
Well, Shane,
No,
here's one thing I will tell you is that transitioning is a spectrum, right? And this was something we talked about with a previous caller. So depending on what age you were as a child when you started to question your gender or your sex or your sexuality, whatever it is, you know, a doctor is going to have a recommendation for the type of gender affirming care that would be the most beneficial to that child, right? And that involves therapy, right? With a child who's feeling gender or sexual dysphoria, right? They're going to go to therapy. And it's not just like, oh, you're trans, right? What we're trying to encourage is for people, especially children, to be able to explore their gender identity and expression in a healthy, non-judgmental way. No one is going to just tell a kid, cut your dick off because you feel like a girl today, right?
I don't think
like
that they're gonna
conservatives
do
will
that.
paint it. People will paint it as being that extreme. But the whole point of allowing children to transition is maybe, you know, when you were a kid, it would have started with just like, hey, I want to wear a dress. I would really like to wear clothing that doesn't align with the sex I was assigned at birth. And if I was your parent or I was the trusted adult around you, I would allow that, right? Because it is a healthy way to explore this. That's all we're advocating for, really.
Can I ask you a question then? So it sounds like I keep trying to say that I do agree with you on some points. Would you then think it was wrong to say, why don't we just pull back and let them do all the stuff? Because I agree. I didn't like to be, I'm sorry if I'm taking too long, I'll try and be fast. I didn't like to be told I had to play football and and I had to be a mechanic and all that. But I'd want my parents to be different and society to be a little different. And I could have wore a dress and all this stuff, right? But could we pull back on the actual chemical type affirming care? Not affirming care that you're talking about with just letting them wear a dress or letting them put on makeup or...
But the chemical type of affirming care, it's
could there
really,
be a middle ground?
especially but the chemical type of we kind of have one, but what's happened is that conservatives have demonized it and made it seem like we're castrating children, which is not what's happening.
Okay.
The chemical type of affirming care is only available to children after years of therapy with parental consent. Like there is lots of parameters about doing surgery on a child for any reason, right? But it's not just like we're running around shooting up children with HRT. That would be crazy.
So,
but
you're not answering me. Would you guys be okay with all of the affirming care being okay and limiting any type of medical, meaning a drug you take? I don't care if it's
I would not be okay with this.
Yeah, exactly. And
but there's a reason.
There's a big problem.
But there's a reason.
Well, the drugs are different. They're not all the same.
But wait, Shane. The reason I would not be okay with this is both pubertal suppressants and HRT have been deemed by medical bodies to be safe and effective methods of treatment.
Which medical bodies and how long?
Yeah,
so we're using these kids
hold on. Stop. This is my issue. Right now. HRT has been used on cisgender kids. The same HRT the trans kids are getting have been used on cisgender kids since like the 50s. Pubertal suppressants have been used on cisgender kids since the 90s. There's tons of data.
I have cisgender friends. I mean, this is anecdotal, but I have cisgender friends who suffer from precocious puberty and were prescribed puberty blockers and hormone blockers. Like some people cisgendered who are not trans just have chemical imbalances, hormonal imbalances that would make it medically advantageous for them to use these medications, right? Like there's a long history of this happening in this country, and it didn't become an issue until trans kids wanted to do it, until trans kids felt the need to do it. And even though it is safe for children, even though it has been clinically proven to be safe for children.
Can you have what? I'm sorry. Yeah,
no,
we
it's
can make popcorn. So, I don't think... Like, I think this has been a good conversation, and I'm glad that you guys didn't just cut me off. But I don't think that... Let me ask you another question, then. I don't think that I'm going to be able to actually... these things that you keep telling me about, these stats, and that these people have said, okay... It's all new. So would you agree that any kind of new medical cure or research, it needs to go through a full generation? And if we're doing this research, we're using the kids like the rats. Like
Shane, no medical treatment anywhere. has a requirement of decades-long evidence. Whoa. None do. There's none. And what we have to remember is when we're looking at gender. Hold on, please listen, Shane. Shane, please let me finish. Please let me finish. Because that's not even true. Vaccine, a typical medical trial for a vaccine to get approved is only like a year sometimes. So this isn't even accurate. But the thing, hold on, Shane, please, Shane, please. But when it comes to gender,
all the things you say.
I know, but I'm
four things.
I promise you, it's just one more thing, okay? When it comes to gender affirming care, it is specifically being used as a treatment for mental health issues and things like that. We cannot do randomized long-term trials for these things because it's unethical. It's unethical to. But Shane, that doesn't mean we don't have research on it. No, you're not listening. That doesn't mean we don't have research on it, right? The overwhelming evidence from all of the research points to the same thing, that this care is beneficial, that it lowers the rates of depression and suicidality, and that the regret rate for it is under 3%.
It's saving lives.
Okay.
It really is. I would rather have my child.
So let me ask
if it was,
can I ask you guys a final question and let you go?
Sure. Yes.
Oh, no, go ahead. I want to hear what you had to say.
Well, I guess here's what I would say. If it was me, if it was my child, if my child came to me and said, Mom, I think I'm transgender, I would say, okay, well, first of all, we're going to go to therapy because I want you to be able to talk this out with a licensed professional, right? I'm not a licensed therapist. You deserve to have these thoughts heard by a real therapist. And then I would honor whatever pronouns it is they choose that they would want to be called. Then, of course, depending on what age they're at, if they're 10, 11, 12, if they're starting to go into puberty, in conjunction with a therapist as well as their pediatrician, we would start puberty blockers if that's what we decide is best for them physically in terms of their safety, right? And then they would go on to HRT if we continue to believe that this is best and my child is, yes, I am transgender, right? Because I would much rather my child be a different gender or a different sex or a different whatever than dead. And unfortunately, given the rate of suicidality among transgender children, that is kind of the reality that these parents have to choose. You're not mutilating kids. We're not testing like wonky pseudoscience on children, right? We are honoring these children's expression of their gender because we love them as parents and we don't want them to die and we don't want them to be just miserable in their bodies because that's what happens. And I feel like you've experienced, being confused in your body and being miserable and having adults just shut you down. Exactly. And that's so that's why we're doing this. It's not about it's not unhealthy for kids. It's actually much more healthy because we forget how important it is to feel confident and to just feel like you are yourself, right? And that people care about how you want to express yourself and are trying to help you be that, especially your parents. And I don't know, it's just very frustrating because I think a lot of conservatives are villainizing parents caring about their children in a responsible way.
So that was awesome. I don't agree with everything you said there, but so it was awesome because you kind of answered the question I was going to ask before I got off. And I want to give you guys props. For one, I love the both of you. I love you, human beings. I give you props for, especially you, Soup. I'm just going to say Soup now because I can't remember the whole thing and I don't want to mispronounce your name. But
that Soup is fine.
So I give the other side of the fence props, especially when I hear passion like I just did from you. I don't think you have kids, but when you do, it sounds like you're going to have passion about caring for them. And you truly believe that they would possibly kill themselves for not affirming and not trying to help them out of that. Now, this is where it leads into my question for you guys. I'm on the other side of the fence. I would want them to make the decision way later, 18, 19, 20. I would be opposed to it. I wouldn't want to affirm them in calling them a different thing, but I won't go so far as to be like, no, you can't. I mean, I won't let a girl wear makeup until a certain age because of my moral beliefs anyway. But you get where I'm going. I wouldn't be so strict. You got to play football and you got to this and you got to do that. But I wouldn't be totally affirming. Do you believe?
I think
This
you
is
know.
the question. Sorry. Do you
Okay,
guys believe that I should have my kid taken from me for abuse?
I don't think you should
it
have. I
happens
don't
in
think you
some
should have
states.
your. Okay, so we're gonna this. I'm gonna answer your question and then we're gonna move on. Okay, Shane. Here's what I would say. I mean, you as a parent, I am wholly against like telling other people how to parent their own children. You are welcome to do that.
Okay.
But all I will say is you are running the risk of losing your child to suicide.
I get
you are
that.
running and the risk of them dying of suicide is higher than the risk of them suffering from any medical side effects of transitioning. And you are also running the risk of destroying the relationship you have with your kid. Because, you know,
So do you think I should have
a,
them taken from me by the state?
I don't think
is
you should
really
have
the
them taken
question.
from you, but what I'm saying is I think you might lose them
Okay.
anyway.
Right, and you're correct. And thank you
And
guys
if you're
for
willing to
talking to me.
risk losing your kid, then, you know, that's the kind of parent you are, I guess, you know.
I well, you know, and yes, that paints it a little. You can look at it a lot of different ways, but I have much respect for you. I get that you think that the suicide thing. I don't agree with it, but you've got stats and I have props for you. I love you guys. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you, Shane.
All right.
I hope your egg
Take
cracks
care.
soon.
Oh, that
was
one
an
made me
egg.
sad.
That was an
That
egg.
made me sad.
I get a lot of
feel bad for
eggs. Not
him.
even gonna hold you. I get a lot of eggs.
I hope Shane does. I hope Shane does some reading. I hope Shane looks at your book list and does some reading.
If you, I sent you a message in Discord. We've got like 6 calls in the queue. We're gonna get to everybody in the queue. If I know you guys can hear me in the queue, we're gonna get to all of you. If you want, we can cap calls there, and then 6 calls should take us through to a decent amount of time. If you've still got time, if you're out of time, then I'll take over. Obviously.
Let's just do the 6, and I'll let you know then. How's that sound?
All right. So we're gonna cap calls.
I'm having fun.
We're gonna cap calls. Well, 7 now. I think somebody just got through. But we're gonna cap calls there. If it's the case that we get towards the end of these and Naima's like, no, I want to keep going, then we'll just reopen the calling queue. Make sure you guys like the live. There's 1,000 of you in here on YouTube and only 700 likes. So 300 of you haven't liked. Hit that like button if you want the stream to keep going. Send those super chats if you want them read at the end of the show. Send those super chats if you want them read at the end of the show. Let's bring up, I'm going to move around a little. I promise we'll get to everybody. Please just be patient. But I really want to take this next call. I want to take call number 50 because it is a top call we haven't talked about yet.
Oh, finally.
Yeah. So coming up to stream, we have Reed. Reed is calling to talk about topic number 3, systemic racism and white privilege being real. Reed, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Yes, sir. Age is 28.
All right. And your pronouns?
He, him.
Great. Now, Reed, systemic racism and white privilege, we believe it's real because there are clear disparities you can see within all of our systems that show that white people do not face the same systemic injustices that black people do. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
I disagree that, and I basically think that just every person in America should just have, like, when someone's hiring for a job, they should just hire for the best candidate. And I don't think there's any favoritism that I see. Maybe in parts, maybe individuals like a manager might have something, but
we got the myth of meritocracy going on. This is exciting. Okay.
Right.
So can I ask you a question,
I think
friend? Really quickly, can I ask you a question and then I will let you continue? So I get that you believe that hiring managers should just hire the best candidate. My question is, do you believe that systemic racism exists?
No, not in, not for like a supremacy of white people in America. For other places I do, and the main issue I guess I have with people, because I don't really care if it ended like with, okay, sure, like systemic racism exists, like I disagree, but whatever. But it takes away from and makes people not take people like y'all seriously when you start talking about issues, like real issues like Zionism.
So, can I ask you what your evidence is that systemic racism does not exist in this country?
Well, why would I have to have evidence for something that I don't think exists? So,
Okay, you know what? I
like-
want to begin at the beginning really quickly. I want everybody on this call list to hear me and hear me now. Okay? This is how building an argument works. When you have an opinion, systemic racism does not exist. That is your opinion. That is your personal opinion. The point of an argument is to prove that that opinion is the truth, not just like something in your head, but truly the truth in reality that we all have to agree upon, right? Now, in order for an opinion, which is just something that you think of, to be proven to be true, i.e., winning the argument, you have to have a measurable set of data that agrees with your opinion, which would be a fact or evidence, right? So, this is the basic construction of an argument. In order to win a debate, an argument, whatever the fuck, any conversation in which you have an opinion that you want to verify, you have to have data that agrees with you. That is evidence. So my question to you is, you have an opinion, systemic racism does not exist. Is there anything in reality, like data of any kind of evidence, statistics, right? A study, anything that you have read, observed, that you can point to that proves your opinion is the truth?
You're asking me to prove a negative.
I'm asking you to do what? Oh my God.
Let me rephrase let's start from the beginning a little bit. You said systemic racism doesn't exist. What year did it end?
I guess because it would have existed after slavery ended. Like there's whatever period of time it was when like blacks had segregated bathrooms and like water fountains.
Still listening. So, are you talking about Jim Crow, like segregation?
Sure.
What year did it end? Because you acknowledge that it existed. You acknowledge that it doesn't exist now. Okay, let's say you don't have the year. Right. What specific thing happened that got rid of it? Because when Naima is saying, hey, what's your evidence that it doesn't exist? This thing happening that got rid of it, that would be evidence that it doesn't exist anymore.
That's fair. I don't have it.
So you don't have evidence that systemic racism. So you don't have evidence that systemic racism doesn't exist.
No, not in this current time, but it doesn't, obviously.
Okay, what if we have evidence to the contrary? Will you agree with us that it does still exist?
What is the evidence?
Well, I just want to know before I provide it, will if we provide you with the evidence of its existence, will you agree that it is real?
Sure.
Great. Have you ever heard of the Veil of Darkness study?
The Veil of Darkness?
Yep.
No.
Great. Let me explain it to you really quickly. So Stanford, they did a study where they analyzed 95 million traffic stops across the country. What they did is they looked at areas in the country where the sun gets dark at certain times, or when the day gets dark at certain times. So, like, let's say, just take an example. They looked at a street corner where sometimes in the year at 5 o'clock it's light out and sometimes it's dark out. They wanted to see, okay, what does the data tell us about people getting pulled over around this time? Well, they found that when you look at during the daytime, black drivers tended to get pulled over by a factor of about 9 times more than white drivers. Now, they factored in for every variable, right? So they actually went through and they made sure to factor in for speed, for tickets, for whether the cops pulled them over for no reason. They factored in for all of that. Then they looked at that same part of the road at that same time, but at a time of year when it's dark out. And they found that when it's dark out, the pullover rates even out because cops can no longer see the color of the person driving the car. Since they factored out for all variables, what other reason could it be that black people are pulled over significantly more than white people, if not for a racial bias that exists within our policing system?
I would say that's not strong enough evidence to say there's systemic racism.
Okay, don't be vague. Specifically articulate why it's not strong evidence.
Well, because that's just the people that got pulled over. Like, why would you say that's strong evidence for systemic racism?
Why is it that during the daytime, black people are pulled over more than white people, but at nighttime, those rates become even? And this was not a small study. This was 95 million traffic stops. This is one of the largest data sets you could put together.
I guess possibly individual police officers might have just subconsciously had like a stereotype bias, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay,
Possibly.
wait. Let's pause there. That's a great, yes, you're right. So systemic racism, just like a basic definition, is the ways in which bias and discriminatory policies and societal practices unfairly impact one community. And in this instance, we're talking about the Black community, right? So you just said those cops might have pulled over Black people more because of a bias against Black people, which I agree with. You're right. That's exactly why they pulled them over more. But see, this is systemic racism. When all of these cops have this same bias, it creates a system, right? Because the police are the law. So if the way that the police are conducting and enforcing the law is with a bias against one group, and a significant number of police, the enforcers of the law, have a bias against that group, this group is now being systematically discriminated against by the enforcers of the law. So that is systemic racism.
I mean, I guess for traffic stops, it feels like it's not that big of a deal, I guess. Like,
But it is a big deal because people
driving-
die in traffic stops. I mean, people get arrested in traffic stops. People get points on their license in traffic stops. They get their licenses taken away in traffic stops, right? Like, it is a big deal. It is a big deal. Yeah, sure, it's not, you weren't accused of murder, but to be harassed by the police, to have these interactions with the police, to potentially get arrested and go to jail more is a big ass deal.
But again, my issue with this claim about like the white supremacy stuff, would you say that this kind of thing, it makes the right, it makes conservatives not take you as seriously when you start talking about real issues like Jewish supremacy and Zionism?
This is the second time you've done this.
Yeah, friend. Why do you keep bringing up Zionism? What does that have to do with this issue?
I have
feel
a
like
real
you're kind
big
of
feeling
moving the goalpost.
Yeah, I also have a real
little
big
bit
feeling
here,
the
too.
reason why me and you dislike Zionism are going to be vastly different.
Yeah, I mean, I
What do you
agree.
mean?
I dislike Zionism as well. But here's the
Kind of
thing.
feels
Two
like you
things can be
dislike.
true.
Wait, real quick, Naima. I don't want to let him off on this. It feels like you dislike Zionism because you dislike Jews. I dislike Zionism because it has led to genocide. It feels like you dislike it because of Jewish people.
No.
Then why bring it up?
Because it diminishes, because the white supremacy thing diminishes and makes people not take it seriously.
Zionism is a form of white supremacy.
I mean, I guess if you want to start talking about like the history.
Not even I guess. It just straight up is a form of white supremacy. It's a form of colonialism.
Jews aren't white people though. Like,
70% of Israel are European Jews. 70%. So yes, most Jewish people in Israel are European Jewish people. They're ethnically white. Or racially white, ethnically Jewish.
I mean,
but this feels like you've pivoted to something like crazy. It is very important to talk about systemic racism because all we're talking about is one subset of it. We can talk about the fact that black people, black men specifically, face 16 times harsher, or face prison sentences at a rate of 16 times harsher than their white counterparts, even when accounting for violence, type of offense, first-time crime, all of those things. We can talk about the fact that black maternal mortality is higher than that of white maternal mortality, meaning black women are dying more in hospitals during childbirth. We can talk about how black... Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Naima.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to that point, like, you know, you say, I really hate this. Well, do you think people aren't going to take you as seriously? Because my issue is not being taken seriously. My issue is surviving, right? For me, it's not a question of how I'm perceived. For me, it's a question of like, this shit is killing people. I'll give you an example, okay? And this is a personal example. It's anecdotal, but it connects to a larger point. My dad has a degenerative kidney disease. It's called PKD, polycystic kidney disorder. You can look it up after this, right? And he's going to need a new kidney. It's also hereditary. So I may need a new kidney at some point in the future. In order to get a new kidney, to get on the transplant list, you have to have kidney functionality at like a certain percentage. And for some reason, the percentage is lower for Black people. So like, for example, for a white person to get on the kidney transplant list, their kidney has to be functioning at like 20%, which is really low. They need a kidney soon or they're going to die. But for Black people to get on the transplant list, it's 15%. There's no biological difference between Black people and white people. But my dad is going to have to wait longer to get a kidney than white people with the same illness for no fucking reason other than systemic racism. I could lose my father because of systemic racism, right? So it's not about, oh, you're distracting from Zionism. Oh, you're not being taken seriously. This is life or fucking death to me and my family. I can't opt out of giving a fuck about this. Do you kind of see that? Does that make sense a little bit?
I mean, I guess kind of.
Like, this stuff is really affecting people. This is affecting people's ability to get jobs. This affects people's ability to get housing. This affects people's ability to get an education in a safe neighborhood, right? To raise their children in good areas. Like if we talk about redlining, you know, Black people were systematically excluded from housing in areas that were seen as wealthy or nice. And so therefore systematically excluded from school districts that were receiving good funding. And to this day, school districts that have majority Black students receive, I think it's like, what's like $17 million less on average. It's something insane. It's like $1,000 less per student, right? We can't just ignore this because this shit is affecting us and it's affecting us now.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I would say that like out of all the races, white people are like probably the least socially racist.
In a way, though.
Okay, but we're not talking about, first of all, no. But second of all, we're not talking about social racism. We're talking about systemic racism, which you said didn't exist. And I'm telling you, not only does it exist, but it's very important to talk about because it can kill people. It can really degrade the quality of life for a community for no fucking reason. Oh, he's quiet.
I mean, maybe, possibly. I don't
You
know.
thinking? What's happening?
I guess there just be more important as with the knowledge I have now. It just seems like there's more important issues going on.
You don't think it's important for black people to not suffer? Wait, Reed, do you recognize the absolute balls that it takes to be talking to two black people and go, yeah, I just think there's more important issues than all the constant disparities of your people. The fact that your people are undervalued in the wealth market, the fact that your people are consistently given worse educations because of federal funding mishaps, the fact that your people die in hospitals more because a bulk of doctors still believe black people feel pain differently than white people, that your people are being fucking shot and killed by police and at a rate not consistent with population. Like, you don't think like there's some gall to say that?
Honestly, it's so insulting.
I mean,
like, dude, I just told you my dad could fucking die from this. And you're like, I just don't see why it's important. Like, really?
Again, like, I haven't seen the numbers for that. I mean, maybe.
Well, you
if I
should go
looked
look at
them
them.
And
You
maybe.
should. Well, go look at them. You should learn. Jovan has a fantastic reading list. I think you should check it out.
I got you.
So, like, we've given you evidence for systemic racism. Do you have any evidence that it doesn't exist?
I mean, not like studies and everything. Excuse me, I'm trying to clear my throat.
Then that answer would be no.
Okay, so I feel like we're done here. I mean, what else is there to say?
I mean, sure. My main thing is just this is taken away from.
Yeah, your main thing is just you wish we were talking about the Jews. Unfortunately,
Well, and by the way, that's your privilege. The fact that you're not affected by this is part of the privilege that you have, right? Like, this is it. This is affecting my life in real time right now. My dad is on dialysis right now, right? Like, you keep saying it's not important, it's not important. We're trying to prove to you, like, it's not important to you because you're white. The fact that you don't care is actually proving that systemic racism exists. Oh shit, I just got raided. Oh, hey, Necosaurus.
But I mean, yeah,
Thank you
I
for
feel
the
like
raid.
if y'all want to go to like the next caller, I guess.
All right, goodbye, Reed.
I appreciate it though.
You see what I put up with? Do you see what I put up with
That
every
was
day?
Fucking wow. That one was embarrassing.
This is my life. This has been my life for
That
4
was-
years.
That one was really sad. But it doesn't matter to me. So it's not important.
It's not real if it doesn't happen to me, guys.
That's I had a chatter do that to me the other day, and he was black. The exact same argument that this guy had, but he was a black dude. That one was fucking embarrassing.
Shit. Yikes.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for the gift, Groove Tumbleweed. Appreciate you.
Guys, we still have 4 more callers in the queue. We're going to get to all 4 of them, so just be patient in the queue. Be patient. We're going to get to everybody, and then we'll see where we're at after those 4 if we want to open calls back up. But right now, 4 more callers in the queue. Let's take the next call. So coming up next to stream, we have Nick. Nick is calling from Arizona. Nick is calling to talk about gender-affirming care for minors. Nick, if you can hear me, please let me know your age and pronouns.
Yeah, so can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. So I'm Nick, pronouns he, him, and I'm 32 years old, about to be 33 at the end of this week, May 21st.
All right, well, happy early birthday, Nick.
We have a Gemini. Maybe I'll be nice to you because you're the same sign as me.
Naima doing space racism. All right.
I don't even know what
Not
that
space
means.
racism. I love how he doesn't know.
Really quickly, Nick, we're going to get started this really quick. The first thing I want to say is just our position. So we believe that gender affirming care for minors is, we support it because it's been shown to help reduce distress and improve well-being when done under medical supervision. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
So I actually wanted, because I prefaced this with inside of like my first note. I don't know if you saw it.
Sorry.
But I actually wanted to talk more so about when do we start this care? Because, and I did a little bit of research while I was, listening to the other callers, which I'm sorry. Let me just say that as a black man, especially that last one, I'm very sorry.
That one was
but
rough.
with the argument, huh?
Yeah, that one was rough. It's okay.
Yeah, no. I was laughing half the time. But anyway, no, it looks like the start of any gender affirming care that has to do with like doctor intervention starts at around 11 and a half to like 13. That's about the first part of like I think it was called the Trevor phase.
I have numbers. I have numbers on this that I can give you if you'd like
I
them.
would love to hear them.
Specifically, when we look at treatments, there was a study done in JAMA Pediatrics that looked at basically every insurance claim connected to gender affirming care from 2018 to 2022. They looked at 5 million claims between children 18 to 17. And what they found is that no hormone prescriptions were given to children under the age of 12. So you are correct about that. Typically they were 12. Puberty blocker use peaked around ages 14 to 15, which is just in line with the guidelines, which I would say I fall in line with the WPATH guidelines on care, which is we'd be looking at Tanner stage 2 for when we give this care, which can start anywhere from like 11 to 13, give or take.
Well, looking at, again, I was doing research, looking at the Trevor Project, I think there's some argument, but inside of the time frame of which kids should transgender based on, transgender suicidal rates based on coming out ages. I was looking at that a little bit to expand on what the study had with inside of it was basically, kids who came out from ages 13 and below to kids that came out 13 and above. Ages, as asked from 18 to 24 as well as 16 to 18. So those are the kind of people that they ended up talking to based on the times that they came out. The study shows that there's a higher modality of suicide rates when it comes to children that come out under 12 and start receiving, under 13, and start receiving care. And children who actually come out after the age of 13 and beyond, that's when we start seeing, higher levels of, higher levels of mortality, going down, or attempts at least going down. Though conversely, even with support from a trusted family member or groups of family, it only really affects the amount by, I think last I was looking was 7 to 10%. So I think,
this is just looking at primarily social transitioning.
Are you looking at the same study?
It's the one you said it was from the Trevor Project?
Yes.
Yeah. So, which specifically are you looking at? Gender affirming care for the research they posted in January 29th of 2020.
I do just have to say, I'm shocked that you know about the Trevor Project, and I appreciate you doing that basic amount of research. Just to be nice.
I got you.
I'll give you that. Now let's disagree. What are you saying?
Okay, so essentially my point is that social transition is the same because usually it's prescribed by some sort of psychologist. Somebody's had a communication with the child because, again, we have to do the counseling. Sometimes the people go at it willy-nilly, don't get me wrong, but for the most part, when you're, a child says that they are transitioning from, whatever gender they're going to or a non-binary state, usually there's probably a conversation with some sort of counselor. And I would say that giving a child the information to go out there and socially transition would be would technically be medical intervention as well. Would you not agree?
No, because how would it be? Like, okay, let's say Jovan is trans and a child. Like physically, how is me referring to Jovan with she, her pronouns the same as giving a child hormones? Like on a physical
It's
level, how are
not,
those two things
but
the
it
same?
is the
Okay,
same
so then
it's
you're
not the
wrong.
same. No, not
Okay, so then
necessarily,
socially
because
transitioning
exposure
is
is
not the
that.
same as medically transitioning.
Well, I'm not saying that they're the same thing. They're different steps inside of the phases, right?
But King, you
So
did say they were
what
the
I'm
same thing.
saying
You
is
literally just said they were the same thing.
no, I said that it is medical intervention of some variety. I didn't say that they were the same. What I was trying to
So
get
how
at
are
was
you
the
defining
idea
medical intervention though?
psychological can be added to that as well. Talk therapy, exposure therapy, CBT, DBT. Those
So
things are
that's
also
just
medical
not, yeah, but that's
interventions
not
that
how
people do
medical
for counseling.
interventions are labeled in medicine.
Yeah.
What's
That's
labeled
just
as medical
your definition.
intervention would
Okay,
be
well then
pubertal
maybe I'm
suppression
using the
onward.
wrong word. Right.
Well, yeah,
Maybe I
but
might
those
be
words have
using an
really
incorrect
important
phrasing.
meaning though. Like those
No,
words
no,
really
not
like
even
if you
good.
were a doctor, it would be really important that you know the difference between social and medical transitioning, right? Like you can't just
Yeah,
make
yeah.
up your own definition for like
Well,
medical
that's
terms.
actually not what I'm doing. What I'm arguing more so is the idea that there is an aspect of it's called the psychological transition that causes issues inside of what's called these children, right? And
What
I'm not saying
issues
that,
specifically? Like, let's not be vague
well,
about that. If you're saying
specifically,
wait, I just want
no,
to make
no, it
sure that I
seems
have
like
the
it's
claim.
different.
I want to make sure I have the claim correct. You're saying that there are issues within the psychological care that cause other issues inside of the kids who receive it.
Right, which seems to be what's called suicidality rates based on what's called that sort of transitioning aspect. So
Wait, so you're saying that transitioning is what's causing the suicidality? Like we all agree that there's
No, I'm
increased
not saying that
suicidality rates.
transitioning.
Okay, I'm just confused a little bit. Like what do
Okay,
you think is
so
causing the increased suicidality rates for trans youth?
well, I think that there's aspects of what's called gender dysphoria that have everything to do with it, and the addressing of it and the way that it's what's called treated. I think it has a lot to do with environmental and cultural, like this country being wildly against transgender
do you
people.
have Nick? Do you have some? Okay, so I'll just address from there. Every study that actually looks at this causation of the high suicide rates in trans individuals, all of them point to one thing, and that is societal and familial stigmatization. That is the biggest linchpin of high suicide rates. Do you have some sort of study that points to a different causality? Because I'm open to reading it if you've got it.
Truly, I love to learn.
Yeah, no, me too. I'd be willing to look at something later on because of the fact that I don't want to give you something that I don't have information on. What my assertion is, and the reason why I was asking the question is, I understand you go by the certain, I forget exactly what it's called, but the mandated deadlines for like transitioning and things of that nature, like there's a certain like rhythm to it. Could you remind me of what it's called?
A certain rhythm to it. I mean,
I'm
I go
not really sure what you're talking
Right.
about.
Like,
like the
wait.
guidelines for care.
Yes. So
Yeah, I go off the WPATH standard. They don't give specific age ranges.
Yeah.
They're linked to developmental stages of puberty. Just simply because like a prepubescent child has no need for medical affirming care. It literally would do nothing for them.
Right. And we saw that in that whole case with Yaz like a few years ago. I don't remember if you remember that, but they had issues with the what's called going to the next phase of their transition because of the fact that they had been started on puberty blockers too early. That's a really famous like anecdotal story. But my point is I understand you're looking at the behavioral things, but I think that they might be starting a bit too early, and that's my assertion.
But what are you basing that
Based
on?
on,
Yeah.
I'm basing it on the statistics of what's called children who are coming out and the suicidality rates, right?
But the
The age at which
suicidality,
they come out and start the transition and stuff. That's what I've been talking about.
What study do you have that shows that the suicide rates have a causal increase? Or that, I'm sorry, that coming out as trans has a causal increase on suicide rates? Because I would just argue that like they're correlated because what's happening is that. Hold on. I just want to.
That's exactly what it's happening.
Hold on. I just want to say it's a correlation because what's happening is they're coming out, so people are now being dicks to them more. It's not they're not, the rates aren't higher because they are trans. They're higher because they're not accepted.
Right. But what I'm saying is I think that there might be, at least speculatively, a correlation with their age and their ability to deal with the situation socially more appropriately because they're older.
But respectfully, dude, your speculation doesn't mean shit. Like, just to be frank, it doesn't mean anything. Like, you're not coming from a place. Yeah, all right. Okay, I'll finish this off. You're not coming from a place of any expertise. You are not a doctor. You are not, I mean, to my knowledge, are you a psychologist?
No, I am not.
Okay, all right. So fair. So that's the thing though. It's like it feels like you are observing something and have created an opinion about it. But going back to what we kind of talked about a while ago with another caller is, your opinion cannot be decided as truth until you have corroborated it with facts. So, I'm glad you're thinking about these things. I have to say, out of everyone who has debated this topic, you have been the most well-researched, but I think you have to do more in order to prove this point. Because right now it feels anecdotal. It just feels observational. And that's not, that's it. When we're having a debate about biology and about civil rights, it needs to be more than just your opinion. It has to be your opinion plus a fact. And the best facts we have are studies. So do you have any study that, or like any piece of evidence at all that is corroborating the belief that, or the opinion that trans kids are committing suicide at higher rates because of gender affirming care of any kind?
I am not saying that it is because of gender affirming care. I am saying it is because of their maturity. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's legitimately because of the age of which it's happening. That's my speculation.
But if that was the truth, then but if that was the truth, then every kid age. But if that was the truth, if it's just about like the age of these children, then every kid aged 10 to 12 would be suicidal. Why is the suicide, like, why are the children who are trans, why are their suicide rates higher?
I think it's exactly what he said because he had the information about it, which is like literal cultural oppression as well as family like disassociation, right?
So then you agree. So then what's your issue with gender affirming care?
No, I'm not. No. You misunderstood my question. My first question was how old? Like, I think it's being done too early. I'm not saying that minors shouldn't get it. I just think that at 12 and 13, you might be putting them at more risk based on that statistic that I found, as well as looking at it from
Nick, we actually have studies. I just want to point out real quick, and then I'll let you go again, Naima. We have studies that actually show that like there's a higher risk. Like we've done studies that analyze kids who got it earlier and kids who got it later. And the kids who got it earlier all had significantly better outcomes than the kids who got access to, this was specifically for hormones, than the kids who got it later.
And by the way, to your point, like at 12 and 13, that kid might not be immediately put on hormone therapy, right? It depends on their individual progression of puberty. Like for me, I went through puberty hella late. I was a late ass bloomer, right? So at 12 and 13, if I was a trans child, I probably would not have been put on HRT. I probably would have been put on puberty blockers, right? Before I was
Right.
ready to be on HRT, because you wouldn't transition a prepubescent child. There would be no reason to do that.
No,
So you're
absolutely.
So it's,
So
and
what
like
I worry,
physicians, like in order to transition a child, in order to get, like, in order for a child to be eligible for HRT, even in the most liberal, lefty, commie California, the most leftist states, that kid still has to be at the right age of physical development. And that's going to be different depending on each child, right? I had some friends who got their period when they were 10.
yeah,
I didn't get my period until I was 14. So there would be no reason for me. See? So it's really case dependent and it's up to a physician.
right. And I do agree with that. I'm just saying that I think there needs, and this is just my personal opinion, and I fully endorse the idea of funding more research into this, into this area, because I am pro-trans, pro-LGBTQIA in general. But at the end of the day, the last thing I want is more kids dying on the street. So I appreciate
I
the
agree
information that you guys did.
Sorry,
I bet you are pro LGBTQ, but I just feel like you're very, like, woefully misinformed and kind of deliberately so to an extent. But and then Jovan, what were
I
you going
would
to say? Sorry.
disagree. I mean, I would definitely disagree. I appreciate the information. I'm going to look more into it, but I wouldn't say I'm woefully disinformed.
I just want to say, you kind of are, because every single piece of evidence we have on this in medical and in the medical research and in academia points to the fact that when children receive gender affirming care, they have better outcomes. They have higher qualities of life. They have lower rates of suicidality and depression, up to 70%. They have better mental health. Everything points to the same. And you're saying, but I feel like they shouldn't get it. They should get, and you had some research, but your research was lacking a little bit. And you were like, well, I have some of reservations, but your reservations aren't really backed in anything, when the overwhelming majority of research says otherwise. What I would suggest, go to my link tree specifically. I have a research document, and the only section that's like fully complete is the gender affirming care section. I have studies on the benefits and well-being of people after this care, regret and satisfaction rates after this care, the way the treatments are done, the effects of these treatments, the risk of ignore care. There's so many studies on these things.
Right. And I appreciate that information. I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. Was there anything else? Or did you have anything, Naima?
I just want to say, I'd say out of every caller we've had on this issue, you seem to be the most genuinely pro LGBTQ. I think you should definitely read more, because I think that your heart is in the right place, but we just got to get the knowledge about it up a little bit. So I would
Sure.
definitely be interested in hearing you come back after you've read some of these studies, and seeing how that kind of impacts your opinion on it. But read up, my man.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys want to reach out to me at some other time and we can continue this conversation later, that's cool with me.
All right, cool. Thanks for calling, Nick.
Was he our second Nick?
Yes.
The first Nick was racist. This was the nice Nick. I did not despise that conversation. I just think he needs to read it a little bit more.
That's our second Nick. Our first Nick was racist.
He was bad.
Guys, we got 3 more calls, and then that will be our stream today.
I might be able to do a little bit longer. I might be able to take a couple more.
If you want to, I can open back up the calling queue. It's up to you.
Yeah. I mean, let's do. I'd be down to do 3 more after the next 3. I'm having fun, honestly.
Let's open up. We opened back up the calling queue. So if you want to debate, calling queue's back open. 219-327-8005. Hit that ring a ding 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 ding. And we will see if we get any more calls. We're gonna take the next call. Is going to be, well, Abby. This one will be very quick. This one will be super quick. I've talked to them before. Abby from Manchester. Abby is a return caller. Abby Nice to see you again, Abby. Can you just remind me of your age?
Yeah, I'm 18.
That's right. And you use he, him pronouns, right? If I'm remembering from our previous call. Okay, great. Abby, I know you're calling in about the abortion topic, but this should be very quick. Well, no, Abby's will actually be pretty quick because you're saying that we shouldn't be able to terminate a pregnancy post 22 or 24 weeks. I just want to give you the stance because I think you might agree, and then we will be able to move on to the person that actively disagrees who is calling about abortion. When I say abortion all 9 months, what I mean is that at any point in a pregnancy, somebody who's pregnant should be able to remove a fetus from their body. After about 24 weeks, what that would look like is either inductions of labor or cesarean sections. Like it would be just be removing it. There's no need to kill the fetus at that point because you can just take the fetus out. So if you still have contention with that, we can still go from there. But I just wanted you to hear the full stance before you.
Yeah, I have contention with that.
Okay,
of course.
Cool. All right, what's the
What is
contention?
Okay, so the reason I believe in the 23-week limit now, well, like the typical reason is like viability outside the womb, but the main reason I would give is the actual like consciousness that's formed within the brain that usually develops around that time and is typically fully formed after that specific week range.
Yeah, but so if a woman were to get a C-section, the fetus would continue to survive, right? It's just a woman should at any point have the right to remove the fetus from her womb. So once the fetus is still viable, like we're not saying, at 9 months remove the fetus from the womb and then go play football, or I guess for you it'd be rugby with it. But we're saying the woman still deserves the right to remove it at any point during the pregnancy.
Oh, okay, I agree actually.
Yeah. See, I mean, I was a C-section. I'm alive. I'm happy and I'm healthy. I'm fine. Grew up to be a nice big girl.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was quick.
Told you.
All right.
Anything else
Bye,
you
guys.
want to disagree about? All right, cool. Bye.
Not really.
Okay, cool. Take care. Yes, I was an emergency C-section, actually. I am exactly what we are advocating for.
That was fast.
That was fast.
Then we're going to move on to the next call, which should be an actual disagreement on abortion. So coming up next is James. James is calling from Alabama to talk about abortion all 9 months. James, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Yeah, I'm 29, and he, him are my pronouns. And forgive me if my voice is a little shaky. I'm not a public speaker.
All right, no problem.
That's
I'm just going to
okay.
turn you up a little bit because you're a little quiet to me specifically.
All right.
Naima, you want to give the stance? You haven't given a stance at the start of the call. You want to give the stance?
No, wait. You do like such a good format. How do you say it?
It's
I like
I have them all. I have them all written down typically in my
See, I don't have it
source
written down.
document.
I'm not an improv comic over here.
Here, ready? This is in my source document under abortion all 9 months. So we believe abortion should be free and legal throughout the entirety of the pregnancy because no being has the right to use another being's body and resources without their explicit consent. Do you disagree? And if so, why?
Okay, without explicit consent, yeah, I would just say that the occurrence of pregnancy is qualitatively different than an obligation to another human being. For example, I don't know if you all are familiar with the violinist argument. I think it's like Judith Jarvis Thompson or something like that.
Yes, I'm familiar with the violinist
argument. Have y'all? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I would
We
say
know the
that,
violinist.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would say that position that you hold respectfully hinges on those events or obligations outside of pregnancy being analogous to pregnancy itself. I think pregnancy is qualitatively different and disanalogous to outside obligations to human beings. For example, like someone who needs a kidney transplant and somebody uses your body in order to keep them alive is different from
well, I'm not even relating it to any of that. To any of that, James. I would just say, even separate of that, if a being was inside of me, whether I placed it there or not, if I decide at any point I no longer want it in there, I should be able to take it out as just a fundamental right of my body.
Especially if that being inside of you is, I mean, that being inside of you, it's not just like hanging out there and chilling. Like a fetus is, and being pregnant can be really damaging to women's health, depending on, you know, who that pregnant person is, depending on the pregnancy. Like, but no matter what, it is one of the most physiological, stressful things that any human body will endure, right? So it really should be up to that person who's enduring that physical trauma, truly.
You know what a vaginus is, James?
Yeah. What's that now?
You ever heard of a vaginus?
I haven't heard of what the hell's a vaginus.
Sometimes in pregnancy.
Is that like an informal term?
Sometimes in pregnancy, a woman, when they're giving birth, they can have a vaginal tear that goes from their vagina all the way down to their ass crack. It's just a straight tear.
Okay, yeah.
It is,
oh God,
to me, a cisgender man, it is the most terrifying thing I've ever heard of. If someone said to me, I want to get an abortion because I don't want to risk a vaginus, seems pretty fair, you know?
I want to get an abortion because I don't want to risk a vaginus. Oh my God, wait, I didn't know that was a fucking thing. Fuck. God damn it.
But wouldn't it, respectfully, wouldn't that be a motivation not to have intercourse that leads to pregnancy? Not just to have an abortion as opposed to, you know, the term that you use. I've heard of that before. I just didn't know. I just haven't heard of it.
It has a real medical name, but I call it vaginus because it's funny.
Okay.
That's so funny.
It takes some of the severity out of it.
I would just say, I would just say that is contingent on the moral status of the fetus inside the womb.
I don't think the fetus has. I don't think the fetus has rights inside the womb. So
I don't either. I don't believe in fetal personhood. But the fetus also is not the one.
Okay, so.
Well, the fetus is not the one that's going through the vaginus.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But I think here's the thing. You know, it's the woman or the pregnant person's body that is the one that is under that trauma. It's not the fetus, right? But I think, you know, when we argue about moral worth and when we argue about abortion, to me, there's kind of one thing that always stands out. And it's that fetuses are the only group that cannot advocate, right? So you have decided what the fetus wants. You have decided the moral worth of this entity without it having any input. And you've decided it over the human woman that is responsible for maintaining that life, as well as, you know, having her own moral input and being able to decide for herself. So to me, it feels like we kind of are using this entity that is unable to self-actualize or advocate as an excuse to control women's bodies. And they're the best way to do that because they can't say, hey, if my mom would die if I don't get aborted, I would be okay with that, right? We can't ask them.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I would just say, for example, I don't think it's anything that I'm trying to impose as a status on the fetus. For example, I would say that, you know, the topics that you all have lined up are moral and ethical and actually hinge on human beings having inherent moral value. I think there's only two ways we can, parse this. It's either rights are conditional or rights are inherent.
Rights are absolutely conditional.
Rights are recognized. Okay, well, you said retroactively
But rights are conditional. No, but rights are conditional right now. Like the rights of, let's talk about the rights of someone who immigrates, who travels to this country but is not a United States citizen, are going to be different than the rights of an adult who is already a citizen. The rights of minors before they are 18 are different from the rights of an adult 18 years and older. Right?
Well, I would take it even a step further to what it appears like you're saying, James. I don't think rights are granted to us just because we're humans. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in quote unquote human rights. I believe what rights as a concept are just rules of engagement, like unspoken rules of engagement for sentient beings on how to engage with each other. So non-sentient beings, like a fetus pre-24 weeks, it has no need for rights. It physically cannot actualize rights. It has no ability for that.
Yeah, so you would say that actualization of rights is contingent on the person being aware. And then
Not
just a
necessarily
follow-up question
aware.
for that.
Not necessarily aware.
Yeah,
Just the
okay.
just like the
Oh, okay. So I would argue the same.
sentient the ability to have a sentient experience. That is where I would
Yeah.
grant personhood and where I would grant moral consideration.
Okay.
And the ability
I
to,
would say that.
communicate that in some form
Yeah.
as well, I think is also important. But
Yeah, I would say that
I'd worry where
actually
that puts us
would
for
go
some
against,
people.
I think, some of the listed topics that you have. For example, I believe what you all are trying to do is to be a voice for the voiceless, so to speak. For whatever reason, they can't advocate for themselves. Somebody's
James, just to cut you off, I see where
Yeah.
you're going, but just to keep it like on track, everything on the topic board relates to sentient beings. Nothing on the topic board will relate to somebody who's non-sentient.
Yep. Okay, so that's the qualification. So not that they're voiceless, but that they're sentient.
Yes,
And
I
the
do not care
voiceless
about.
is
I don't care
only
about
in
non-sentient
light of
actors.
sentience.
Yeah, I could care less if you kill a human body, right? Like if I go brain dead and someone's like, Jovan, we want to toss your brain dead body off a cliff and into a mechanical shark, go fucking nuts.
well, actually, I think there are some non-sentient beings that I still care about. Like some people don't believe trees are sentient, and I care about the trees. I will make some assumptions.
My care of nature,
that
like
would
my
be
care
my
of nature is only because nature serves a purpose to regulate the earth and keep sentient beings alive. That would be
So it's
that's
useful.
like
Nature is
past,
useful.
yeah, it would be entirely
So we
utilitarian when it comes
commoditize
to-
nature.
Yes,
Oh,
because
okay,
like
okay, okay.
nature don't
And
experience.
and as far as a human being is useful to society, that's what
No.
the moral value comes.
Nope. You're misinterpreting two things. I said when it comes to
Yeah.
non-sentient
I don't want to
beings
misrepresent you. I'm asking
like
questions.
plants, like when we're talking about plants, I
Yeah.
only care about plants as far as their usefulness to sentient beings, right? Like if somebody were to tell me, Jovan, this really rare plant that exists in one part of the world and has no connection to any sentient life, this species of plant went extinct, I'd be like, whoop-de-doo. So what?
Yeah.
I don't really care. But if you're like, hey, all the flowers are dying, and so the bees are struggling to pollinate fruit and blah, 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 then I care, right? Because it's about the relationship it has to the sentient experience. Not that it itself is sentient or that like sentient beings have to have some type of utility. But that non-sentient things, I feel non-sentient beings should, like the only way I care about them is if they serve a purpose to sentient beings.
Well, would
I
you
care about plants
say
a little
that?
bit more than that, but I would also say caring about plants isn't going to disenfranchise women. So, I can care about plants just for the fuck of it without impacting anyone else's quality of life, right?
Okay, so you would say that when in regards to a fetus, because they can't be useful to some end, or in this case, they would be jeopardizing women's
Yes.
rights. Is that what you
Yes.
would entail?
Exactly.
Okay, so caring
Because
about
they
the
are
status, the moral status of
non-sentient.
Okay.
Yes, because they are non-sentient entities that are both physically and now, for some reason, politically threatening the quality of life for women who are sentient humans. I put the women's rights over the, fetus, essentially. Yeah.
Okay, and when would the woman, at what stage of development or stage in life would the woman or the girl or whatever stage of development, I won't put words in your mouth, would that fetus actually actualize these rights that they have?
24 weeks in utero. So there's two things to look at here, right? When we talk about these rights, we're going to talk about whether this fetus has moral consideration. So we're going to look at, it really looks like you're vaping a sock, Naima.
Well, I am vaping through a sock.
Oh, that's so
because
funny.
I am doing that.
That's so funny.
I don't like the way it tastes, so I put it in a sock. It's a baby sock.
Okay. Anyway, sorry that took me out. So there's a few ways we look at this, right? When I look at the rights of a fetus, what I'm going to look at is, okay, when do I grant, because rights are just about granting moral consideration. When does this being have some semblance of moral consideration to which I would now grant it some level of rights? I believe that would start at 24 weeks when the fetus has the capacity for sentience. Because we can't measure sentience, I start sentience when all the necessary components to run it start to exist. Medically, the consensus on that is about 24 weeks.
Yep.
Now the fetus has rights. It may even have a right to life. You could even make that claim. But now that it has rights and the pregnant person has rights, now there's a different conversation happening. It's now we look at these rights as in which rights of which being supersedes the other. And I would grant the bodily autonomy of the pregnant person will always supersede the rights of the fetus. It has to, because the pregnant person, as Naima pointed out accurately earlier, is putting their body at what I would say is in an unreasonable position when it comes to pain, when it comes to suffering, when it comes to harm from said pregnancy. So if they'd like to end that and remove a being from their body and remove their resources from that being, they're absolutely allowed to do it. Now, if the fetus is over 24 weeks, bada bing, bada boom, you just take it out. Fetus still alive. Typically, I think it's a 60 to 70% chance of survival at 24 weeks. It's usually where homeostasis is possible for a fetus. So then you just take it out. There's no issues. If it becomes a case of like one life versus the other, I just grant the pregnant person to make the decision. They get to decide whether they consent to this pregnancy or not.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I would say, one, first of all, I think Am I still coming through?
Yep, go ahead.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I would say, first of all, that the very notion of the language that you're using, granting rights, I think is problematic, even historically, because if rights can be granted, rights can be revoked. And if we are not born with inherent rights by virtue of belonging to the human species, then I think notable of your critique of me arbitrarily imposing significance to the fetus, are we now retroactively imposing significance to, sentience or something like that?
We're talking about rights in two different ways. We're just having what we're talking about rights on is completely different.
Just to finish my point, I think the entailment of granting rights or rights granting would be indicative of the 3/5 compromise or any right can be.
But
any right can be.
Were like
sentient
with the
actors.
3/5 claim, we were sentient. Like black people who were enslaved were sentient. Like they're fully alive.
Yeah. Would you say
Why
that
was it wrong? That's what I'm gonna. Hold on. This is what I want. This is what I want to.
Yeah.
I would say no, but the thing I want to ask you is why is it wrong to enslave someone? What's the underlying reason? Not because you're violating the right, but why is it wrong to violate that person's right in that way?
Why is it wrong to violate a person's right in their way?
Yeah.
Because of their moral status as a human being.
I would.
De facto.
Wait. This is a different. You're not answering the question I'm asking, right? When I let's take killing. Like, let's say I kill somebody. What am I doing to that person that harms them? Where's the harm coming from?
You're depriving them of life or potentiality.
I'll give it to you. I'll give you the answer in a second. You get 3 more guesses, and then I'm going to tell you.
Yeah. Why is it wrong to deprive? Because you just answered the question with, why is it wrong to kill someone? Because you're killing them, right? I know I'm depriving them of life. Why does that harmful?
No. Okay. If it's unjustified killing of an innocent person or innocent human being, what you're doing is you're in violation of the human rights that we have as sentient beings participating in the human species.
Wait, why am I?
Why do those rights exist?
Yeah, you're not grounding this in anything. You're not grounding this in anything. You just keep saying, you just keep saying it's wrong because it's wrong.
Okay.
Why?
Yeah. Okay. Let me not be circular. If we're talking about metaphysics, yes, I believe in objective moral values, and if objective moral values don't exist, I think we run into some issues here. But yes, I believe.
I believe in some objective moral values too. But what is it's wrong because it's wrong.
My sentence.
Okay. All right.
No. I'm about to finish my sentence. I believe that the consistent view. I'm a theist. I'm a Christian. I believe that being made in the image of God, by our nature of what we have inherently.
No, secular. I don't want to do Christianity. Just give me the secular. Why is killing wrong?
Why is killing wrong?
What about killing an innocent person? What makes that bad? What are you doing that is bad?
It deprives them of their right to life. Like on
Well,
my
that
view, it's
is
inherent.
what
On your
killing
view,
is.
it's
But
conditional.
see, that's the definition of killing. Like depriving someone of the right to life is the definition of killing. That's great. Why is depriving someone
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
right to life bad?
Yeah, and I said earlier before that, depriving them of the right to life, I think I'm talking about it differently than you are. And then for them, their potential to live on, to make choices and decisions in the future as well, their livelihood. You're
Okay, so we're
depriving
getting
them
somewhere.
of going on. Okay.
Yes, so you're causing them suffering by denying them free will, right? I'm giving you hints, but like, would you say that's why killing is bad?
I would say that that is a part of it.
Right. But you're causing them suffering by denying them free will. They didn't consent to be murdered. They wanted to continue to be alive, and they were murdered instead. They were killed instead. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't make that choice. You made a choice for their body that caused them suffering and denied them free will.
Mm-hmm.
And you would say that that's wrong.
Right.
So for me, that's kind of the basis of why killing is bad, why slavery is bad. You are causing someone suffering by denying their free will. Now, bringing this back to abortion, when you force a woman to carry a fetus to term and then deliver that fetus, you are causing her suffering by denying her free will over her body. And you're doing it on the grounds that the fetus deserves to live, but the fetus hasn't told you that, right? The fetus didn't make that choice. So you actually denied both of them their free will, right? A fetus isn't capable of
No.
establishing their free will, but a mother is, but a birthing person is, right?
So you would
the-
say, well, I would say, yeah, for if you're secularist, I don't think that it's philosophically consistent. But if you're familiar with like the deontological stance of Immanuel Kant,
yes.
I'm not trying
Yes.
to argue that, for example, I'm not just trying to say, poof, I just need to ground it in something random. Let me just say it is the case that no, in my worldview, I assume, I don't care what your disposition is, whether you identify as this or that, I say what makes that person valuable is something that cannot be conferred upon by other human beings. That is to say that rights are not granted, they are not given, but they are rather recognized at a fundamental level. I mean, even if you want to go the utilitarian route,
This feels like a
it's
fucking
more
Andrew Wilson
consistent
argument.
on that basis.
It does feel like an
to
Andrew Wilson
assume
argument.
James,
Yeah.
James, let me cut in on something really quickly here.
Okay.
When we look at beings and we look at harm, what is the difference between me cutting a rock in half and me cutting a person in half? Now, I would argue the difference is the person experiences what's happening to them. They connect some type of body and brain pathway to where what's going on to them links up to some level of cognition, right? This is what we would call sentience. It's subjective human experience. A rock doesn't do this. So when I have somebody who's like brain dead, for instance, their brain has fully ceased functioning in terms of a sentient experience. They have nothing there. I would argue what happens to that body doesn't really matter, except unless you're taking an argument of like for societal health, that's fine. But like if I were to stab that body, there is no harm being done to a being. The being is not there anymore. The body is there, but I don't see an issue with harming a body when it's not connected to someone. Now, when I transfer
I would
this
just
principle,
say a defeater for that.
I just want to finish this really
I
quickly.
didn't want to lose the thought.
No problem. When you transfer this principle, I look at a fetus pre-24 weeks and a fetus post-24 weeks. Clearly, there's a difference, and we know this because of a litany of neurological evidence. Prior to this, this fetus is not experiencing. It doesn't even have the capacity to experience, right? When I say, why is it wrong to kill someone? It's because a person is experiencing that death. A fetus can't experience it. So I just see a vast difference here. And when you go, well, I just ground rights in some objective framework, non-secular rights are also not objective. They're still subjective as well.
Yeah, I know. There's some secular philosophers that believe in objective morality. I'm not aware. I'm not unaware.
Well, I'm just saying that
Yeah, I was just
non-secular.
saying in that instance, I just think.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I would just say that for my worldview, because I was asked of my worldview specifically, I'm a theist, and I believe that God grounds what is true, moral, good, and beautiful, and everything like that. I know, that's another topic and everything like that. But as far as giving an account for my disposition, yes, I know of scholars that believe in objective morality, and I believe ultimately they're inconsistent. But I would say, to your point concerning the consciousness, the difference between cutting a rock in half and cutting a person in half, sentience, excuse me, I'm sorry, yes. Cutting that person in half, it's not necessary that person experience the suffering. For example, if a person is in a vegetative state or something like that, there has to be something said
They're still
on behalf of
experiencing
the
a
family
vegetative state.
what to do.
They're still experiencing a vegetative state. The only way that a human being stops experiencing is when they are brain dead. You can make an argument that they're not experiencing.
No, okay, yeah, sure.
Hold on, just real quick. When it comes to sentience, is what I'm talking about. You can make an argument that they're not experiencing when they're knocked out via like anesthesia, but that was a consensual knocking out. So I wouldn't say that because they consensually went under, you can now.
No, I'm not talking about that. That's consensual clearly, and of course that would defeat my position if I was arguing from like somebody under anesthesia or something like that. I'm saying that those who are in a coma or a vegetative state as result of a traumatic event like a car accident or something like
coma
that,
patients,
they can't
coma
make
patients are
medical
sentient.
decisions.
But I'm not talking about making decisions isn't what makes you sentient.
Yeah.
What makes you sentient is just the ability to experience. Coma patients can oftentimes tell you about dreams they had while they were in their coma. That's experiencing. They can sometimes recite full conversations that were had in the rooms while they were comatose. That's experience. But again, this is why when it comes to setting the moral grounding, I always say you're granted moral consideration once you have the capacity for sentience, and you don't lose that moral consideration until you are permanently non-sentient. Everything else in between has moral consideration.
Yeah, but where do you get the sentience? For example, okay, I think we've been on my side.
Where do you get the sentience? Well, from God, of course. Where else would you get the sentience? No,
no,
soul.
I'm misrepresenting.
No, I'm not. I'm fucking around.
Please don't.
Yeah, I'm not misrepresenting you. I'm making a joke. Ruh-roh.
Okay. I don't make side of the gas arguments or anything like that.
But it doesn't matter where you get. The point is, it doesn't matter where you get sentience from. Like where sentience comes from is not necessarily up for debate. The point is that we all. The point is that we all understand the definition of sentience and why a sentient being carries more, I guess, kind of ethical and moral weight than one that is non-sentient.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Can somebody be robbed of the potential to be sentient? Would you say that's justified?
I don't care about potential. I only care about capacity.
Yeah, that's not because especially when you're comparing
to be sentient. Wait. Just on that point. He said he doesn't care about potential, he cares about capacity. Does the fetus not have the capacity, barring all things being equal, and there's not, hold on, please. Barring all things being equal, and there not being intentional intervention, say through abortion, in this particular case, you said that capacity matters, and that's what you're worried about. That's what you're concerned about. From the deontological stance of saying that human beings have moral worth, it actually moves it a step back from sentience. If you're concerned about the capacity for the fetus to have...
James, that was all jargon.
The thing is though, yeah, that made no sense. But B, the thing is though, hold on, I'm going to finish.
Wait.
The thing is though, I'm going to finish. That sentence was, I don't really know what that meant.
It was just jargon.
You're just using like big words that kind of sound smart. Because it didn't make any sense.
No, I promise you.
You're misunderstanding what I mean by capacity and
But
here's the thing, though. You don't know what I mean by that.
Here's the thing, though, friend. Even if you are, like, if you're comparing...
No, I want to allow Naima to speak. She's trying to speak. I want to give her a chance.
All right.
But, even if the fetus has the potential to be a fully fledged human being, with sentience, right? Even if it has the capacity or potential for sentience, in its current state, you are comparing something that is non-sentient to a woman that is fully sentient, or birthing person that is fully sentient and is supporting this non-sentience being life with her own, right? Like if if a fetus didn't have to exist inside of the womb of a woman, then this would be a much different conversation, right? Then we would like, of course, sure, fine, let it reach its potential. But because fetuses exist inside of pregnant people, because fetuses exist inside of soon-to-be mothers, you have to compare their moral worth. And as it stands, looking at them right now, one is sentient, one is not. One is relying on the other for life. One is giving her essence, essentially, for this to survive. And so it's just not fair, you know? It's really just not fair to women to have to support it without our consent.
And I want to clarify, I was not trying to spit jargon or anything, but I think the logical entailment of your position, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Jovan said that he wouldn't define capacity, I guess, as I'm coming to the conclusion or arriving at it. But I would say that if, you know, in my view, the human has a capacity for sentience. On your view, sentience is what actually confers right onto a person or said person. If they are prevented from reaching sentience, then you have necessarily deprived them of the human rights.
But what I'm saying, I get that. The capacity for sentience is not the same as a sentient human being that is carrying this entity in their stomach. Like, they just don't have the same moral worth. Like, fundamentally, why should something that cannot experience pain, that does not even, is not capable of knowing that its potential sentience could be denied? Like, it doesn't know. It doesn't know. You're not hurting it.
I think,
but you know who does know, and you know who is being hurt?
Argument. Your argument is
like, that's the
thing. But here's the thing. Yeah, I understand. No, I got your point. And there's the principle of double effect, which maybe I'll have time to get into. But as it stands now, I'm not saying, realize what I'm not saying. I am not saying that a person that is actively sentient and a person that has the capacity to be sentient shares the same actualization of their nature or ontology, so to speak. I'm not trying to use big words. I'm saying that I've, seriously, at least you could probably tell, I've been thinking over this and scrutinizing, exposing myself to philosophers like Boonin and Peter, what's his name or whatever. They don't share my worldview at all.
Like Joyce,
Yes. Nielsen, the nihilistic argument dude. All of that to say that I understand and recognize, for example, an acorn is not an acorn tree. An acorn has the potential to be.
You mean an oak tree?
Oak tree, I'm sorry. You know what I mean. I apologize. Yes, that's what I mean. An oak tree has.
I'm sorry.
But the difference between, thank you for that, for reminding me. Yeah, I'm just thinking off the top. I appreciate that. But acorns have the potential to be oak trees, but they would never be an oak tree if they were prevented from their stage of development. And then I also heard you say that, that the fact that it can't feel pain. My thing is that when it comes to analogies, almost one-to-one, is there a correlation outside the womb that we wouldn't say that somebody wouldn't have rights? For example,
you're making
maybe
it's
y'all
a,
heard
it's, a,
of that.
it's a slippery, James. You're doing a slippery slope.
Hold on 1 second. I promise you, I'll
I just don't want to go to the
this
slippery
point.
slope again.
But even if it's outside of
It's
the
not a
womb,
slippery slope.
like, again, it doesn't, like, you can't separate them, though, is the thing. Like, for a fetus to reach its potential, it is going to cause the pregnant person pain. This is an undeniable fact. And by the way, we've kind of just been stuck on, like, in utero, whether or not abortions are morally viable, or morally, like, okay, yes, no, maybe. But it's not just, like, once the child is born, once it becomes a child, a baby, a fully sentient being, that woman can't just be like, bye, like, something now has to happen to this kid. So you're not just signing up women against our consent to 9 months of pain, and then one of the most traumatic things that can happen to the human body, which is giving birth. You're not just signing us
I
up
don't
for
want to
that. You're
overblow.
also signing us up for
Yeah.
like 18 years of like financial responsibility, moral, like I believe that parents do have a moral responsibility to care for their children, which is why
I agree.
which is why I'm pro-choice. Because if someone can't choose to sign up for that 18-year plus long responsibility, right? Like it's not just I have to go through this horrific trauma to my body. I also then have to care for the thing that comes out. I don't think that
the
you can.
thing of finding a human is not justified in my worldview.
Okay, well, I was.
But again, the only
being
place
flippant, yes, but
the only place you're grounding your worldview in is your theist beliefs, right? That's where it's grounded. But you're not grounding it in any.
But that isn't necessary though for the argument that I gave though. If you
it actually was, it was 100% necessary. Because when I asked you about the harm, you brought the harm back to just
deontological argument that secularists hold that moral. Yes. So just two more things, and I promise. So congenital insensitivity to feel pain with anhydrosis.
I don't know why we're talking about pain. I don't know why we're talking about pain.
Yes, because you said respectfully, for let Naima bring her point up, she referred to pain once again. And so I said initially that the analogies that we say, the qualifiers, whether it be size, level of development, or pain as qualifiers as to whether the moral status of a fetus should be recognized, there is a similar case that is the case outside of the womb that we
no, it's not pain, but it's not just pain. It's pain without consent, right? You are denying someone, a pregnant person, their right to free will over their body without their consent.
Right.
That's a big part of this, right? I'll give you an example. I had this one dude DM me, and he asked me, he was like, I will pay you $200 to kick me repeatedly in the nuts. This is a real guy. This is a true story, okay? That shit would probably really hurt him, right? But it's not immoral because he's asking me to do it. And by the way, no, I didn't do this. But, so if, it's just weird. I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. But anyway, like, see, he's asking me to do it. If I just went up to a random man and kicked him in the nuts, that would be immoral, right? It's not the pain that makes it immoral. It's the taking away the removal of free will and consent that makes it immoral. The same with rape versus sex, right? Sex is fun when you consent. When you don't consent, now it's a crime, right? So the immorality, the inethicality is not about
inefficacy,
the pain. And you keep bringing up deontological ethics, and deontological ethics similarly ignores the consequences, right? The whole point of deontology is adhering to a strict set of moral rules and values regardless of their consequence.
Yes,
so
that's right.
It's incoherent. Well, I mean, but
okay. So just on that, we can table client. I need to point out that I was not talking about the pain of the woman. That's granted even in my worldview as well. Talking about the status of the fetus. For example, what was leveled on the table, which is what I'm fairly responding to, is one of the factors was that sentient beings can experience pain. And that is what disqualifies a fetus in the womb for having rights. But I'm saying just outside of that, we have a medical case called congenital insensitivity to pain with anhydrosis, CEPA for short, where children cannot feel pain. They literally have to wear mittens, and they also have to have a mouth guard because they'll chew their tongue and they'll scratch their eyes out. Why? Because they can't.
They're still experiencing.
Yeah, they can't feel pain.
But again, friend, I just said it's not about the pain. It's about the depriving someone of free will. Like just because that kid can't feel pain, it's still immoral to punch that kid in the face because you have deprived them of the free will. They didn't consent to it. That's the issue.
Okay, I got you.
Women can't consent.
When it comes to free will, the double.
Yes.
So
but that's kind of the point. Like women are able to consent or not consent. A fetus isn't.
Okay. When you do the thing that causes a fetus to come into existence, the existence of that fetus is without the fetus's consent. And
it doesn't have the ability to consent. It's not.
But
okay.
that's
I'm,
it's not
I'm,
sentient. Yeah, we gotta
move on. I'm cooked
Yeah,
on
no,
this one.
that's not what I'm moving. Y'all taking it the wrong way. Look, I'm
No,
saying
I'm
that
not.
the existence of that fetus. Yes, I'm saying that the sexual act is the openness and the capacity for the person to say, if what results in this is the existence of another human being, then I should have a right to end the existence
Consent
of
to
that human
action
being,
A is not
sentient or
consent
not.
to all the outcomes of action A. But we've been talking for almost 40 minutes. It's time we move on to the next person.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I got you. Well, I appreciate you all's time, and maybe I can be up again. We can continue sometime.
Maybe.
Yes. Well, thank you for being respectful.
Never say deontological ever again.
Ever again.
I never want to hear that word.
I hate deontological ethics.
I almost invoked the Philbro timer. Low-key.
Low-key, he needed it.
We have 4 more callers, one of whom's been waiting for 2 hours, so we really got to get to that caller.
Yeah, let's do it.
Call lines are done. I do want to say shout out and big fucking thank you to Banny Uwu for the fucking 446 person raid over on Twitch. What's up? If y'all are still in here, Raiders, I hope you hang out. We're still debating, and we got some good topics going up here soon. Most of which are about gender. Let's take the next call. Coming up next is Brandon. Brandon is calling from Illinois to talk about gender affirming care for minors. Brandon, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Oh, hi there. I'm 31. He, him.
All right, cool. And Brandon, you're calling about gender affirming care for minors. So let me just tell you our position. So that way you know our position going in. So Brandon, when it comes to gender affirming care, we believe that gender affirming care for minors, we support it because it's been shown to help reduce distress and improve well-being when done under medical supervision. Do you disagree with that? And if so, why?
Okay. Sorry, and I'm writing this down too because I'm trying to show up my best for you guys. Let's see here. Shown to reduce stress and what else?
It's been shown to reduce distress and improve well-being when done under medical supervision.
Okay. Distress and improve well-being. All right. Yeah.
When done under medical supervision. That's important. That's an important note.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. So I've seen that you guys are doing a lot of science-based takes. I could go into the science or the philosophical side of things.
Just
totally
please
up to what
no
you guys
Sky
wanna do.
Daddy. As long as it's not God, I'm fine with either.
No. I won't bring my religion into it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, for sure. So I just have a couple things. I made sure you can pull them up on Google Scholar if you want to look at the same thing I'm looking at. But first, I have a study from BMJ. I think it's the British Medical Journal. This is from, I believe, 2025. Conclusion of the study says there's considerable uncertainty about the effects of gender affirming.
Sorry, can you give the study
therapy.
title?
Yes, please.
Yeah, for sure. Whenever you're ready. I just searched gender affirming care on Google Scholar and the last name of the first researcher.
Okay,
well, can you just does it have a name, like the study itself?
The study,
yeah.
It's long, yeah. It's gender affirming hormone therapy for individuals with gender dysphoria aged less than 26 years, a systematic review and meta-analysis. That's what I was just going to give you last name. Sorry.
Individuals with gender dysphoria.
Meta-analysis.
Great,
And it's wait, what source was it? It was British.
I think BMJ, I'm not sure. I think that's British
That's just the
Medical Journal. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's just the journal it was.
Okay, and then I'm just going to the conclusion for the sake of time. And if you guys want to read the conclusion, that they'd probably hear it better on stream.
Oh, I see it. Yep.
Well, I mean, this conclusion doesn't tell us anything. This just says they can't, based on the studies they analyzed, which was 24, they specifically, this research group, cannot conclude harm or benefit. That's it.
Yeah.
So
I'm so sorry. I didn't really present my side either. I should probably do that.
Okay.
yeah, it says there is considerable uncertainty and we cannot exclude the possibility of benefit or harm. And then it
Yeah.
encourages
And this is one of
better studies.
Yeah. So I think it's strictly harmful to move forward saying that this is what we should do when we don't have any evidence that this is a good thing to do.
This study does not conclude that we don't have evidence. It just concludes that in the 24 studies they looked at, they came to no conclusion. I mean, I have meta-analyses with studies upwards of in the 50s that did conclude otherwise.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'd love to take a look at those. I don't want to take up all your time, but or if you want, I can give you another one.
Well, sure. I'm just saying this study that you're pointing to doesn't tell me anything. It just is like we're inconclusive here. So if you have another study that like gives an affirmative, that would be great.
Yes. I'm glad you brought a study though. I think he's the first one to actually reference a real study and know the name of it. So props to you for that. The bar is in hell, but great job.
Oh, for sure. That's what I'm here to do. And I got like a half a dozen of these. So I'm sure we're not going to get to them all, but
I'll get to every single one. Give me the title of the next one.
For sure. Next one, I'll just stick with the same journal for now. Masculinizing and feminizing hormone interventions for adolescents experiencing gender dysphoria or incongruence, a systematic review.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Same journal. And then also
the BMJ just posts whatever 12 core 9 cross sectional and 30 pre-post studies were included.
The BMJ is like it's like ground news where it's a bunch of different sources. It's not. This is fun. Is it interventions to suppress puberty in adolescents experiencing gender dysphoria or incongruence? A systematic review. Yes, I see it by Joe Taylor.
Yeah, this says that the moderate quality research suggests that there are improved mental health benefits. It says that there's a lack of high quality research and that more should be done. So all it's saying is we should continue doing this, but continue researching it. But that the medium.
It also,
Go ahead.
It also literally says no conclusions can be drawn about the impact on gender dysphoria, mental health, and psychological health or cognitive development. So what we're asking is for a study that actually like draws a conclusion. Glad that you've read both of these studies, but again, both of them were inconclusive. So you have to have one that, yeah.
And one of the things I do want to point out is when we're looking at, just really quickly, Brandon, then I'll let you continue. Oh shit, did I not restart the call-in thing when I was talking to you? It says we've been talking for 45 minutes. That's not true.
Oh.
I just restarted. I'll just have to refix the clip. I'm glad nobody told me that. Somebody did tell me on Discord, and I didn't see it. When it comes to quality of research, people always tell me like, oh, well, we need these higher quality things, but you can have a bunch of low quality research that points in the same direction and that be relevant evidence, like medium to low quality research. I would disagree that we don't have any high quality research. I think most of the time the high quality research is just ignored in these meta-analyses. But I have to see specifically what studies this one you gave, the masculinizing and feminizing one, what studies specifically they analyzed in their methodology.
Totally. I understand that. Can I give you why I want to argue that this works, that these studies being inconclusive works in my favor?
Why it works in your favor? I don't think it does. But go ahead.
Yeah, I guess.
That's fair. Yeah. No. So like, it sounds like the point of topic 2, that gender affirming care for minors. It sounds like that we're advocating for that, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So I think if we have, and then I have another meta-analysis from JAMA, if you want to look at that too. But if these meta-analyses are inconclusive, if we can't say that they're specifically a good thing or a bad thing, why are we promoting this as
but you're not
the favorable solution.
This is the issue. You didn't listen to what I said before. These meta-analyses are claiming these, and typically what we find is they ignore the data that tells them that they are beneficial. Like they don't include those studies in here. So I have a bunch of other meta-analyses. You can go look at them later if you want. They're all in my link tree in my source document that conclude the opposite of what these are all saying, that actually conclude that there are nothing but positives to gender-affirming medical care. One of them is a analysis that was done by Cornell that analyzed 55 studies and found that 51 of those studies concluded that there was improved well-being, 4 studies were mixed or had neutral results, and 0 studies had negative results. So especially if the studies are saying inconclusive and aren't pointing to a harm, then I really would say like, yeah, no, we should keep providing this care. But if you want to quickly drop the name of the next study you have, I'll look it up and see what it's saying. But they're all just telling me like, oh, every study you've posted, just so you know, so far has been advocating to continue to do these this care, but just continue to research it. None has advocated against not doing the care.
For sure. I think that's a totally fair stance to take. I just think that while we are still doing that research, we shouldn't be advocating for people to engage with it.
You can't do the research without engaging
exists, and also there is research that exists. I mean, we are continuing to do research on cancer. Should we stop treating people with cancer?
I mean, if you can't prove that it's benefiting or harming the cancer patients, I'd say yeah.
Well, we can prove that it's benefiting or harming the cancer patients, just as we can prove that it's benefiting trans youth to have access to gender affirming care. You just can't. That's the issue.
I mean, yeah, that's totally fair. I just like if we had some experimental chemotherapy that, or whatever cancer treatment you want to say, like I wouldn't feel comfortable. I've had family members who've had cancer. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying, "Hey, you should go do this." We don't know if it's going to work or not.
Well, that's fair, but how do you expect knowledge and medicinal practices to advance if we can't use them unless we know with 100% certainty that it's completely effective?
That's a great question. And I think Jovan was talking about this earlier. That is a really big barrier to these kinds of studies. He was talking about you run into a really big ethics barrier when you're trying to conduct these studies. And I think we should totally keep doing research, because if this is beneficial for people, of course, 100%.
You can't do research without allowing people to have the care. Like
yeah,
the research would all stop.
Yeah, and actually, so you know what? I think that's a really good segue to the next study then, and that's on here. I'll give you the name. It's the implementation of patient-reported outcome measures for gender-affirming care worldwide. This is from JAMA Open in 2023.
The implementation of what?
I got it. I'll link it in the Discord.
Thanks.
For sure.
But one thing I will say is, when it comes to like clinical trials, which is not even this, because there is actually like a very large body of research around gender affirming care, even before it was applied to trans children, right? Like all HRTs and puberty blockers, which I'm guessing are the two things that you're addressing right now when you talk about gender affirming care. Is that fair?
Sort of. I like to think it's very unhealthy to align someone's personal identity with immutable characteristics, but that's a different conversation. So
well, let's have that conversation. I mean, like,
yeah,
so what
sure.
is it? What is it specifically? What are the treatments specifically? Actually, yes. Let's simplify this a little bit. Let's narrow this down. What specific treatments? Because gender affirming care is not just one thing. What specific treatments that fall under the umbrella of gender affirming care for?
Oop. We just lost Naima. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no. Naima's gone.
No.
Oh no.
Come back.
We're gonna try to get her. We're gonna
I'm
try to
actually
get her back.
having a great time talking to you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure. Give me just 1 second. Give me one second. Let me see. Oh, she's not still talking, thinking that we're still on the line. Give a second, chat. Oh, her computer glitching out. Give a second, chat. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get this back. We're gonna get it back. They're hopping back in. Okay. We gonna get it back. Just gotta wait for them to get back in. I also want to say that the paper you linked us real quick before Naima left, the paper you gave us, it's not saying anything except that they think that researchers should measure the outcomes of care a little differently. That's all. Just change how it's measured. It's not making any claim that this care isn't working or anything like that. It's just saying that they would suggest changing the way that it's measured. But before Naima gets back, I want to ask you, what do you think the goal, like when we say these studies are low quality studies, what would make a study a high quality study in your opinion?
I mean, I didn't point that out. I didn't go down the rabbit hole of finding all the studies myself. But
I know, but that's what these are claiming. Naima's back.
Hey.
Like they're claiming the reason why there's no evidence is because there's a difference between high quality studies and low quality studies, and saying most of these are low quality studies with low, and so they're discounting a bunch of the evidence. But they're not making these. The problem with these meta-analyses is they're not saying what the high quality version of those studies are.
Okay. I mean, and I actually have a data analytics background, so I'd love to get into that. And I'm not going to go off the handle talking about eigenvalues and Kaiser criterions and a bunch of other deep like factor analysis things, but I do think that things like sample size, your confidence intervals, those are the most important metrics usually you want to look at. And I totally agree with where you're coming from, man. Like these are a lot of them are very low quality, meaning that they're very low sample size. And that's kind of why I wanted to bring up this, which is talking about patient-reported outcome methods. And it's specifically the conclusions talking about how patient-reported outcome methods are like patient-reported outcome measures, when taking these studies are not very reliable. And
it's the only way to measure mental health well-being is patient report. There's quite literally like no other way to measure it.
Hey, can I really quick pause us? Molotov cocktail. Say some racist shit in my chat again, you're banned. I don't feel like typing. Anyway, continue. Like, last warning. I'm done hearing about the blacks, okay? Anyways.
I would just
What were you guys talking about?
That's just me.
Yeah, honestly. You know what? Fuck him. He's just, I don't even know why I'm warning him. Goodbye.
But yeah, no, we're just talking about the how you would like Brandon, if I'm analyzing whether something is beneficial to a person's mental health, the only way to do that is to ask the person how their mental health is doing. Like there is no other way to analyze that. It is the only it's like the only way. I mean, you can do it through clinical visits, but that was a problem. There was a study, I wish I could remember it specifically, that was talking about how, trans people's mental health gets worse post-transition and all the person did was analyze how many interactions these people had with therapists post-transition, not acknowledging that like half of those were just their normal therapy appointments. They had nothing to do with anything. So like, there's no other way to analyze this research except how do you feel before this treatment? And how do you feel after this treatment? That's how we do all mental health related analyses. Analyses? Analysis?
Analyses?
Analysis, maybe.
I like analysis.
Yeah. I like analysis too. It sounds cool.
For sure. And I don't think there are a lot of good alternatives, and I get that's why we don't really have a lot of studies for that. I think that you could have some more objective criteria that you could look at, maybe in the longer term studies. Like, I'd love to see, yeah, like, for example, you guys referenced the suicide rate earlier. We know it's around 41% or something like that, and that's really awful. But, you know, you would want to look at maybe what is, like, how good are we at decreasing that rate over the span of a decade, over 2 decades? You
Yeah, but again, when we look at the actual, and then I want to let Naima get back to what she was talking about before, if you remember what you guys were talking about before you got booted. But
yes, I do.
But like when we analyze the studies that actually look at the data, right? What we see is that, yeah, it's significant, the betterment in mental health. Because part of the problem is when we look at some, I'm sure you've heard of the CAS review, right?
The what again?
The CAS review.
Sounds familiar, but go ahead and remind me.
The CAS review was a big review that Dr. Hilary Cass did for the British health, what is it, NHI, the NHI or the NIH, whatever it's called, and basically said, oh, there's no conclusive research on the benefits of this care. Because what the CAS review did is it basically decided that all studies in which there was not specifically a randomized control trial were studies that were flawed, and the methodology was flawed, and they didn't accept those studies. But a problem with that is it is unethical to do randomized control trials for this. It's unethical to be like, here's some kids we're going to give the care to, and here's some kids we're going to lie to and not give the care to, and let's see which group kills themselves quicker. Like, that's unethical. That's unethical. The SSRIs, you can't test them that way either. Right? It's completely an unethical standard. So, yeah, by that metric, they're considering these studies low quality. That's not low quality at all. That's just how mental health is done. You can only, you physically can't do it that way. But yeah, if you want to respond to that quick, then I'm going to let Naima jump back to what she was talking with you about before she got booted.
Oh, and here's
yeah,
Honey.
totally.
Honey wanted to say hi.
Hey.
And yeah, I do want to hear what Naima has to say. But I guess, yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, that's definitely unethical. We don't want to do that. But then I guess that brings me back to my original point. Why would we be comfortable saying, hey, you should do this, if we have all of these studies, low quality or otherwise, because that's what we have, of saying, hey, do this, get your, hormone therapy, do your whatever affirming care your physicians or doctors are suggesting. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Because the studies that we do have show that overall well-being, quality of life, and mental health outcomes are better. The studies that say the analyses that say they don't aren't using a realistic model to come up with what is a good or bad source and what is good or bad methodology. But I'm going to let Naima go now.
Well, yes, thank you. I guess what we were talking about before is basically my point is that, honey, stop trying to eat my computer. Stop it. Basically my point is that hormone therapy and puberty blockers have already existed. This is not new technology. These are not new medicines, right? They have already been used to treat adolescents. But it's just a new application. It's a new, I don't want to say problem, because problem is not the right word. It's not a problem to be trans, but it's a new kind of malady that these are addressing, right? So, you have an issue with it because it doesn't have enough data to support that it's healthy, I guess. But there is data to support that these things are not harming kids. We have that data. We know this. In fact, it is used to treat illnesses all the time in children, right? So I guess it's weird to me, like, is the issue the treatment itself, or is the issue the fact that it's being used on trans youth? Like, why is it bad in this context?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, because I originally, when I called in, I wanted to talk about point one. But again, I don't think it's healthy to reduce someone to what is it? Immutable characteristics, things that, you know, like your physiology, like things that you can't really change about yourself.
Yeah, I don't either.
Oh, by
And
the
I
way,
think that's what
I
it does.
just to point out, I was analyzing the very first study you gave to us. By the way, or not the first one, the second one, the masculinizing and feminizing hormone interventions. And I didn't realize this at first. I realized it afterwards. It was literally a review done for the cast review. So exactly what I said before is the reason why they were unconfident is because they were asking for a standard of care that is unethical to ask for when it comes to mental health benefits. So anyway, continue.
So yeah,
sure. I think,
just back to my question. Why is it, sorry, I'm fucking banning another person. Jesus Christ, my mods are not pulling in work today. Where are my mods? Anyway, they are sleeping. It's because I never stream at this time. I always start at like 8:30. But to my point, why is it, if we know that these medicines, if we know that these treatments are effective and safe to use on children, in other contexts, why is it specifically when these children are trans that you have an issue with prescribing these treatments?
Probably because it's one of the most easily preventable if it does result in any harm. And I don't really want to get down the rabbit hole of, you guys are saying that this is helpful, we know these things, and I'm saying, well, we don't know these things, and now we're just like, whose study do we listen to? And now we leave the realm of science and we enter the realm of philosophy. So, I mean, I can go there, but, it's also like, it's not, you don't have to say this is what we have to do. I think there's better alternatives.
We're not saying this is what you have to do. We're saying this option, this treatment option, should be available if the person, their doctors, their parents all decide this is the best option for them.
Yeah, I kind of want to go down the rabbit hole, friend. Like, why is that bad? I just...
the philosophical side of it.
Well, if these treatments
I
are
don't have studies for that.
recommended,
Those are my ideas.
well, but if these treatments are recommended by a physician, if these, if the medications that are being used to help trans kids have already been proven to be safe for children, right? Under the research standards that we all agree on, right? Why is it bad?
Well, I mean, I have a couple
still don't
dissenting
get it. What? So you don't agree with the use of like puberty blockers for precocious children?
Oh gosh, this is
For those going through precocious puberty?
I have a couple.
I mean, like they have they have real uses. Like they didn't exist. Like these medications were not developed for trans children. They already existed and were already being used on children, right? Would you disagree? Like, do you think that's a bad thing? Like to use HRTs in any context on a child?
I know that a lot of them were developed for medical reasons, like if someone has overly active hormone output in their body and that needs to be suppressed. I know that's one situation where it was originally used. And then, we kind of adopted these things for others. I'm not trying to go down the super white, the right wing side of things where it's like, oh, you're chemically castrated. Like, no, I'm not even going to like try and do that. But like, I don't think that we're seeing people have no adverse outcomes. Like it does have an effect on you. And I mean, that's why we're using it, right?
Like all medical, but this is missing the fact that like all medical decisions, you do a benefit risk analysis. Do the benefits of this care outweigh the risk? Yeah, there may be some negative outcomes, as there is there's negative outcomes if I take Tylenol. But I'd measure how's my liver feeling versus how's my head feeling.
Right. And what you're talking about is a control group. And again, we're back to you can't ethically have, hey, we're going to deny care for this group of children as a control group, that would be horrible, right? We don't want to.
No, but that's not even necessarily needing a control group. We know what the risks are. For all of this treatment, you get a lot of paperwork when doctors are recommending this treatment. We know what the risks are. There's no risk that's going to come out in 10 years that we don't already know of these drugs we've been using for 30 to 40 plus years, right? We already know what the risks are going to be. So at this point, it's here are the risks, here are the benefits. What do you want to do about care?
I feel like this would be a good opportunity to offer an alternative that I think is better.
Okay,
I guess, but the question is, why is it bad? Like, I still feel like I have not gotten an answer to the question. Like, hormone replacement therapy was invented in the 1930s. Okay, like this shit has been around now for almost 100 years, right? So why is it bad to use it in this way if it is medically safe and helping trans youth?
I feel like that's really simple. Like, especially for minors, you don't let them.
Well, if it's simple, then why haven't you
decisions.
answered it? Because I've asked you like 3 times, dude. Why is it bad?
It's bad because you just shouldn't let kids make decisions like that. Like, I told everyone that I was Spider-Man when I was 7, and I had everyone calling me Spider-Man. I don't think that they should have.
But we don't do hormone.
Answer, dude.
Yeah, and also we don't do hormone replacement therapy on a 7-year-old because a 7-year-old has not gone through puberty yet.
Are we differentiating between 7-year-olds and 16-year-olds? Because minors doesn't really do that.
Yes, obviously, medically, you would differentiate between a 7-year-old and a 16-year-old. The treatment that you would give a 7-year-old and a 16-year-old are vastly different. Those bodies are not at the same stage of development at all.
Okay. And again, I think there's just better alternatives.
But
Like
why
what?
are those alternatives bad? Like, there's so many questions.
Yeah, what are these better alternatives that you're talking about?
Bullying.
I think the best alternative is to. This is going to sound dumb. Just love and accept someone for who they are, but I don't think that requires gender change.
Homie. What do you think that when okay, we're gonna take this to like its bare bones here because I want to get a really concrete answer from you here. Do you recognize that the only children that are given gender affirming medical care are ones who have severe gender dysphoria, where they are at risk for self-harm, suicidality, and comorbidities like severe depression, social anxiety, things like that?
I know that that's the situations we give it to people in.
Okay. Of this, do you think that those children, because only about 1,927 children receive gender-affirming hormones per year. Do you think of those 2,000 kids that get access to this care per year, that they haven't tried loving themselves, accepting them? You think that hasn't been tried with them yet?
Gender affirming care is also how you would love and accept a trans child. Like,
I think they're in an environment that says this is the best option for you, and that's why
I think you're talking out of your ass, Brandon.
Yeah.
Like, that's just not how the standards of care work. Have you ever looked at the WPATH standards of care? Have you ever looked at how the DSM-5 tells you to diagnose and treat gender dysphoria? Have you ever looked at either of those things?
Yes, but it was a long time ago.
Okay. First and foremost, for children under the age of 18, they have to have 6 months of being persistent, consistent, and insistent on their gender identity, right? 6 months of it. They have to meet with counselors, with therapists. They meet with doctors, oftentimes endocrinologists and their primary care physicians. This isn't a decision that's made lightly, and no amount of love yourself, cognitive, whatever you want to say, no amount of that has worked because we have the studies on this. Those things, right, lead to higher rates of suicide, higher rates of depression.
These are also not.
Oh, go ahead, Naima.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say these are just also not decisions that are made solely by a child. Like, multiple adults have to allow this child to make this decision. It's not just the child's decision. It's the child, their parents, their physician, their therapist or counselor, if not multiple of all of these groups. Like, it's not just, oh, I say I'm a girl and then tomorrow we cut your dick off. It's like it's not just a child's decision. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I don't think that the amount of rigor that you put someone through justifies that.
I'm sorry, explain what that sentence means.
So, Naima's saying that, we talk to doctors, we talk to family members, we talk to the child over a long period of time. We make sure this is something they want to do, and then you move forward with whatever we think is the best, right? Medically or otherwise. I don't think that's a great argument, but
well, the
I mean,
argument
you
is
guys disagree
your argument was you don't think that children should be allowed to make this decision. And what I'm telling you is children are not making this decision absent of licensed adults, right? No
Well, in
child
some
can just
capacity
put
they
themselves
right?
on HRTs without like adult supervision, right?
Right, but even if it's with adult supervision, it's still the child coming up and saying, "Hey, this is what I want to do."
Well, that would be with any illness or malady. Like when I was a teenager, I had depression, and then I went to a therapist and they recommended that I get on medication that my parents had to consent to. But it started with me telling my parents how I felt about my body and my brain, right?
Also, I hate to be that person. A lot of these kids don't even go into these saying, I'm trans. Therapists are looking for key things children are saying to them. So when they go to therapy to get diagnosed with gender dysphoria, the therapists aren't going, well, do you feel like a girl? Are you a girl? That's not the questions being asked. They listen, they ask the child, how are you feeling? How was your day? They probe and they listen for the child going, well, I don't like when I'm called this. I don't like experiencing this. All these other things. They're not going in, most of them are not going in and just being like, I'm trans, give me a shot. That's not happening.
Right, of course. And do you think it's a good thing that children are being directed towards, well, maybe
yes, because prior to this they were killing themselves. Yes.
Also, if it's an accurate diagnosis, it's an accurate diagnosis. Like, when I struggled with my own mental health stuff and I was receiving my diagnosis, like, no, it was not a great thing that I had depression. It actually sucked pretty hard. Hot take, depression, no fun, right? But it was an accurate diagnosis that led me to having a happier and healthier life that increased my quality of life. So whether or not you think it's not a good or bad thing, it's just a thing that exists, right? Like, even if you don't like transness in and of itself, a doctor has a responsibility to try and accurately diagnose their patients, their clients, right? Depending on the type of doctor.
Mm-hmm. And and this is kind of a slippery slope though, because we're getting into, because I don't even think that being transgender is like a disease or a malady or anything else. I think it's a framework of understanding how the world works. But
okay, if you want to talk about how the world works, can I ask you a question? Can I ask a question? Do you generally parent other people's children or no?
I sort of have, I can go into my family stuff if you want to about that, but a little bit, yeah.
Well, like strangers, not your family, not people who've trusted you to care for their children. Do you generally tell people how to parent their children?
Not parent their children. That's the responsibility of the parent.
Okay, so then what are we even talking about, honestly? Like, to an extent. Do you have a child that's trans? Is this something that you're dealing with right now?
No. I mean, I've had, I don't have any kids, but I've had this conversation with my nephew, because my sister was a single mother and I was the male figure in his life for a long time. And yeah, I've had to talk to kids about this.
Well, that's great. But that parent in that instance consented to you giving their child, who you knew interpersonally, advice, right?
Yeah, and they totally agree with me.
Okay, great. So I guess my question is, why are you, advocating for parents to treat their children in a way that you I don't understand why you're parenting other people's kids, because that's really what this is. You're saying that parents who are allowing their children to seek gender affirming care are bad parents, essentially, right? Why is it your place to even say that?
Well, the one example I gave you was because if you got to know, it's because my sister's baby daddy walked out on her when she was 2 months away from delivering my nephew.
I'm not talking about your sister's baby daddy. I'm not
kind
talking
of
about
the
your
male
nephew. You have
right,
a
well-
biological connection to that child. I'm talking about everyone else's kid, because you've made a lot of prescriptive choices and suggestions for the entire community of parents to the entire community of trans children. And I guess what gives you the authority? Your inconclusive studies?
I'm gonna make a suggestion too, and the suggestion is that it's time to move off because Brandon's been voted into the shadow realm. So Brandon, it's been real, it's been fun, it's been real fun. You have a good rest of your day. That was from Shakara, who wanted to move on from Brandon. I felt like we were going in circles there for a minute.
Yeah, I'm honestly, the trans one is just annoying to me. Jesus Christ, dude, you don't even fucking have kids. Whose kids? What kids? Where are the kids?
Where are the kids is definitely my new band name. Wait, no. Never mind.
No.
Never mind.
Don't do that.
My brain wanted to use the Brooklyn Nine-Nine joke that I like, which is title of my sex tape, but that my brain at least knew not to go that way.
Yeah. That's what he said.
That's all of our debate calls. We have 2 office hour calls, so those should be fairly quick. So we'll get those office hour calls done. Hopefully we can get it done within the next 5-10 minutes, and then we'll just do our super chats, and that'll be the show. So really quickly for office hours, let's bring up Common. How do you pronounce your name, friend? Hello? Common? Testing. Going once. Common from California.
Shit. Yes, I'm fuck.
Ooh.
Hello?
Ooh. Common, back
loud,
up from the mic a little bit, friend. Just back, take
So I had my earbuds connected. I with the speaker.
It's so loud. You gotta take a step back.
We got the headphones on.
The best thing to do is to just talk into the phone like it's a normal phone. That's the best way to. That's much better. That's much better. It's not even it's a.
Okay. So I just reconnected my earbuds. Okay.
All right. Now, how do you pronounce your name? Common or Kamen? Common.
Cayman.
The one pronunciation I didn't know. And Cayman, you're 26, and what are your pronouns?
They, he.
They, he, no problem. Now, Cayman, you wanted to talk. Cayman, shit. Cayman, you, we don't have a lot of time left. I'm sorry you waited so long. For not a lot of time left to take a call, but you wanted to talk specifically about Zionism, and you want to know what we can do about Israel's actions against Palestine. Is that correct?
Okay, so I'm gonna say this real quick. I kind of lost steam a little bit listening to the other calls. But also like I told the call-in woman, the screening woman, just low-key, because part of me wanted to be kind of big, but low-key, it does fit better as office hours. I realized while I was waiting that it might not be a full conversation like I imposed, because this was when the earlier guy who brought up the Jewish supremacy shit, and my my ADHD, possible autism brain kicked in and like locked in on that because I've been bombarded with a lot of discourse about Jewish supremacy.
Yeah.
And I was hoping for a more fleshed out thoughts about that because like my take was that
you
like
got a lot of wind in the background, friend. We can't really hear you with all the wind.
Shit, let me try and get in a more enclosed space really quickly. Hold on. I was outside walking while I was waiting. Sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Brother.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to turn my volume down a little bit.
I turned him down while we wait.
My fault.
All right.
Is
Seems
it
a little better
is
now.
it better?
Yeah, it's a little better now.
They're kind of like an echo. There's no echo or nothing.
I mean, I'll take the slight echo over the wind.
Yes, for sure.
Right. Yeah, so what I wanted to ask is like, I want y'all's opinion on like just like if you feel like there is some validity to referring to Zionism as Jewish supremacy, because I do agree that it's like another layer of white supremacy. Because yes, a lot of like the Israeli people that are like getting more rights are like mainly white European Jews, but like there is also a notable thing of like even black and brown Jewish people, when they're in Israel, they do get certain rights over non-Jewish people, and how like the whole framework of Zionism does center around like the idea of like Jewish people being given greater rights and like land ownership over Arab people, like Palestinian people. And I got that take from listening and discussing with like other pro-Palestinian people, how like they feel like it's a disservice in a way to Palestinians to ignore that like Judaism is used as a framework by the Israeli government to justify the genocide of Palestinian people. I think where I was initially today, if you want to hear like if y'all were like open to like that being a more nuanced conversation, that stuff, if Jewish supremacy isn't something invalid to say in the context of like.
I mean, I think you go, Naima, you go.
I'm confusion, friend.
It appears like the crux of the question. It appears the crux, and correct me if I'm wrong. The crux of the question seems to be: is it okay to label Zionism as Jewish supremacy and separate it slightly from white supremacy? That seems like the crux of the question. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively it. Yes.
Okay. Naima, you go.
I guess it's more so just about like ethnic supremacy, regardless of what the ethnicity is just kind of wrong, is kind of the point. So it's like whether or not you want to call it white supremacy, it's still believing that you are superior to other people for a quality that is not chosen and that is immutable, right? So that's kind of why. And it also, Zionism takes a lot from white supremacy, right? Like Zionism has copied a lot of traditional white supremacist talking points, traditional white supremacy, like the way that it operates, right? The way that the Palestinian people have been discriminated against is very similar to white supremacy. In fact, it's very similar to, I don't want to compare it to the Nazis, but so I guess it's like, regardless of whether or not you call it white supremacy, they are both bad in the same way, right?
I think that is functionally what I was thinking. Like it's still like supremacy. It's still oppressing other groups of people based on these arbitrary traits.
Yes, exactly.
And I think that's what I was thinking already. I think I just been thrown off for a good while now when I see other leftists discussing it like back and forth with each other, because like you get one side to say like, oh, calling it Jewish supremacy is stupid, because like it implies that Jewish people are like, it implies that Jewish people are the exact same tier of authoritarian, like oppressive ass, like straight up white people. And then I have other leftists be like, no, Jewish supremacy is appropriate because like they are in fact using Jewish identity as a tool to justify oppression. Like I just been stuck in a lot of back and forth arguments about the validity of like these labels. And I think that's just why I was inclined to ask y'all about it for more perspective.
I think it just kind of doesn't matter. Like ethnic cleansing is ethnic cleansing, you know, no matter who's doing it, it's still ethnic cleansing.
That is a very fair point.
I also think there's a real slippery slope to go calling it Jewish supremacy. I think it just walks a slippery slope.
Yeah. Well, also there's a lot of Zionists who are Christian. There's like an insane amount of Zionists who are Christian, right? Like it isn't exclusive to just the Jewish people. And there's a lot of Jewish people who are not Zionists, right?
Right. Like I do know of like certain like Jewish organizations that are vocally against the Israeli government's action. So like I know it would be wrong to conflate Zionism with all Jewish people. I do understand that. I think I was overly caught up on like the terminology.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Cayman, I want to get to the next office hours call.
Right. That was all I wanted. Thank you.
All right, cool. Thank you for calling in, friend.
Thanks, dude.
You have a good day.
You too.
All right, let's bring up the last caller of the night. This is going to be Xavier from Texas. Xavier from Texas calling with an office hours question about topic number 5, MAGA being uneducated. Xavier, can you just let me know your pronouns, friend?
Wait, is this a debate?
It seems like it's a question, not a debate.
Oh, cool. All right.
I know in this climate, it's so rare we get a MAGA caller. They're way too scared anymore to debate their guy.
I mean, with good reason too. Basically, what I was bringing up was the fact that I think saying that they're just uneducated kind of gives them an out.
Let me tell you the whole stance. Wait. Let me tell you the whole stance. I don't have it written on the board anymore because it's a little long. It's MAGA is uneducated or they're bad people. So the MAGA who don't know political policy, and when I say uneducated, I mean on political policy. MAGA tends to have no clue about political policy and its effects. So the MAGA who don't know political policy, they're uneducated. When they learn about the effects of the policies and how those MAGA policies typically harm everybody, but mostly marginalized people, either they will stop supporting those policies, in which case they are now educated and they're not bad people, or they will continue to support them, which means they're educated, but now they're bad people.
Got you. Okay, that's a lot more nuanced than that. Okay, I still think we can kind of engage with it though. Like it's more so of like the tactics of dealing with it, right? Of trying to combating MAGA, right? And I think that a good amount of them, man, it's like how do you differentiate for them? Like how do you make the argument for them? Like, hey, you're not actually educated, you're indoctrinated, because that's all they're yelling back at us. And granted, we can say we have science on our side, but like when we actively have some scientific institutions working in bad faith because they've kind of been like infiltrated by conservatives. I think like even in the UK, like they have issues with trans people, right? So you're not necessarily getting the most unbiased studies coming out from there, right? A lot of conservatives are usually going to wind up like quoting something from there if they're going to try to say, oh, well, there's something wrong with gender affirming care and with trans people, right? So like how would we so for me it's like just saying, well, they're just evil wouldn't necessarily solve the problem, because then if we're just saying that they're just evil, does it come down to, well, there's a mental health issue that needs to be addressed as opposed to an education issue?
I don't think it's a mental health issue on the MAGA side. I think it's like just straight up. Most of them are. How do I phrase this? Most of them have not opened a book since they got out of school. So their brains have
Most of
kind
them
of
haven't opened a
atrophied.
book when they were in school.
True. Your brain is a muscle and their muscle has atrophied. And they've been conditioned. I mean, it is partial brainwashing. Like look at the way Fox, look at Newsmax. Newsmax is what's a great, actually no, fuck all of this. You know what's a great example? And I've had Chad and Haley on the podcast, on my podcast. These are the Necessary Conversations gang. I've had them on my podcast. I know their dad is like about to die, but whatever. Their dad is such a key example of this. It doesn't matter what he's told. He doesn't care. And he's outwardly said, I don't believe what you're telling me. And the stuff I do believe, fuck it, I'm going to support Trump anyway. These people are now becoming obstinately defiant. And it's like pure childish. So I don't coddle MAGA. I am never going to coddle these motherfuckers anymore. Like the three biggest things I heard going into the 2024 election, because I was debating every day, were prices are too high, no new wars, and gas from Biden. Those are the three things that I heard every day. Now, they love that prices are high. They call it the America tax. They love that Trump went to war with Iran. They love that gas prices are high, and they still go, yeah, but Biden's were higher. These motherfuckers are shameless, and I'm done. I'm done with the pleasantries. They're bad people, or they're stupid.
And to the point about them being stupid, I think that now there is a cognitive bias because, oh my God, what the fuck? There is a term for this. But basically, and Jovan, you're probably going to know the word for this. It's this psychological phenomenon where the more you invest in something or
Sunk cost
someone,
fallacy.
yes. The more you invest in something, the more you are willing to be kind of biased towards its goodness, right? It's like if you paid $20 for a meal that's like bad, you might be like, ugh, I hated this meal. But if you paid $100 for a meal that's bad, by admitting that it's bad, it's like not only did I have a bad meal, but now I'm an idiot because I paid all this money for something that was mediocre. So you're not going to you're like, yeah, it was all right. Maybe if this had been different, right? So at this point, they've invested so much in this guy, in this ideology. They've donated to his campaign. They went out and voted for him. They've defended their beliefs. People have attacked them like me and Jovan have attacked them online being like, you're a fucking idiot. What are you doing? They've defended it. They've invested so much into this guy that he can't be wrong. Because if he's wrong, they also have to deal with the fact that they got tricked and they're kind of an idiot for that. And that's too much to lose. So they're going to keep being like, well, he's been good about ICE. He did something. Like, he's funny. Like, they're going to keep trying to find excuses as to why he's not bad. Because they can't cope, essentially.
So the thing of like not being able to cope, I feel like that kind of goes into a lot of their mental health. I'm not saying that none of them aren't evil. I'm saying that I think that we can't just brush it off as like they're just fucking stupid. I think that there's more to be looked at in regards to like literally when we go and see like what are some of the opinions of some of these people, and when you have them explain it as though you're talking to them like a therapist, they start sounding like they're fucking going through psychosis a lot of times.
They are.
Well,
like,
yes, but the thing is though, it's not like an underlying mental health condition because anyone could do this sunken cost fallacy thing. They just happen to do it with something that's destroying the country for everybody, which sucks.
But it's not even there's that. Like go and seriously watch how his name is, I don't know if he's still alive. He might have died already. But his name is Bob from the Necessary Conversations. He has vitriol to the left. Like actively hates them. And yeah, I could sit here and say Mans is just brainwashed and it's all Fox News and Newsmax's fault. But like, no, because we all have access to the same information. That's on you. Like, I'm sorry, but like part of me is like, I don't have a lot of sympathy for the people that got sucked into the Heaven's Gate cult, right? Because like, why are you drinking the Kool-Aid? Like, I don't have sympathy for MAGA at this point because you're watching them get hurt, and it's not like, I mean, maybe it is. So I would need a psychologist to tell me how much of this is similar to like people who in domestic violence situations, because like, I mean, they actively are watching themselves get fucked over, and they will do. Yep. Actually, no, fuck it. I take it back. No, it's because they hate brown people. They don't give a fuck if they get hurt too. I take it all back.
I think it's also, I think that is disrespectful to survivors of domestic abuse, because at least with an abuser, you have an interpersonal relationship. Like, at least with an abuser, you get a love bond. At least with an abuser, you might get some good dick out of it sometimes. Like, right? But
that's a crazy last one.
That's a wild one.
I'm just saying, IJS. Like, at least with an abuser,
but
you
that makes me
know
think
them.
That's what I'm saying.
These people are
I keep
worse
trying
than people who have been tricked by, you know, an abusive partner, right? Because they don't even know this nigga for real. Like, they don't even know him.
But that's what I'm saying.
They
That's
are
what I'm
still
saying.
in love.
I'm sitting here trying to come up with like reasons why they might still be good people. They're just racist 9 times out of 10. They don't like that black people got where they did with Obama. That pissed them the fuck off. They don't like that gay people seem happier than they are. That pisses them off. The real reason why most of these people hate trans people, it's because they're happier than they are. They watch trans people experience joy that they were not able to experience because in their time, all that joy was beaten out of them by abusive parents.
And they're jealous that they have the
Yeah, I agree
balls
with that
to
part.
be themselves and not, you know, like, I think that's a big one with homophobia too. It's like these people are able to be themselves. And I think everyone has something about them that is not normative to our societal expectations. But some people are going to say, fuck that. I'm going to be myself and I don't give a shit. And I'm just going to be happy. And some people are going to crumble under the societal pressure to conform. And I think those that crumble will always hold a little bit of resentment over those that had the balls to just be themselves.
And this isn't even most MAGA. This is just the biggest people in the cult. A lot of people who were conservative aren't anymore because they grew up and they looked at the world and said, "Oh, this is fucking stupid."
Or they're just efficient sociopaths. Like,
I also think they're not getting laid enough, honestly.
Pussy really do change you. So let me tell you.
Good pussy will calm your ass down, truly. Like,
you know what? Maybe I do like leftists.
They fuck a blue hair girl one time and they out here like, let me tell you why the workers deserve the means of production.
Listen, that blue hair pussy, you don't discount it. Don't listen. It's magic. All right,
like, seriously.
All right, but Xavier, Xavier, we are running out of time, so I'll let you say the final piece, and then we got to move on.
Yeah. Basically, it was the final thing was just that, like, so what it comes down to me is like, do you think if we actually had like reasonable amount of like healthcare so people could get therapy, that they could deal with all of these underlying issues that make them hate other people? Like, there's going to be people who are just fucked up, right? Who just genuinely you can't do nothing. But there are people where I think a big part of it is that they don't fucking have a therapist. And I say this because I train and I fight, and of course in the fighting community, there's a lot of conservatives. And when I've been in the locker room talking to people or after practice or whatever, and a lot of times it comes down to like they've got some sort of fucking underlying anxiety about this or that, and they wind up admitting that they don't really hate this person or that person. I've heard people say some heinous shit about the unhoused and about how they're so scared for their spouse to have to deal with them and da. And then you start talking to them and they're like, okay, well, really, it's just I don't really think that they're like bad people. I just think that I'm just like, basically they wind up saying I'm scared. And so, and they wind up pulling back from that. And so that's what I'm saying is that like, we can say like education and that like, or that they're just evil, but like, I do think that some of them are just fucking mentally ill, like genuinely need, like some of them need somebody. Like some of them are just basically Tony Soprano or wannabe fucking Tony Sopranos that just don't want to go to fucking therapy.
I mean,
That's
here's the thing, though.
difference.
I think
They don't want to go to therapy.
everyone needs a therapist, even if you do not have a diagnosed mental illness. Therapy is always beneficial to people. But I mean,
Amen.
as we've seen, like there are white supremacists who leave their white supremacist groups. There are, you know, people who are in cults who are able to leave those cults and who we can provide care for. There are ways to do that. I think it would be very difficult on a countrywide scale because, of course, we also have to deal with the MAGA who aren't uneducated, who are just evil, right? Because they don't really want that to happen. But so it would be a lot, it would be difficult, but I do think that it's possible to get some of these people out of this cult. I just don't know that
Universal health care.
I think the ones that are going to leave are already out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to
only
break them out.
Homie put up a gold statue. The only people still defending that gold statue are either too deep or they're grifting. But
yeah, truly.
Xavier, that's all the time we had for today, friend.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate what you do, and thanks y'all for having me on.
Hey, thanks for calling.
Of course. Thank you, dude.
All right, there's our show.
Fun. Oh my goodness.
Let's burn through these super chats as fast as possible. There's like
have
2
to be
pages
so
of them.
bad. No. Oh my god. Sorry, guys. Wait, no.
What? Just get up and go back. Go to the bathroom.
Okay, I'll go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
I already read that one. Where am I at with super chats?
Oh wait, here. Yeah.
Remind myself. I think we're here. So let's go through these super chats. All right. Gray Green God said, does having an evil soul contort the face? For MAGA, it does. Set up here with the super chat said, we're always stealing shit. What did we steal? I don't remember. Y'all gotta add context to these. Armed Fro said, guys, come on, didn't you know to be a female, you have to be a female, and to be female, you also need to be a female who is a female. So fucking real. Natalie Mamo said, Naima, oh my god, I recognize you from the Jubilee episode where you were, where you figuratively shredded that fascist, and then he got literally shredded. Sorry, that took me a second. I can't read. Black Zillion said, I love you both so much. I'm a poor person, but please take a few pennies for fighting the good fight. Thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Sarah Santaferno, thank you for the super chat, said, Thinking and Tyler ain't ever been in the same room. Why can't I read super chats? I read just fine when it's not super chats. Natalie Mamo said, Zeeb Zorbavan. Zeeb Zorbian, baby. Also said, Jovan, church choir album when? At 100K subs on YouTube, I'll release an EP. Katie Ironfist said, life sucks, so white privilege don't exist, Tyler. But that's what all white people believe. It's so true. Natalie also said, bro sounds like a store brand Ben Shapiro. The Good and Gather version of Ben Shapiro. That's crazy. Joshua said, ain't this the idiot chick who said slavery started in 1816? No one can ever take someone with that extreme low IQ seriously. Did slavery start in 1816? What? Bro, people make mistakes. Who gives a fuck? Cracky Killer said, thoughts about Black AF History by Michael Harriot. I don't think I've read that one, so I'll have to add it to the list. Tai Shaku said, my name is Tyler too, but I'm a Zen Buddhist leftist who supports communism, women's rights to bodily autonomy, and can't much stand Abrahamic faith or capitalism. Not all Tylers are equal. So true.
We found the smartest Tyler. There he is.
The smartest Tyler. Yeah. Lowest common denominatrix. First of all, great fucking name. Said a pox of Tyler on both your houses.
No, please. Okay, but only the Buddhist one. Only the chill one, please.
Mm-hmm. Lupin Tendency said platypus. Thank you for the super
that
chat.
Guy, what the fuck was that argument? Because I think my computer froze during that. What the fuck was he talking about?
He does what a lot of them incorrectly do, is they think that when I'm doing a internal critique of their logic, that I'm giving them my logic. So then they'll be like, but if platypuses lay eggs, does that mean all mammals can't lay or blah, blah, blah? I'm like, well, I don't think a necessary condition to be mammals is not laying eggs.
Oh God, we need high school biology for everyone. Like, Jesus.
No, that's the problem is they only took high school biology. Wait, I didn't read the last one. Most common denominatrix said, Brian has the rhetorical force of a microwave lettuce. I've seen more brain activity in a dead sheep. God damn. I love when you guys use super chats to insult the callers. Said
I
weird
hate
that
when
he
they do
doesn't
it on
believe
the
trans.
whatever show.
Weird that he doesn't believe trans people are real, but identifies as a Tyler. This was about Brian. Press 1 if you think Byler lost. Ryler. Thank you so much for the super chat, Apaz, man. Lupine Tendency said Brian Tyler, he slash. Maharai 23 said Brian doesn't understand where Brian is coming from. Ain't that the truth?
Oh.
Serial Demon Stuff said it's the new Nazi talking point to target Islam specifically. If someone targets them, you can bet they are in fact a Nazi. No, every time.
Yeah.
Because I'm always like,
Yeah.
I don't think the reason you dislike Israel is the same reason I dislike Israel. I think those reasons are vastly different.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Oh my God. Nick Fuentes stays reposting me. And I'm like, Negro, if you don't I don't agree with you. Like, stop using me as a talking point.
Fucking Nick Fuentes. I hate him over. Jovan the man said, here's $5 for Naima. I want to get them coffee. Okay, Naima, I owe you $5.
All good. Thank you.
Armed Fro said Brian was a Tyler in spirit. Is that going to be the new slur on the channel? We just call all stupid people a Tyler?
They're just a Tyler.
Rest in peace
I
if
feel
your
bad
name is
for
really
Buddhist
Tyler.
Tyler. I'm so sorry. We don't mean you. You're
William
one of
Mate
the
said
good ones, Tyler.
Not one of the good ones. Damn.
Tyler's one of the good Tylers.
William Mate said, my list of privilege is small. White is on it. Reed is full of shite. Thank you. Mythrander GP, thank you for the $10 super chat. 49 Perfect said, love this guest. She's super smart and made clear Andy Wilson is the weakest of boys. Then her BF owned him. LOL. He still has nightmares of that moment. No, but he actually does.
Oh, I know it. Oh,
Wasn't
I
there
know it.
Wasn't there a follow-up too to that? Am I crazy?
We
I
did do a
remember there
follow-up
was a
debate.
follow-up.
That shit was garbage. Oh, the follow-up was, he was so mad. He was so mad. The entire debate. He was just already triggered out the gate. Also, I kind of fucked him up on Jubilee. People don't know this, but so Charlie Kirk was supposed to be in a Jubilee in another Surrounded a week before he died, which I was really pissed about. It's fine, but
Who's Charlie Kirk?
Die. What?
Who's Charlie Kirk? Who's that?
You're funny. Oh, my I call him the patron saint of gum disease. But yes, Charlie Kirk was supposed he was supposed to go on, but before they had cast Charlie, they had cast a little human being, which it doesn't. But anyway, before they cast Charlie, they were supposed to cast Andrew, and it was going to be like an all-star Jubilee debate, like all the people on the left who've gotten blown up on Jubilee, myself included, versus Andrew Wilson. And when they pitched him to me, for some reason they wanted my input, and I was like, absolutely because I'd already debated him. They pitched him, and I was like, absolutely the fuck not. Andrew does not deserve this level of talent. Get somebody better and bigger and better faith. And they literally, so they'd already offered him the job, and they literally took, yes, but it was because of me. So during my second debate with Andrew, I told him that. He was like, yeah, I was going to do a Surrounded. We were going to be debating there. And I was like, well, no, we weren't because of me.
That's fucking hilarious.
Nice try, though. But anyway, yes, we love Andrew Wilson. I love emasculating that man. It's my favorite hobby.
Beautiful wife said reset the timer. I forgot it, so I didn't. Iris3370 said, love the show, Jovan. Thanks for defending the dolls. Always. Period. Balthazar said, speaking of sunk costs, how glad are you that you dodged the $100 gold phones that are designed with American values in mind that may or may not be at the bottom of the Strait of Don Jr.? The Trump phone shit is crazy, bro.
That was such bull. That was, and you know that shit got mad trackers up in it too. You know they selling all your data to Palantir. Like, don't play.
They ain't selling shit because the phones are never coming out. What they gonna sell? They gonna sell my fucking Wi-Fi plan? Gertrude said Tyler is the male Karen. Oh shit. Rest in peace if your name is Tyler.
Rest in peace.
Balthasar said, getting Charlie Kirk on Jubilee sounds like a pain in the neck. Love it. I want to just acknowledge that I think of everybody's reactions. My reaction video to Charlie Kirk's death was the most level-headed and grounded. And it was simple. It was a simple five-word phrase that I just repeated over and over for like an hour.
What?
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Charlie Kirk's dead. Okay.
So
the sky is blue.
It's funny because when he died, I actually got like 100,000 followers across platforms. So it low-key great for me. But but when he died, everyone was like, Naima, how do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel? Tell us. Release a statement. So I wrote a statement that was like, fuck that nigga for real. I don't care. Like, womp womp. First of all, I talked to him twice. He's not a close personal friend. Like, but so I do scripts for all my videos. So I sent the script to my parents and I was like, it's good, yes. And they were like, Naima, you're gonna get lynched. You're gonna get fired from your job. So the statement that I ended up releasing, my parents wrote. I didn't write that shit. Because we ended up getting in like a fight about it because I wanted to be more, I don't give a fuck. And my parents were like, nah.
Nope. I said straight up, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. I don't give two
now
dams.
I can say shit like that. But at the time, I was also receiving a fair amount of death threats. For some reason, it was my fault that he died. Like I was there. I was asleep when he got shot. I don't know how it was my fault, but for some reason, a lot of people tried to blame me for it. So my parents were trying to like be in my best interest, but it was definitely a squabble. Papa Soup was not happy.
Papa Soup. Natalie said, "Little human being."
The eyes with the teeth.
God, I hated that.
That's
That was back when I
fantastic.
still watched Jubilee. Here's why I can never be on Jubilee. One,
I don't watch them.
I talk too much shit. If you put me in that chair, I would, like, Isaiah did really good with talking shit in a way that was like, showed how stupid the MAGA was. I would just start insulting them all. I'd be like, you're stupid. I don't know what we're doing here. And then I would tell Jubilee, like, no, I want the full unedited raw footage. If I don't get that, I'm not doing it. And I know they don't do that. So
They don't do that. They don't do that.
You
They
ain't
are,
never-
I mean, I'm like Jubilee girl now. Like that was kind of how I got like my platform was like from debating on that platform. So it's like I do feel inextricably tied to them. I'm like their indentured servant at this point, but it's fine.
I will say, picture me and you on that 2v2 one.
Oh my God.
Would eat
Oh
down.
my God.
Would
Did you
eat.
see that? Oh, I guess you didn't see it, but I did one with
I
Gino
watch
Austin.
clips. The clips come up. Which
Gino
which
Austin,
Austin?
the like black conservative. The black voting guy.
Dr. Julio or something is what he calls himself.
It's some stupid. I mean, he's actually really funny. Like I found him to be quite lovely during the debate, but the last one turned into like a 3v1
to me. He's
so
so interesting. I know, and it's the only conservative thing about him is that he wants to get rid of the Fed.
Yes,
that's it. Every other thing, he is fully on the liberal side.
It was so funny because during the debate, he agreed with me more than he did his conservative partner. He subscribes to me on Twitch. Like, well, he was gifted it, but he still subs.
JH22533. There's this podcaster in Vegas who has he has a huge fucking podcast. He's got like 10 million followers on Instagram, who literally asked me, he was like, oh, would you debate and these people if you come onto the show? And one of them is Austin. I don't know when or if that person, but the more I listen to Austin shit, I'm like, the only thing to debate him on is the Fed shit, which I probably could, but like, that's boring to me. I don't care about any of that. JH22533 said, thank you both for standing up for trans folk. What is your rec for how to prepare for the coming and current assault on trans folks in the U.S.? Canada's extraditing asylum cases. Unfortunately, that's my midterms. If midterms go the way I think they're going to go, you'll be okay. If midterms don't go the way I think they're going to go to Canada.
But this is for everyone, but especially the trans community. Get your passport together. Get your passport together.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously. Like, have a go back. Honestly, like, honest to God, not to be a fear monger, but just best be over prepared, right? Better to be over than under prepared.
Gertrude Schmidt said, Jovan, you need to guest on God Awful Movies, aka ask Forrest about it. God Awful Movies. Yeah, I'll ask Forrest. I love my baby Forrest. If you remember tomorrow night, me, Forrest, Matt, and Jimmy over on the line doing Golden Mike. We're gonna continue the fundraiser for RFR Recovering for Religion. I think let's see where we're at after tonight. I don't know where we're at with the fundraiser. When I left the fundraiser, we were at 55K before our stream. We're at 55K before the big donation stream. So right now, the RFR fundraiser is sitting at, let me see, 57,000 of 80,000 raised. So we do not have a lot to raise between tomorrow and Saturday. So we are going to hit that 80K easy, chat. So
Period.
Recovering from Religion. I know somebody asked earlier what the charity we were doing for was. It's Recovering from Religion. It's a charity that helps people with religious trauma. They have chat rooms. They have support groups, a whole bunch of other stuff. Natalie again said, bro, I literally was watching the TV on bated breath waiting for the official statement that he died like it was September 11th. Dude, I made a joke
Was
about
this
it
for
on
Charlie?
Instagram.
Oh, was this for Charlie?
Yeah, when it happened, I went on Instagram and I was like, and I was just laughing. I was like, "There's no way," because I didn't believe it. And then I saw the video and I was like, "Oh, the nigga did."
So because me and like a bunch of other people that I know were supposed to debate him, we had a group chat where we were sharing notes with each other and debate strategies. And when he died, everyone sent the video in the group chat. I was asleep at the time. I woke up, watched the video, and then went back to sleep for like another 2 hours.
The first time I saw the video, I thought it wasn't real. I was like, "This don't look real," and I was like, "Oh, it's real."
I thought it was real, but I literally did not lose sleep over
Real
that.
funny.
Like
Billy Sipes with the $50 super chat said, praying to hear Jovan say my joke out loud. Okay, here we go. 2 things that will never get old: Charlie Kirk jokes and Charlie Kirk.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Natalie said, don't come to Alberta though, in Albertan. Okay, fair enough. I ain't never going to Canada. Y'all suck. No, I'm just kidding. Tim Hortons, better than Dunkin'. Eats Dunkin' down. Tim Hortons is delicious.
I've never had Tim Hortons.
I had it up in Buffalo because they're right on the border. Man, that Tim Hortons slapped.
I've never been to Canada. I gotta go. I gotta head over across the pond.
Canada, my home and native land.
I'm not a
Final
big fan of
super
the
chat.
cold.
Same. Final super chat from JH22533 said, thank you. I want to believe in this country, but I'm pretty broken right now. It's hard to find hope. Your streams help for real. I'm telling you, let's see how we'll see how midterms go, but I genuinely think we'll be okay once we view midterms. That was our stream for today, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hanging out. Naima, thank you so much for coming on. Open invitation. Anytime you want to come through, just say so.
Oh my goodness! Yes,
and then
thank you so
I'll
much for
talk to
having
you.
me.
I'll talk to you afterwards about something you might be interested in.
Cool.
But guys, that's our stream tomorrow. I probably won't be on until Golden Mike, which is at, if what Jimmy told me is correct, it'll be at 10 p.m. Eastern, my time. It'll be at 10 p.m. and then it's at, or no, 9 p.m. It's either 9 or 10. So join us for Golden Mike tomorrow. Join us on Saturday for the fundraiser stream over on the line. The next time you'll see me with a full stream then on my side will be Monday. So join us Monday. Next week we may have Promise on, so keep an eye out in case that happens. Naima, shout your @ for everybody. Even it's on the screen, but shout your @ so everyone knows where to follow you.
Oh yes. Okay. Follow me on Twitch, Instagram, TikTok at hair.soup. On Instagram, it has 2 P's because my Instagram got deleted. Long story. But on everything else, it's just one.
All right, everybody. Thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for hanging out with us. So sorry to Andrew Wilson. We didn't have a chance to get to you today. You know, just call back again tomorrow like you do every day, and we'll eventually get to you once you figure out how to open that pickle jar. No lie, that has been my stream sign off for the last 3 months.
That is iconic. I love.
All right, guys. See you later. See you tomorrow. Thank you to the super chatters. Thank you to the Twitch people. Thank you to that big ass raid over on Twitch. Thank you to Naima. Thank you to Naima's chat. Bye.
Bye.